10-second delay, Nerd Squad. It is 8:48 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 23rd, 2025, Thursday. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the instructions of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI, but I have been authorized to state I'm an informant since the last week of June 2024. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, whenever it is you may be watching this. I am Mystic Gwen, also known as Lynette Renee Hansen. This broadcast airing on January 23rd at 8:49 a.m. PST 2025 continues the ongoing public record of a federal investigation into a sprawling criminal conspiracy. A conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, DCYF, and beyond. Let me be unequivocally clear, I am a designated FBI informant operating under their direct guidance. This live stream is not a personal platform. It is a strategic tool in this federal investigation. The delusion of impunity addressing Unit 207 and their cohorts. Recent intelligence gathered as recently as the 21st indicates that certain individuals, particularly those associated with Unit 207 located directly above my residence, are laboring under a dangerous and frankly absurd delusion. They believe they can avoid accountability for their extensive list of crimes. They believe they can keep their jobs, destroy my life, and escape the consequences of their actions. They believe that their lies, perjury, fraud, and co-conspirators have somehow shielded them from justice. They are wrong. To the woman in Unit 207 who has been stalking and hacking me since April 2023 and to any others involved, your confidence is misplaced. Your plans are known, your actions are documented, and your time is running out. The success you believe you've achieved through your deceit is an illusion. Justice is coming, and it will be swift and decisive. During the live stream conducted on the 21st, commencing at 9:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, while playing the greetings recording, I paused the playback to orally reiterate a critical point of fact. I stated for the record that as of close of business day, January 21st, the FBI had confirmed that there are still no lawful or non-fraudulent court orders in existence bearing my legal names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from the year 2024 to that date. This statement elicited a distinct and audible reaction from an individual in Unit 207, a woman who expressed audible shock and disbelief at this confirmation. This reaction, captured on the live stream, serves as further evidence of the fraudulent nature of the purported court orders and the individual's reliance on their illegitimate authority. The FBI maintains its position clearly articulated since the end of August 2024 that any and all court orders obtained through this conspiracy are fraudulent, and that those in possession of or attempting to enforce such orders are implicated in the underlying series of felonies, including but not limited to conspiracy, fraud, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. This incident underscores the gravity of the situation and the desperate attempts by the conspirators to cling to a fabricated legal basis for their criminal actions. Let's rewind that. Rewind. This incident underscores the gravity of the situation and the desperate attempts by the conspirators to cling to a fabricated legal basis for their criminal actions. It also serves to highlight that those in Unit 207 are fully aware of their guilt and that any and all of their attempts to enforce the fraudulent court orders are doing nothing but indicating them further. A pattern of criminality, the North Everett Precinct in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. This conspiracy is not a series of isolated incidents. It is a pattern of systemic abuse of power orchestrated by individuals within the North Everett Precinct and facilitated by corrupt officials within the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office. Their crimes include, but are not limited to, fraud, the calculated manipulation of official processes, including the fabrication of a DCYF referral by Officer Brandon Gill on July 3rd, 2024, a fabrication made over a month after the fact in August to further the conspiracy to kidnap my sons and retaliate against my demands for accountability. Obstruction of justice, the repeated rejection of legitimate police reports, a blatant attempt to shield themselves and their accomplices. This includes their refusal to acknowledge officers holding me hostage before the premeditated kidnappings of my sons, and their refusal to accept reports about their kidnappings even after the fact. As of January 20th, 2025, they continue to obstruct justice and reject reports of crimes perpetrated by their officers and co-conspirators. Deprivation of civil rights, the systematic denial of due process and equal protection under the law guaranteed by the United States Constitution to myself and others. Intimidation and silencing of victims, a concerted effort to instill fear and discourage victims from coming forward, facilitating stalking, kidnapping, and further crimes. Actively enabling and participating in the stalking of me and the kidnapping of my sons, along with a multitude of other criminal acts. Abuse of a disabled minor, the intentional disruption of my son's routines causing emotional distress, particularly to my son with autism, and hindering their development through their campaign of harassment and illegal actions. This abuse occurred over 12 times. Despite their being informed of the potential consequences prior to their escalation of harassment, their decision to kidnap my sons, and their attempts to change custody in a deluded attempt to shield themselves from their looming convictions. Custodial interference / kidnapping. Conspiring with my children's father, a multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, and my extortionist mother to threaten and kidnap my children. This also includes the neighbors who, according to the FBI, are guilty of stalking me, i.e. North Everett Precinct, DCYF, every individual in Unit 207. Snohomish County prosecutors, per the FBI, will all be charged accordingly. Aiding and abetting. The actions of various employees of DCYF and other agencies and institutions have aided and abetted this criminal enterprise. They have been instrumental in furthering the conspiracy through their actions, their silence, and their willingness to follow unlawful directives. The Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office in particular has played a central and key role in this conspiracy. At least 2 prosecutors within this office are facing federal disbarment, a testament to the depth of their corruption. The events of August 23rd and September 26th. Let me be clear about some specific incidents involving law enforcement misconduct. August 23rd, 2024, 2 officers from the North Everett Precinct along with 2 DCYF employees and Erica Owens, were dispatched to my residence. Their purpose was to facilitate the illegal, premeditated kidnappings of my sons. They refused to take reports regarding the hostage situation or the threats, and they aided and abetted the kidnapping. September 26, 2024, another officer from the North Everett precinct arrived with individuals identified by the FBI as federal felons. This officer removed private property to stalk me, peered into my living room, and attempted to illegally enter my home. The inevitable consequences: no immunity, no escape. To those who have participated in this conspiracy, from the officers of the North Everett precinct to the corrupt prosecutors in the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, to the individuals actively stalking me right now in Unit 207, and to everyone in their network of accomplices. There is no immunity for your crimes. You will be held accountable individually and collectively for every illegal act, every violation of trust, and every moment of suffering you have inflicted. The woman in Unit 207 who believes she can escape justice by recruiting someone to take the fall for her, your delusion is staggering. There is no escape from the consequences of your actions. You face over 80 years in prison, and your desperate attempts to manipulate others will only add to your crimes. To any potential recruits, a stark warning. To anyone considering joining this conspiracy or aiding these individuals in any way, do not be fooled. You will not be shielded from prosecution. You will not be rewarded for your loyalty to criminals. You will face the full force of federal law, and you will share in the consequences. The individuals in Unit 207 are not offering you an opportunity. They are offering you a prison sentence. They are not your friends. They are manipulators who will readily sacrifice you to save themselves. The FBI is watching. The evidence is overwhelming. The only path to potential leniency is to disassociate yourself from these criminals immediately and cooperate fully with the federal investigation. Reiteration of key legal points. I reiterate for the record, no lawful court orders. There are no lawful court orders bearing my name, Lynette Renee Hansen, or Mystic Gwen, in existence from 2024 to present date. Any claims to the contrary are fraudulent, and any attempts to enforce such orders are illegal. Lack of personal service. I have not been personally served with any legal documents since February of 2023, nor have I filed a notice of pro se appearance in any case. Illegal detention. I remain illegally detained within my own home, as I have since 11:55 p.m. PST on August 6, 2024. Financial damages. The conspirators are liable for substantial financial damages, exceeding $14 million, as outlined in my tort claim, case number 10-5005934. They are also liable for $100,000 for each day they have illegally detained me since August 6th, and 1 million for each instance of stalking, attempted illegal entry, and attempted enforcement of fraudulent court orders. Instructions and recording a legal fortress. As instructed by the FBI, my front door has remained closed since January 2nd and or the 3rd and will remain closed indefinitely. If any individual attempts to illegally enter my residence, I am instructed to remain seated. Aim my cameras and YouTube live stream at the doors and windows. Say nothing other than to demand 1 million for their attempt to enforce a fraudulent court order. Play the recording dated January 2nd, 2025, titled 1-2 11:57 p.m. Greetings to the 36 plus non-immune people currently illegally on my private property. That recording serves as a formal legal notification and, according to the FBI, an irrefutable piece of evidence. I will play that recording at the end of this script. Live stream protocol section. Furthermore, let the record reflect that any interruption of this live stream, absent my explicit oral statement indicating the precise end time and confirming the commencement of a new live stream within 90 seconds or less, constitutes unlawful obstruction of justice and evidence tampering. This is not a mere technicality. It is a deliberate attempt to suppress the documentation of this ongoing investigation and to interfere with the collection of evidence. The FBI is fully aware of the repeated instances where this live stream has been illegally terminated by individuals in Unit 207. Any such actions, past, present, or future, you will be charged with. These interruptions are not only an attack on my civil rights, but also a direct challenge to the integrity of the federal investigation. There will be no leniency for those who attempt to tamper with evidence and obstruct justice. No consent to strip searches. In the event that the FBI allows my kidnapping, unlawful arrest, or unlawful committal, I will not consent to any strip searches under any circumstances. I will remain in my current attire until my release. Update to be inserted into the script. Timestamp 11:03 p.m. PST, January 21st. Update as of 11:03 p.m. The situation has further escalated within the past 15 minutes. A visitor to the exterior of this building on January 21st confirmed to the occupants of Unit 207 that they will proceed with the remaining threatened felonies against me, felonies that have been premeditated and reported for over a year. A woman in Unit 207 was audibly pleased upon receiving this confirmation. This development is a grave indication of their continued intent to obstruct justice, violate my civil rights, and inflict further harm. This also serves as an additional incident for which those involved will face further charges and be ordered to pay me an additional 1 million each. Conclusion: the end is near. The conspiracy is unraveling. The perpetrators are facing the consequences of their actions, and the FBI's investigation is nearing its final stage. To those who have abused their power, obstructed justice, and terrorized me and my family, your time is up. You will be held accountable. To those who have been used and manipulated, you still have a chance to do the right thing. Cooperate with the FBI. Drive down to Seattle right now and surrender yourself to the local FBI field office and clear out your itinerary. To the public, this case is a testament to the importance of vigilance, the power of documentation, and the unwavering pursuit of justice. The FBI has stated that they intend to use my case to set a precedent and that those involved will reap what they have sown. Thank you. It is now 9:08 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 23rd, 2025. Now, we do need to play the greetings recording, as the FBI has instructed me to do. There is roughly a 10-second delay. And remember, the FBI has stated repeatedly, like at least a dozen times, This recording says it all.
It is 11:58 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, Thursday, January 2nd, 2025. This is a live stream per the FBI's instructions of my new door greeting that I'm to save and to play for those people who are going to prison that have plans involving, once again, actively stalking me outside of my building. I don't know if this is tomorrow or multiple times over from tomorrow to Wednesday, just that the FBI has informed me to do so. So, in the event that you're hearing this, you're in front of my private property. Stop where you are. You are being recorded. By agreeing to come here, you are agreeing to be charged with obstruction of justice. You are agreeing to be charged with witness tampering. You are agreeing to be charged with stalking. You are agreeing to be charged with criminal trespass. You are agreeing to be charged with ADA violations. You are agreeing to be charged with civil rights violations. You are agreeing to be charged with conspiring with others to deprive me of my civil rights, U.S. Code 42, Section 1985, and any other crimes listed on the signs posted on my property. Let me be clear, you have no immunity for your actions. Any claims of immunity are fraudulent, just like every court order with my names, Lynette Renee Hansen or Mystic Gwen, from 2024 to January 2nd, 2025. The FBI has confirmed that there are no lawful court orders with either of my names from that time period.
Just to clarify, even though the FBI wants me to play this recording, the fact is, the FBI has stated there are no fraudulent court orders bearing my name connected to this conspiracy from 2024 to present. There are no lawful court orders, They are all fraudulent. As in, any court orders obtained with these co-conspirators' names are 100% fraudulent. And also be advised that the orders to keep my door closed indefinitely strongly signify to me that I am literally going to be no longer illegally detained once you break and enter, and then you're all detained. No one said that explicitly, but since everything's on a need to know basis, that's what everything points to, especially with the briefs I've received over the last 2 weeks.
If you choose to knock on my door or to continue standing on my private property, you are choosing to harass me and stalk me. And if you are attempting to goad me into opening my door to pull off another crime, be aware that you are making yourself personally liable. You will be forced to pay me directly from your severance, your 401k, and any other assets you have that will need to be liquidated. No position, excluding the FBI, has any immunity in this situation.
And I just want to pause there and then point out that the FBI has stated repeatedly that in their ideal, the Blitz sweep would be taking place when one of the women that they are most excited to send to prison will be in the Snohomish Superior Courthouse. No, I'm hungry. I have no cheese, no bread, no butter, no vegetables. So I'm kind of just at an impasse. I'm waiting for you guys to break in. That's what I'm guessing is going to be occurring based on your guys' threats and the FBI's instructions to keep the door closed. And I'm excited to eat when that occurs. But in the event that that doesn't occur, then hopefully the Blitz sweep that they want to have occur while one woman is in court in front of some people the FBI would like to see her get arrested happens really fucking soon, dude. I'm not starving, but I am fucking hungry, dude. I am hungry.
Strongly advise you to verify this information with the FBI unless you and or your associates are some of the federal felons going to prison for the rest of their lives due to the crime spree of the North Everett precinct of fraudsters, Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, dwindling Department of Child Abusers moonlighting as child protectors, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, the extortionist,
Anne Marie et al.
If you are unable to get verification on anything you have being fraudulent,
it's because you participated in a series of felonies to acquire the fraudulent documents. And the FBI wants to bust your ass for breaking and entering as well. That's why. Or, as the script and recording goes,
it
is because of your and their looming incarcerations and soon-to-be unsealed indictments.
Now get off my fucking private property and refrain from further crimes, as the signs on my exterior
have stipulated for over a year.
It is now
9:14 a.m. PST, January 23rd, 2025. The Nerd Squad had me, all the photos you may have noticed on these thumbnails of me from this last month. That was per the FBI's instructions. I can only speculate for their exact cause of that. I had thought initially it was to have like evidence of what I was wearing for the date, but now in retrospect, because of their telling me I no longer needed to do that, I believe that it was a bait for those hackers upstairs. Because when taking the selfies, they instructed me to use my phone and email them to myself. So I will be choosing a selfie from one of the, like, I don't know how many I fucking took this month, probably 30. I feel like I have like over 30 saved selfies now from this month. I'll be choosing one of those to set as a thumbnail. I was going to just keep doing the first selfie image of myself for every video where there was nothing really new to report. And then me with a black shirt anytime there was something substantial or pertinent. But so far it's been over a week of them just threatening to break and enter. And, you know, they had MLK Day in mind. And since then, it seems like I can only go off of what I overhear them saying in the FBI briefs. And so I'm going with, sounds like this week they went and got more fraudulent court orders to add to their indictments as separate criminal counts and charges. And like they feel like they definitely have some people that are willing to break in, but for some reason they haven't done it yet. So you will hear something you've already heard, because I do have orders to make sure that there is audio on this Nerd Squad. As of 9:16 a.m., I've taken a screenshot. It inaccurately reflects as 155 videos being set to public consumption. Keep in mind, I have a lot more videos than that. So you will hear something you've already heard, so long as I have audio on this video. And I do. A conspiracy that reaches into the North Everett precinct of the Snohomish County Sheriff. So there's audio on the video. I'm just setting up in another window a tab with that greetings video.
It is 11:58.
Okay, that one's set up. So I haven't taken a shower since last week on Friday or Saturday because I've been waiting to be kidnapped and have them break into my house. And because I'm like, they're such sacks of shit and horrible stalkers, and based on their pattern of criminality and 37 plus attempts to acquire illegal entry since the first week of August, I'm just sure that they're gonna fucking show up when I'm in the shower or have just gotten out of the shower or I've gone to sleep, because they fucked up my entire sleep schedule in every possible way. I literally cannot sleep for like more than 4.5 or 5 hours without wondering if the live stream has been illegally terminated, because since October, the FBI has said that their final illegal entry attempt will coincide with them terminating the live stream illegally and criminally, and involve huffing and puffing and fraudulent proclamations, including by at least one person with a badge standing outside of my door and windows, which they will be charged with. But then keep in mind, everybody, although the FBI has stated repeatedly that I won't be physically removed from my property, they have not stated that they're not going to let you guys break and enter. And that is where we are. So I just feel too disgusting. I have to shower. So I'm taking a shower this morning. Give it maybe like another 30 minutes, see if they break and enter during that period of time, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. And then I'm going to take a shower. So on that note, let's see if I still have a selfie of myself in a bathrobe. Maybe that'll be the selfie I use. If I didn't erase it. I think I might have erased it. Yeah, I did erase it. Too bad. Too bad. I was listening to Bert Kreischer's latest podcast episode. There's only about 10 minutes left, episode 660 with Roy Wood. So I'm going to resume that.
I just canvassed 2 residents. They say they saw a fucking Corvette. He has to go. If somebody is killed in this county, he has to get up out of his bed, set up the tape, process the crime scene, look for evidence, take a fucking drag of his cigarette, then canvass the neighborhood, and then go out and actually talk to
you know what? I
witnesses
might have
and
the bathroom
investigate
photo on this
the
laptop.
crime. It's fucking like on some underfunded law enforcement shit. If you want to get away with
This
murder,
laptop I
kill a
haven't
motherfucker in a
deleted
small town,
anything
bro.
off of.
Like the idea that he has to process he does the finger. There's no lab. It's you. Did you pull the fingerprint check? Well, then motherfucker, there ain't no prints. So it's like cats like that. I'm like, why the fuck do you do that? But he's from the region and just loves the people. Like that's really what it takes. If we on some, how do we make America better? It takes people taking care of their little corner of the country.
So funny today, I thought to myself, I was like, what if I just went out and started like cleaning up debris on my block? Because there's so much shit from the winds, knocked down trees, and then I got caught. I was like not caught in. I got caught up in the idea of like there's a big tree that fell, and I was like, what can I make out of that?
I'm always slow to move on charity now. Like the last 5 to 8 years, I'm very slow. I'm not going to help. But let me see exactly where I could focus my intentions. It's like, okay, you could get in a rush to donate a bunch of money. You can click on the GoFundMe.
Well, I can't find the bathrobe photo I can find, but I can find the bathrobe photo with me and an excellent Red Ryder BB gun.
Oh, that's okay.
So I'll use that. 9:22 a.m.
Kids have no supplies because all the supplies burned up.
And I'm in the bathroom that I'll be in
They're
soon enough.
Laptops, they're not.
The world's best bathrobe, by the way. It's my one of those. You won't regret it on Amazon. It is. It is such a great bathrobe that it is the only bathrobe in my whole life that I've been like, this is an amazing bathrobe, yo. And I've been in a lot of bathrobes. My boys and I routinely stay at 4- and 5-star hotels that include having spas.
So families could drive up in their car and basically treat it
Excellent
like a
thought.
coffee shop and download their homework and then turn around and drive back home. Well, that internet coverage costs money. Donate to that. Like that, that. That's kind of where I get, man, because it's just you also don't know with the fires too, what you stepping back into on some health shit. Like I had that itch. Did you have an itch during 9/11 to go clean up Ground Zero?
I was in LA.
Okay, well I did. I was like, I'm gonna do. What can I do? Oh no, I'm gonna go to New York and sweep. And then you discovered decades later, yeah, everybody down there got some shit, but the insurance companies ain't covered.
Also, if you're
Yeah,
wondering, where
not
can
even for
I
the
get a
firefighters.
Red
We
Ryder
had one out
BB gun?
Saturday. that
Toys
was
R
like,
Us, Cabela's,
I'm gonna go-
Big Five, they're
I'm
everywhere.
gonna
dude.
go.
Get one for a
volunteer.
grandkid you like.
She went to five or three, maybe three different
It's an
places.
excellent gift
And they're like,
from
"Can
a
we have
grandpa
way
to
too
a
many volunteers?
grandson,
Can
a
we please
Red
go
Ryder
home?
BB
Just
gun.
stay in your house." And then one of the ones in Pasadena, they're like, "Yeah, we had to shut it down. No one's using it because I don't think we're there yet with like. I think people are still like, you all know my friend's couch, like trying to figure shit out. I think I'll tell you what, I don't remember my dad ever like donating anything to any. I don't remember tragedy when I was a kid the way tragedies happen these days.
Only know tornadoes in Birmingham. That's because that's just such a common occurrence. And then I did morning radio for 10 years, so we pretty much had a front row seat to any real tragedy in the city.
Yeah.
The station would pull up and be the support beacon. Hey, we're taking up donations for the thing. We had a 2011, maybe 2010 F5 tornado, Tuscaloosa to Birmingham, kills 50 people. Mile and a half wide, like a fucking like Hollywood size type storm. And our radio station was out there in Pratt City on the west side of Birmingham. And bro, we beat the Red Cross there. Like we were there. Yeah. So the only tragedies I truly know about is like that, and when the house fires, the Florida apartment complex. If one unit catches fire, these other 30 are gone. So it's 30 families that are fucked in the game. So the radio station we would set up there in Birmingham, Alabama as a whole really is community driven, where like it could be an elected official, it could be dope boys, and they'll pull up and just water cabinet with cocaine. Where's the cocaine up? But they would pull up and just donate money, donate stuff. So the idea of people coming together, it's beautiful. But I wonder sometimes.
Also, just remember, everybody, I'm not an employee of the FBI. Everything's on a need-to-know basis. For instance, I can only speculate, and I speculate based on the psycho woman that's going to prison for 80-plus years and looking at multiple felony charges, including stalking me, kidnapping, etc., who's never had possession of my sons, was intending to use Erica Owens and some police officers and perhaps the sheriff she bragged about for over 4 months that was her little bitch. I might add, the FBI claims that they informed that sheriff that was her little bitch back in October that she's going to prison. So I don't know if perhaps the latest YouTube live script, which I feel like must be the final one because the FBI did say that it was their final warning. I don't know if that was intended for every idiot upstairs in the extortion, all their co-conspirators too. If it was intended to maybe let Erica, the extortionist, know, you are so fucked, lady. Better not be further fucked. I don't know. It's highly controlled. So I just want to clarify that for anybody that may be wondering.
Times are like, to the point of like.
But without a doubt, those with the highest ground in this situation are 100% the FBI, whatever sheriffs who know, and the Seattle Federal Marshals, because they have a whole paragraph about all of you idiots. And all that I can recall from it were the last 3 words, which were a real threat to the judiciary.
Like too many volunteers. I think that you're at home and you feel guilty. There's a survivor's remorse.
Yeah.
and you want to do something, because otherwise you're going to feel that negative. Why me and not them?
Exactly.
So let me do something. So then you rush to donate, but the infrastructure isn't there yet. We haven't effectively figured out where the help is needed. I mean, of course, there's short-term stuff, but
Seems like the prettiest houses are the most dangerous ones to live in.
Yeah.
You know, like you look at
Yes,
Tampa.
those.
Tampa, all the people have beautiful houses on the water.
What I do know, though, is that final warning YouTube live script. I do know from the FBI, one of the briefs that they provided was that it was intended to fuck with some of the prosecutors they're excited to put in prison. It's intended to fuck with their own personal schedules, their own personal deadlines and timelines. I do know that.
All down Bayshore flooded, houses destroyed. All on Davis Island, houses destroyed. And then you look at the Palisades and Malibu, fucking all destroyed. Like, it's just, like, I loved the hills. And I remember when I was like, we should live in the hills. And Leanne was like, one way in, one way out. I'm not doing that shit.
That's right.
And I was like, what? She's like, one way in, one way out. I'm not doing it. There's a fire, you're fucked. Fires happen all the time.
And I also know, according to the FBI guys, that apparently my declaration, the amendments, the cease and desist letters, the YouTube live scripts, they all provide enough evidence, according to the FBI, for the sheriffs to get warrants and arrest every one of your asses today. Isn't that amazing? And remember, I don't know shit about criminal law, but the FBI has stated that just what I've posted on Facebook and on my podcast that you prevented me from uploading the latest episodes from, except for on the Twitter account the FBI had me create just for the podcast, x.com/mysticgwenpod, that apparently there's enough there for warrants and your guys' arrests individually and collectively by the sheriffs.
Happen all the time. Like, the prettiest places in the world are the most dangerous.
There's we did a story, or we tried to do a story for Daily Show about how in Miami the property value in Little Havana is starting to go up from private investors nibbling off the property.
Yeah.
It's not even gentrification yet. They're just buying the shit and holding on the assumption that the coastline is going to come in. And so the Daily Show, the way we tried to put the humor into it was that this all new beachfront property called Little Havana, and like basically tell us about this beachfront property. Now, where will the beach be? Basically, like treated like house flipping, but when you're walking through Havana. Now you think about right here is where the beach should be. Okay, this is gonna be good, but like there are realtors and real estate people. Like you can say climate change ain't real and all that shit, and that it's not legit. But if State Farm and Allstate and all these insurance companies, if they knew that shit was going to be bone dry, I guarantee you it wasn't because of a fucking rumor. They knew that shit was coming.
They pulled out 6 months ago.
Yeah, and you think that they're not doing ecological analysis and doing climate analysis to decide what is least likely, what is most likely, where do you live? That's why if you live in Tornado Alley, your insurance is going to be different than hurricane insurance prices in Florida versus hurricane insurance in Kansas. Like that. Yeah. That's based on fucking science and probability. So
they walked out of the strip club just before the Coke showed up.
Yeah.
They walked out clean. They're like, no, we had a good time. We're going home. We're going to give that thing.
We know that this shit is about to get weird, like a Hollywood all-white party. So they fucking left. So, God. You just gotta keep an eye open on that shit.
Hey, who's Amber Ruffins?
Amber Ruffins, who?
You got the new show.
Oh yeah, having a news for you. Yeah, Amber Ruffins, one of the team captains.
I know Amber Ruffins.
Yeah, Amber used to, she's still a writer for Seth Meyers, so she's on with Seth. She does the Joke Seth Can't Say segment. And then she had the Amber Ruffin show on Peacock for a while.
I know who Amber Ruffin is.
She wrote for Saturday Night Live. Like, Amber's been a mainstay at 30 Rock since Jimmy Fallon was on at 12:30. She's great.
Yeah, she's fucking
her and Michael Ian Black.
I love Michael Ian Black. I love Michael Ian Black.
the show, Had I Got News for You on CNN, bro. They let me, Amber, and Michael. All we do, it's a fake quiz show about the week that was in current event, and it's not just political. That's the thing that I like. It's just here's the shit that happened last week. Crack the jokes.
That's fucking great.
And she's great, man. She's amazing.
I gotta check out your new special, Lonely Flowers, premieres Friday, January 17th on Hulu.
Yes.
Dude, congratulations. I
Thank
love you
you,
to
man.
death. And honestly, I could not have had. I literally woke up on the tour bus yesterday coming back into LA, and I was like, going through this crisis of like, why am I not informed? I was like, and then I was like, I looked at my calendar, I was like, dude, I could not be happier. This has been a great time, man.
Just vent the roof, bro. Don't worry
Just
about
vent the roof.
Don't worry about the hose and the fire inside. Just vent the roof.
Just vent the roof. Thank you, brother.
Have a-
I love Bert Bert. I love Bert Bert. I think I'm going to give into the shower. I'm going to put back on the Joe Rogan podcast episode I didn't finish with Lex. Oh, whoops. I guess I'm putting on wiretap.
Canadians care about what's
This
happening
episode's
in the
called
world. And in
Shush.
just 10 minutes, World
Which is what
Report
I need to
can
do.
help you stay on top of
I
it
need to
all.
shush.
Join me, Marcia Young.
And me, John Northcott, to get caught up on what was breaking when you went.
Also, FYI, just in case you're wondering, that is the most. I think that is the FBI debrief that I have received more than any other has been STFU over the last almost 6 months, for those of you wondering. That's right. How unprofessional, FBI. Always telling me to shut the fuck up.
When you went to bed, and the stories that still matter in the morning.
Our CBC.
I'm just joking. I have said a couple of things I wasn't supposed to say and then gotten chewed out. But I have gotten STFU, I swear to God, at least once a week for almost 6 months,
News reporters will tell you about
including today.
the people trying to make change
The political movements catching fire.
and the cultural moments going viral.
Find World Report.
This is a
wherever
great
you get your
podcast. It's Jonathan
With us.
Goldstein. It's his best piece of work, and he keeps trying with other radio shows, and they're all right. But this is a gem. You got to do the whole series.
I'm Jonathan Goldstein, and you're listening to Wiretap on CBC Radio 1.
I've heard it through, I think,
Today's episode.
3 or 4 times now.
Hello.
Johnny, I'm so glad I caught you.
Hey, Gregor.
You go out in the world with that attitude, you know what the world is going to say to you?
What attitude? All I said was hello.
Your oh, woe is me attitude. I got
did.
to tell you, Johnny, you're not conscious of it, but you put out a certain vibe. You know what I'm talking about?
Uh-huh.
Anyway, let me come to my point, Johnny, because you're distracting me with your terrible attitude.
Please.
I finally was able to put my finger on exactly what the problem is.
And what is that?
It's every time you open your mouth.
What is that supposed to
We're hearing you. As soon as you start talking, your attitude comes through.
But Gregor, I'm on the radio.
Well, that, as a matter of fact, is exactly why I'm calling you. To put a new plan into effect.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you always complain to me I never have time to listen to your radio show?
Well, you are supposed to be my agent.
I finally listened to your show.
Mm-hmm.
Howard, hilarious. Your father was adorable.
Oh, thank you.
People love Buzz. And your mother, I loved your mother. Loved to
Uh-huh.
have her over for dinner.
Great.
Seemed like a delightful person.
Great.
No wonder you have a drinking problem.
How?
So that's all the good news. Now, you know what they say about a chain, right? Only as strong as its weakest link. That's what they say.
So let me guess. I'm the weakest link.
You don't have to be the weakest link. What I'm just thinking.
But you are saying I am. But you are saying I am the weakest link.
You're
That's what
saying that. Here's what I'm saying. You need to stop talking.
Well, I am. So go
No,
ahead.
no. I don't mean just now, right now to me, although I need that. I'm saying on the radio show.
What is that supposed to mean?
I'm saying the more you talk, the less I like.
You do realize that a big
Oh, it's
part
so
of radio.
relatable.
So some might even say the most important part of radio is sound.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the absence of my voice, what would there be?
All the characters who you've come to know and love and be loyal to,
Mm-hmm.
Mine is one who, when he talks, there's just going to be silence.
That doesn't make any sense.
Let me break it down for you like this, okay? Let's say we were making, a tub of ointment. And let's say we discovered that there was a fly in the ointment. We removed that fly.
No,
Would you say,
No, Gregor, I am the host of the ointment.
it doesn't matter if the fly is holding a microphone?
How can you propose that I host a radio show
Yeah?
that they say at the beginning of the show, you're listening to Wiretap with Jonathan Goldstein, and then you never hear Jonathan Goldstein?
I'd be finding it very mysterious, very enigmatic. I'd be wondering, who is this Jonathan Goldstein, who you never hear from even though he hosts a show? I've never heard of a show like that. Perhaps I better tune in. You still have your show. Everything stays the same, only we edit out the parts of you talking.
How is that the same?
When the first person invented Coca-Cola and he said, I'm going to put bubbles in, don't you think there were haters who said, oh, we can't have that?
Yeah, but my silence isn't bubbles.
Bubbles is air. I'm sure the soda makers were like, no one's going to buy air. Well, why would you want air? And it turns out the bubbles are what people like in the Coca-Cola. It's the absence of soda, little round absences of Coca-Cola. That's you. Little absence of Johnny makes the heart grow fonder for that next lap of Coca-Cola.
But absence,
Johnny, your greatest gift to this community of people is your silence.
I don't even know what you're talking
I'm
about.
talking about sounds. I'm talking about this. And some more of this. And one of these. That's what I'm talking about.
No, Gregor, I'm the draw. Don't you understand?
Don't forgetting how talented you are. Did I ever tell you have beautiful silence? Your words I don't know about, but you do silence with the best of them. Seriously.
You know, I'm not saying anything anymore to you.
Perfect. You're on the right track.
The stern rabbi told the boy that he had to be careful when he prayed, because each word that he mispronounced crippled an angel in heaven. Hearing this, the boy was made power mad. Until then, he had considered prayer boring and inconsequential, but now it seemed like wizard spells that have actual power. The boy imagined that each word he uttered was like a bullet, and his mouth a gun. Angels were like tin ducks lined up at a carnival, waiting to be popped off. Instead of blessed be he, the boy would say, undressed be she. Instead of king of kings, he would say, ring-a-ding-dings. He had no overarching plan, no agenda. He just liked the idea of being able to do it. Imagine, he thought, a little runt like me, someone routinely held upside down by the big kids until my house keys fall from my pockets, can hold such power over the heavens. The boy began to pray out loud, under his breath, not just in synagogue, but everywhere, and all the time. After days of mispronunciation, the boy had a thought.
I don't know if Unit
As
207
he
has
prayed,
cut off
a
the live
crippled angel
stream,
might actually stumble up,
but they've done the same thing that they've done
Knees and
earlier
fall through the
today.
clouds,
See how it reflects
right
that
into
there's
his
no
lap.
internet all of a sudden?
If that were
There
to
was
happen,
a
he
spinning,
would
there
learn
is
the
a
angel's
spinning
name.
white
He would
circle
hold
right
that
there.
angel and hug him all day long.
So
He would dress his
let's
wounds
try refreshing
and help him
it.
get better. That angel would be all the friends that the boy did not have.
This
When the
laptop
boy
that's
knew
running
the
the
angel
live
was
stream
all
says
better,
it's still
he would
connected.
not cling or be possessive. He would
And
bring
when they
the
did this
angel close
earlier
to his face
today,
and smell
the
his good
Lenovo
angel smell.
ThinkPad was reconnected to the
And then,
internet a minute
with all
later.
of his
So let's
might,
see what it does.
possibly with the use of a slingshot,
I'm opening another
he would
tab and
fling the
searching for
angel back
myself
up into the sky.
to click on
And if he
YouTube.
ever became lonely, or
See
just
if this
wanted
live
to
stream
say
is still
hi,
running.
all
Oh,
he'd
look
have
at
to
that.
do
They did
is
the
call
same
out
thing.
to
They
the
magically
heavens the
reconnected
angel's
it.
name, making sure to mispronounce it. In heaven, all of God's angels
You'll
will
be charged
begin
for all of
for
those
the very
too,
first
guys.
time to pray themselves.
What you need to do
Please, please,
is
O Heavenly Father,
drive down to
they
Seattle
will
and
pray.
surrender to the local
Please
FBI field
return the
office.
world to silence.
I just never realized that keeping your mouth shut could be so hard.
How do you mean?
So I've been doing this thing where I started seeing patients, or I guess clients, I should say, as kind of a therapist. And
I didn't know that you studied psychology.
I haven't. It's just something I kind of fell into.
You fell into being a psychologist?
Well, not a psychologist, but I started seeing an analyst a few years ago
Mm-hmm.
because I just needed someone to talk to. And I was paying him $150 an hour to basically just sit there and listen to me. And he rarely said anything. Maybe like once every 3 sessions would he ask me a question.
Really?
And
Is that how rare it is?
Yeah, I mean, it was really annoying because whenever he would say something to me, it would just completely take me out of the moment. Like, I was actually in the middle of breakthroughs where I felt like I was finally putting a piece together, and he would stop and ask a stupid question and break up my train of thought. And I think I would have just gotten more out of it if he just wasn't even there, if I was talking to the wall. You know, the more I thought about it, the more money I spent. I'm just like, all I need to do is just carve out space to think and to talk things out to myself. I don't need an analyst.
Yeah.
So about a year ago, the hair salon I was looking at closed down, and I needed a quick way to make rent money. So I started looking around on Craigslist, and people are offering all sorts of weird stuff on there, like cat washing and manicuring people's terrariums. So I thought, why don't I just offer the thing I would want, which is just an affordable kind of listening ear for people who need someone to talk to. So I posted an ad saying, professional listener, $40 an hour. I will sit and listen to your problems.
But I would imagine that would be sort of risky to pose. I mean, you're presenting yourself as somewhat of an expert.
I mean, I'm not officially saying that I'm a therapist or an
But I
analyst.
mean, even so, I mean, you're dealing with people who are often in a vulnerable state, no?
Yeah, but there's so many people who are in vulnerable states who can't afford any kind of help, any kind of therapy or anything. So,
Yeah.
I mean, having unqualified help, is that worse than having no help at all? Besides, my ad said that I would just sit and listen without saying a word. So, really, I'm not dispensing advice. I can't be held culpable for telling someone to do something or sending them down the wrong path. I'm just sitting there listening. It took a few days for anyone to respond, but eventually someone emailed me back. She was a 16-year-old who'd just broken up with her boyfriend, and her friends were just getting tired of listening to her complain about it. So, we met in a park after school, and I just listened to her for like an hour. It was the easiest $40 I'd ever made. And then, I mean, I kept getting calls. I got a call from a guy who just lost his benefits at work, and, he couldn't afford therapy sessions. He had been a traditional therapist, and I went over to his place, and, I was a little bit nervous because it's not a 16-year-old girl, it's a grown man. So I, texted my friend the address in case he got murdered or something. And he just laid down on the couch like I was his therapist and talked for an hour straight, like didn't take a breath. It was all super boring. I just sat there and I nodded.
What were his problems?
Oh, it was like how his favorite car mechanic closed shops and now I can't find someone who's cheap, or how his World of Warcraft avatar lost his shield and got wounded in battle, stuff like that. The hard thing was to not laugh or fall asleep. And also his house smelled kind of weird. I think there was like a dead mouse in the wall. But like I did feel like I was helping him by just being there and listening. I mean, to tell you the truth, I didn't get the sense that he had many friends or anyone to really talk to. I actually ended up seeing him twice a week for like 3 months.
Holy cow.
And at that point, he actually got into a relationship, which was really surprising and made it much more exciting because he actually had problems I could grasp. And
exciting for you.
Exciting for me, yeah. And his place even, he started to pick up after himself. He bought a couple of plants. He even changed out like the ratty Star Wars sheets that he had on his bed to something like that looked actually adult. And it was clear that this girl was making a positive impact on him. I mean, I saw a photo of her on his fridge, and she was attractive. Like, she looked like a normal, nice woman. But the way he would talk about their relationship, it was obvious that he was sabotaging it, and he was going to drive this girl away.
How do you mean?
I mean, this girl was clearly interested in him. He was clearly interested in her, but he wouldn't even show it. Like, she would text him at 9:30 at night and be like, hey, what you up to, honey? And he would say that he wouldn't get back to her until 2 days later, when all he was doing was playing some game on his computer. Or like she had knit him the scarf, and he told her that the wool was too itchy on his skin. Like there were all these signs that she liked him, and he was trying to play it super cool. But I said I was going to sit quietly and listen, so I tried to hold my tongue. as weeks went on, it got harder and harder to just contain what I was thinking. Like, I felt bad for this guy, and I started to really root for him. It was clear he hadn't had a girlfriend for years, and like it was so hard to not say anything when he was in danger of sabotaging the one good thing in his life. So one session, he's going on and on about how his girlfriend wants to move in with him, but she's not the kind of girl he pictured himself ending up with because she wears, I don't know, like overalls, and she doesn't want to listen to him blather on about his video game triumphs of the day, and like all these petty reasons. And it started to grate on me. Like, who the hell does he think he is? Like, he could not do better than her. And so I'm just sitting there, kind of rolling my eyes, and trying not to chime in. And all of a sudden, he kind of props himself up on the couch, and he looks over at me, and just says, "I just want a girl who's a better listener, a little quieter, like you." And I couldn't keep quiet anymore. I just ended up blurting out to him that he should be glad that someone could even stand him enough to even consider the idea of moving in with him. And I said if he keeps rejecting everyone who comes along for stupid, petty reasons, then he's going to die alone.
Wow.
I was so mortified. I was so embarrassed that I lost my cool, and I freaked out at him. And so I just grabbed my bag and I left. I ran out, and I never called him back. He never called me. And I stopped doing the listening sessions. It just, I guess I didn't trust myself to not do that again to someone. But it was weird. Like about, I don't know, 6 months later, after I'd kind of forgotten about it, I picked up another job at my friend's Cindy salon, and I spotted him across the street. He didn't see me, but when I got home that night, I was curious what had become of him. And so I actually Googled him. And one of the first things that came up was his engagement announcement. And it was with that same girl, the one whose picture I saw in the fridge. And they looked pretty happy.
And you feel like that might have had something to do with you because you said something?
I don't know. I mean, listening is hard, and I don't know that I'm really cut out for it, but I don't know, maybe he's a really good listener and actually heard me.
I'm Sarah Trelevin, and for over a year, I've been working on one of the most complex stories I've ever covered.
There was somebody out there who's faking pregnancies.
I started warning everybody. Every doula that I know,
it was fake.
No pregnancy.
And the deeper I dig, the more questions I unearth.
How long has she been doing this?
What does she have to gain from this?
From CBC and the BBC World Service, The Con, Caitlin's Baby.
It's a long story. Settle in.
Available now.
When Ben first heard his dog Ruffles talk, there was something about it that felt inevitable, like everything until that point had been an awkward pause in their conversation. In the beginning, most of what the dog had to say was limited to some variation of, "Are you finished eating that?" It was exciting, but there was no hope of getting Ruffles to speak to any deeper or ontological matters, like, what's it like to be a dog? How is it that you've begun to speak? As the dog was always so hungry. If he could only satiate his appetite, Ben thought, then perhaps they could move on to matters more profound. So Ben began to stuff the dog with food in the hope that once he was full, he'd be able to pick his brains. For weeks, he fed him multiple meals a day, the empty cans of dog food piling up in all corners of the kitchen. When Ruffles was finally ready to move on to a new topic, he weighed close to 200 pounds, which, as he was a dachshund, gave him the look of an overstuffed bratwurst. "How is it," asked Ben as he took Ruffles out for a slow, lumbering walk, "that you've begun to talk?" "Dunno," said Ruffles. "Do dogs believe in God?" asked Ben. And if so, do they think he or she looks like a dog? Dunno. Ruffles didn't seem to know any more about anything than humans did. The days passed with Ben asking his questions and Ruffles responding with indifference. As it turned out, the only things Ruffles seemed to hold strong opinions about were little things, like the proper use of who versus whom and pronunciation, for which he was a stickler. It's pronounced internet, scolded Ruffles, not internet. And it's human beings, not human beings. And what do you dogs think of us, human beings? Ben asked, trying to change the subject and get at something larger. We laugh behind your backs for picking up after us, Ruffles snapped. But we human beings love you so. You also love TV and fast food, Ruffles said dismissively. But our love for dogs is different. Ben knew this was certainly true for himself. He'd raised Ruffles since he was a little pup, no larger than a cocktail weenie. And he was glad to finally be able to express that love and have it comprehended, if not at all, reciprocated. The weeks passed, and it seemed as though Ruffles was never content unless he was contradicting his master. If Ben said it was cold outside, Ruffles said it wasn't cold. It was just turtleneck weather. If Ben said cantaloupe was better than honeydew, Ruffles said honeydew was better than cantaloupe. Ben began to long for simpler days, back when his dog did not speak. In his silence, Ruffles had always seemed to be such an agreeable dog. Were Ben to have imagined him talking back then, it would have not been in the voice of a cranky schoolmaster, but in the pleasant, drawling voice of, say, Owen Wilson. Engaging with a talking, contradictory dog for weeks on end would take an adverse toll on a person, and unsurprisingly, Ben began to feel his grip on reality loosen. He tried to be the master, tried to assert his natural dominance, but it wasn't long before Ruffles, who had begun insisting he be called Reginald, started to take control. He undermined Ben at the dog park, made rude remarks about his hygiene in front of his friends, and sent him off to bed each night, whispering invalidating vocalizations into his ear as he drifted off to sleep. Eventually, Ben decided to head off for an open-ended stay at a country sanitarium where he could be in nature, to spend time with flowers, trees, and animals that were silent. Be a good boy while I'm away, Ben said uncertainly as he shuffled out the door. Do not patronize me, sneered Ruffles. With the place all to himself, Ruffles was glad to get back to what he cared about most, eating, not talking. It was while standing in the kitchen about to fix himself a snack, as he stood staring at the cupboards, that a realization slowly began to take hold. Opening his mouth, Ruffles very quietly muttered, "To whom will I turn for help in opening these bloody cans of dog food?" $2.99 for a can of peas. What is the world coming to? Where's the prunes? Used to be in the canned section. Maybe they're keeping it in the fruits.
Monday. There's a cleanup in aisle 4. Cleanup in aisle 4.
What the?
A jar of pickles has fallen to the ground. Or did it jump?
Is that
We will never know.
Howard?
The sour juice spills out onto the tiles like lifeblood seeping from a wounded hero.
Hell!
Salt forever in his wounds, getting itself into quite the pickle. soy with pickles, but
Where's that coming from?
is it just a glorified cucumber? And what's with the kosher pickle? What makes it kosher?
Howard,
The rabbi eat it?
what are you doing?
Hey, John. Hey, I didn't know you shopped here.
What's going on? You can't just hijack a grocery store PA system like that. You're gonna get kicked out.
I'm not getting kicked out, John. I work here. Okay, this is my radio show.
What do you mean radio show?
This time you're walking into my studio.
You are aware you're in a grocery store
I'm aware where I am.
behind a butcher counter.
This is live on the scene broadcasting, John. You wouldn't know anything about this. If you excuse me, I'm on air. And now for a little request from Kathy in the fish aisle. She'd like to hear easy listening track number 6. Kathy, here you go. From me to you.
So what? They just let anyone come in here and talk on this thing all day long?
They pay me to talk on this thing all day long, John.
Who in the world would pay you to blather into a PA system in a grocery store?
My friend Nick, the delivery guy, this is his cousin's supermarket.
Oh,
They hired me to do all their in-store announcements. But, I thought, why waste everyone's time with the same old spill in aisle 3, value to checkout counter, blah, 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 when I can take it to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
So the show is called Shopping with Hal.
Shopping with Hal.
Shopping with Hal, and it's on from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday to Friday, basically the opening hours of the store, and it's quite the hit.
Howard, no one's listening to you.
They are listening.
They're going about their business. They're shopping.
I'll have you know, John, I have fans, okay?
Oh,
I have
really?
fans, and they're way more dedicated than your fans.
Oh, are they?
Yeah. See that woman? See that woman there behind the mound of bananas over there? She's been gently squeezing that cantaloupe for an hour and a half. You know why? Because she's enjoying my show.
Oh, I see.
It's engrossing, and people never want to leave.
Oh, and what's with the bloody apron?
This is my uniform. This is my broadcaster's uniform.
That's a
Okay.
broadcaster's uniform.
Yes, it is.
Are you
Yes,
working
it is.
here as a butcher's assistant?
That's part of the job, but that is not the full job.
Because you see, at the CBC, they don't actually make us host our radio shows while slicing kielbasa.
All right, but let's say you're in the middle of recording, you want to make a sandwich. Can you get access to a sandwich like that? No, you cannot.
Howard, I don't even know where to start with it.
And welcome back to Shopping with Hal. Just want to let you know that there's a special on Mania today, shoppers. Just ignore that expiry date. Don't let Big Mayo tell you what you can and cannot eat. And you know what else is special? Turning 65. That's right. It's Mr. Stefano's birthday today. One of our most loyal customers. Mr. Stefano, and don't forget a slice for me.
Okay, well, I'm going, Howard. I'll let you get back to your little radio show. Okay, I'm gonna finish my shopping.
Wait. Actually, it's actually kind of cool that you're here. Would you want to do a cameo?
A cameo on the grocery PA system.
Oh, you listen to the tone. It kills you. It kills you to be a second banana, doesn't it? You can't put your ego aside for 1 minute. I'm sure everyone would get a real kick out of hearing your voice.
Why is that?
They probably know you from my show.
How do they know me from your show?
Well, you're always talking about me on your show, so I talk about you sometimes on my show, and so they're familiar with you. They know you.
What do you tell them, Howard?
I tell them about my friend John, and he's got a bit of a drinking problem. He's always getting up to these zany antics. And
what antics?
Like misplacing your grandmother's ashes or losing your passport over and over again.
Meaning you flushing my passport down the toilet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest in the studio today, Jonathan Goldstein.
Howard, no, you don't.
You know him from his rambling monologues on a competitor station, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation.
Howard, I
And
don't.
from the recording of his poetry reading and his high school talent show that I played on the show last week.
What?
Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Jonathan Goldstein.
Howard, I'm not doing this.
Folks, isn't that cute? He's a little shy. Almost as shy as the time he peed his pants in front of the whole school in grade 9.
Folks, that never happened. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Let go of the microphone.
Howard, get off.
Just let go of the mic. I'm controlling the mic. You just speak. Let go.
Howard,
Let mic.
stop this.
Mic. It's not a show. Gentlemen, by the way, just mentioned John Goldstein gave the cash $5 off any bottle of Burger vodka. Security too much counter. Security too much counter. Security too much
On Wiretap today, you heard Gregor Ehrlich, Jennifer Brandel, and Howard Chakwitz. Wiretap is produced by Mira Burt-Wintonic, Crystal Duhane, and me, Jonathan Goldstein.
For more CBC podcasts, go to cbc.ca/podcasts.
We have added a second show in Nashville, baby, on May 3rd. It's an early show, 4 p.m. at the Bridgestone Arena. And I can't even believe that. And thank you guys so much for all the love and support, and honored to be performed in here in Nashville.
God damn,
We
I
also
cannot
have
wait for you guys
tickets
to be
from
gone.
planning for East Lansing, Michigan, Victoria, BC in the Canada, College Station, Texas, Union, Belton, Texas, Oxford, Mississippi, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Winnipeg, in the Canada, and Calgary in the Canada. Get all your tickets at theovon.com/TOUR. Today's guest is a financial advisor for Generations Z and Millennials. He's a YouTuber, he's a businessman, and he's based in Austin, Texas, which is where we're taping today. You may have seen his popular show, Financial Audit, where he takes people to task over their spending habits. I had a great time learning about him and his world. Today's guest is Caleb Hammer. Caleb Hammer, man, thanks for catching up, dude.
Yeah, what's up, buddy? Nice to meet you.
Not much, yeah. Nice to meet you too, man. Hammer, Caleb Hammer. That's a good name.
Yeah, it's powerful.
It is. Is that Russian? Hammer?
I think I'm British and native.
Oh, yeah?
So a little conquering, of the United States a little.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so no matter what side of the bed you wake up on, you're going to draw a weapon, probably.
That's right, yeah.
That's wild. Native American?
Yeah, like 25%.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. That's a good amount.
Yeah. Not too heavy, but
yeah. But
chilling. Enough to feel a little tan.
Oh, yeah.
A little minority.
Yeah. Oh, enough too to fucking know how to make a good fry bread too, I bet.
Yeah.
I noticed that. So you're kind of this financial guy, or financial liaison even, to like Gen Z or millennials. I mean, it could be anyone, but I feel like that's kind of like, it seems to me like that's kind of like the world that you work with.
Yeah, that's who got attached to it. We age range in that like 18 to 35. That's our big group.
Okay.
That's where our metrics are right now.
And you're helping people with their finances. Like, what kind of qualified you to become sort of this person who's offering suggestions to others?
Yeah, I mean, since the stuff I talk about is so basic, I was a dumbass enough, like back in the day, to overcome all that debt, get control of my spending, learning how to budget, get kind of obsessed with the personal finance space, build a pretty successful net worth before I started YouTube, and just sitting down and talking to the people in the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
Since I was there, felt like those are the people I could talk to. Not talking to the Theo Vons, not helping you with your investments, but we're talking about the lady who has tens of thousands of dollars of credit card debt, some car she can't afford, and getting repoed left and right.
Right, yeah. I mean, I feel like you kind of have this like Jerry Springer meets finances kind of energy, which is, it's awesome.
We call it Caleb Springer. That's
really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, man. Yeah, it's super fascinating. But like, so what was your financial problem? Just so I know, like, where did you start where you're like, oh, okay, I'm in a bad spot?
College I was so dumb in college, man. Just starting to go into it. I was going into a major that wasn't going to make any money. I wanted to go into music. And of course, if you're going to go into music, you have to have like a $50,000 computer or whatever. It's some nice, beautiful iMac. So max out a credit card with that. Got to have an electric piano. You got to be cool. You got to be like the other music majors. Max out a credit card with that. Why cook when you're tired from school? Go to McDonald's every day. And that's before I was even a fat fuck. Like, I was able to consume those and still be skinny, but max out a credit card with that. Got to get around. So I maxed out. I got like a $11,000 car loan, but I couldn't afford the down payment. Of course, I didn't know anything about money, so I borrowed like $5,000 from the grandparents just to get a down payment on a car. It's the same stuff we're seeing on the show.
So you were in a bad spot.
Bad spot. Private student loans too, man. It was rough.
And had you been getting advice from anybody, or you were just?
No, this was generational. My parents, even though they are better now, I'll give them credit there. We grew up definitely lower middle class foreclosure notices, that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And at that point, when the people who would teach you about that kind of stuff, because our school system really doesn't, at least in Michigan, and I don't think Texas either. At that point, you rely on them to teach you. He didn't know anything, so I was just continuing that cycle. It's every time you see people coming from a lower middle class background or a poverty background, it's just that endless cycle because you can't learn from anywhere. You have to get that drive somehow.
Right. That's a great point. Yeah, I was always kind of amazed that they didn't teach us in school. Like if you didn't have a strategy, like they would have people come for, like parents would come or people with like people in our community that had jobs would come and talk to us, but they never had like people that had really fucked up. You know, they never had like a crack addict come and talk to the class for 20 minutes and be like, this is how this happened, right? Or they never had anybody that was selling leg or selling cooter or whatever on the street tell you know, like, hey, this is how things fell apart. Like they never had that other side of somebody who was like in a second bankruptcy or somebody who'd been abused in a marriage. You know, it's like you never really got, you always just got the like, I'm a fireman, you know, and, like, and the kids would be like, awesome, you know, and the guy would let you play with his axe or whatever. It's like, but you never got like the other side of it. It's kind of crazy that they don't have that just in like kind of elementary education, you know.
Dude, it's crazy. I think it's like a 1 week subject in the class where they also spent like 2 weeks showing you birthing videos.
Yeah.
You know, this is something that passes over real quick.
Okay, so you were bad off.
Real bad.
And how did you get unbad off?
I just started becoming obsessed with, well, I was always interested in the world of real estate. So like HGTV, I ate that shit up. I don't know why. This is that weird kid who loved HGTV.
Yeah.
So, you know, all the different home shows. I was interested in real estate. And that's kind of just a decent connection and segue over to personal finances. So eventually, once I started realizing, can't afford rent, I started just Googling some things and I found some other creators, some other podcasts, like Bigger Pockets podcast is really good. I think I started
Bigger Pockets, it's called?
Yeah, it's really good. Those in real estate. Do you know Graham Stephan, the finance YouTuber?
Let's see a picture of him.
Yeah, little short dude.
Graham Stephan. Nope, I don't know him.
He's one of the OG finance YouTubers, and I think I started watching him when he was up and coming. I was like, wow, I can't believe how absolutely stupid I am with finances. I didn't even know there was this other world. And then to accomplish the things I dream of accomplishing, it's going to take actually marking the goals I want to get to and the different steps that are required to get there. And that's where I started to actually focus on building the income, not just the hobby stuff. You know, I was doing music composition and, you know, I was making like $30,000 a year off of that in college and dropped out of college. But from there, I just knew I had to go get stronger income, actually build myself a budget. And that's when I started, you know, looking to move in different areas. And I got a connection down in Austin. And that's when, like, I actually started putting the focus in pointing my money in the right direction, building a budget for the first time. And it's been good since then.
Yeah. Okay, so you started to put your money back together. Like you started, I mean, did you pay off some of those things? Did you get rid of the car? You said you dropped out of school. So
yeah,
I'm assuming that you just realized it wasn't for you, or.
Okay, it's going to sound like the most arrogant, cunty thing ever. And but like, I was actually making more on my music compositions than my own professors did on their own compositions. So I was like, why am I spending more money to go in school?
Okay,
so that's when I dropped out.
Okay, you already felt you kind of been able to learn what they were going to teach you over a course of a long time.
Kind of. I mean, I like the lessons and stuff, but then I still had to go to all these other classes that don't matter, and I had to spend money on that.
Right.
Or at least things that were going for the degree. But at that point, I still knew nothing about personal finances.
Mm-hmm.
Once I moved to Austin, I wanted to get a job that focused on me being my own business eventually. That's what I was doing with music composition. And one of the best jobs that just like you and I could go get today if we wanted to, where your own business is sales.
Okay.
You know, you are your business. You're out there building the client base. And that's what I ended up doing. And with that, I reached the top of the sales team immediately.
Selling.
Selling, it was trading education, you know, like stock trading and some memberships and stuff like that.
Okay, so no, I'm not familiar with.
Okay, like stock market.
Okay, so you became an investor?
No, I was selling classes that taught people how to become day traders and stuff.
Okay, so day trading courses.
Really bad products, I'll be honest. But
really,
you know, I just had to, you know, I was taking the job that would hire.
Okay, so the actual product wasn't a good product, or it just you thought it was?
It was fine. Just people shouldn't be day traders. That's the thing.
Oh, I see.
It's like 90% lose money. It's not that the people that were teaching it were bad or the education itself was bad. It's just like that's probably too risky for your average person to get into.
So it's just a risky thing to get into.
Risky to get into, but luckily the people I was selling to, they were with people with too much money, too much time.
Oh, they were?
Yeah, it wasn't like
You were selling to children or whatever.
No.
Okay.
Especially since I think you have to be 18 to open a brokerage account, or at least to open those kind of accounts, if I'm not mistaken. But actually being able to build that like personal business, personal brands, and getting to the top of the sales team, eventually getting to the place, bringing in 6 figures.
Wow.
Grinding for a couple years, I focused on paying off my grandparents first because it was family debt. It's a little emotional. That's probably not what I would necessarily suggest today to people that I'm talking to, but that's what felt right in that moment. And then the credit
Is
cards.
what paying off your grandparents? You mean?
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, because you have to see them. You still have to answer their calls, and you have to hear the timbre in your grandmother's voice, knowing that they're concerned about their future because they're missing a little bit of their nest egg.
Exactly. And they were nice enough to give me that money in a hard time. I got to be nice enough to prioritize paying it back.
Right.
And then the 30% credit cards I had from there, about $10,000 total in credit card debt.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sally Mae, you know that bitch?
Oh yeah, the loan specialist.
Yeah. No, she's not great. So I had some like 12% interest, private student loan debt, maybe 15%. It just kept ballooning, so I focused on paying that off after that.
But those are private ones, right? So there's ones you get from the state that are lower percentage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep, I had federal backed student loans. I still do because
Right.
I'm not going to pay them off because they're only 4%. No, actually, mine are like 3%, so I'd rather invest instead.
Right.
So I'm just doing my minimum monthlies there.
Mhm.
But so because Sally and her 15% were just so crappy, I focused on paying those off next. And then eventually my car debt as well, because that was also like 11% for a Nissan Altima 2013. I don't know if you're a Nissan Altima girly, but their transmissions, they all die immediately.
Yeah.
So it was like 60,000 miles and the transmission was dying.
Yeah.
So, and I already owed debt on it.
Oh yeah, Altima definitely. A lot of Latinos would drive them, I know, and then my ex-girlfriend drove one.
Oh.
Okay, so you started to get out of debt. You got some money going. You found out that you realized maybe the direction you were going into school wasn't for you. It sounded like you started to make some kind of like severe choices, right?
Yeah, big life choices. Moving across the country, packing up the sedan. Going from Michigan to Texas. I guess it's not across the country, but it was a big move for me.
Mm-hmm.
And focus on paying off the debt. And that's once I got my emergency fund, which is what we prioritize after paying off my interest debt. That's where I was like, I can finally start accomplishing the dreams I wanted to. And I was putting 10% down on a house here in Austin.
Oh wow!
And that was my big goal.
And were you still doing sales at that point?
Yes. I was still doing sales, and I started moving in the world of like product management in the tech world. But
like, what does that mean?
So it was kind of like fake product manager. I'll be honest, for all those that know product management out there. But I was like overseeing memberships at that company that I was talking about and trying to improve their products. And I was just kind of overseeing that, working with different teams. But
okay,
I was transitioning to that world because again, I just like I like running some things. That's why I like building out the company that we have now and having management of the products and just making a better experience for the clients.
Okay. And is the product you sell now to people, is that a more helpful product you think than the first one, the other?
Oh, absolutely.
The day trading stuff?
Yeah, because what we're doing now, like our simpler budget app, like that is an app that people can use and actually follow a budget, hit the goals that they're trying to do. It's things that actually help people instead of like, hey, there's a 10% chance you might be successful in this field. Good luck.
Right.
That was kind of the product back then. But yeah, so people can actually, finally take control over their destiny.
Okay. What is, you talk a lot, okay, so I feel like I have a decent understanding now of how you kind of got to where you are, right? Like a lot of it sounds like you're like, okay, college isn't for me, I need to change that. These are the high interest things that I need to get a job or find a field. You found sales, it's working well for me. So, and then I need to find out the higher interest things, I need to get out of those first. The lower interest things I can keep, because if I can invest at a slightly higher interest rate, then I'm going to be hypothetically or hopefully paying those off over time, assuming I can make more than the 3 or 4%.
Exactly.
Okay, so now you have a YouTube channel where you kind of talk, it seems like, to a lot of like Gen Z. Is that kind of safe to say, Gen Z millennials?
Gen Z millennial.
Okay. What is the number one thing that they are going into debt over now?
In America, cars, man. Cars. Everything's drivable infrastructure here, so you have no choice but to get a car. You need a car to get a job to pay for the car.
Right, they kind of locked us into that, huh?
Yeah.
What's that? Is there a theory that they did that on purpose? That a lot of that's done on purpose? You think that we had, that they created like this car economy. Can you look up, just see what you find on that?
Well, I know in the 1950s, right? That's where they start passing like the highway infrastructure bill, and that it's a lot of it for intercontinental connection, especially for military safety, being able to move things back and forth across cities. But with that, they came into the cities like Dallas and Houston and LA, and they bulldozed massive communities and just built highways throughout. Then you had white flight from the cities to the suburbs, and then in order to get to the city where the jobs are, I drive on the highway, and it's a cycle from there.
Yeah, I think you pretty much just answered it. That's what it seems like a lot of that is. It was like, yeah, people wanted to also live in the suburbs. They didn't want to be in the place, maybe right, around a bunch of buildings stuff. You want to have a yard. You want to have a little bit more space.
And cities went to shit after that too. It really did.
Yeah.
Whether it's funding or just the job opportunities, like they went to shit. Like New York in the 80s was a shithole, right? So that's, yeah.
Yeah, and then I think you have a lot of people, like if people want to have a yard and want to have an environment they take care of, then they kind of, if they take that energy out of the city, then that's not in the city anymore.
People want to live in the city now, though. People are giving up their car, and in my age range, in the audience's age range, they want to live in those more walkable communities. I'm moving to a walkable community. I love to not have to drive.
It's a nightmare. Yeah, kind of like my parents. It was the thing where they wanted to drive into work and drive home. That was part of like the commute. It was almost part of their lifestyle.
Yeah.
I think that was like a big part of the lifestyle then. Let me see. Commuting, as we know it today, with people regularly traveling significant distance between home and work, became prominent during the mid-19th century, primarily due to the Industrial Revolution, which led to large population shifts towards urban areas and the development of suburban communities accessible by newly established rail systems, allowing people to live further from their workplace and commute into work regularly. The term commute itself originates from this era of early rail travel, where people paid a commuted fare for regular travel to the city. Oh wow! So I guess if you were like a person that came every day for their job into like, rural New York into New York City, then you paid a commuted fare.
Yeah, and I'm honestly not against like the driving if you want to or living with more space. I'm not against that at all. Like I actually like that. The community I'm moving to is kind of like that. It's a hybrid, but what I don't like, dude, I don't know how much you know about zoning in the U.S., but it's crazy. We're supposed to be like this capitalist bastion of freedom, but we don't let anyone build what they want on their property. So you live in a neighborhood, and in order to get a coffee, you have to drive 10 minutes because no one can build a coffee shop in the neighborhood.
Right.
Because we tell people what they have to build instead of letting the people determine the market and the market determining what gets built in places. That's what I want to see, a more freedom-esque living situation where people can build their communities.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But then I guess, what if you have a place you finally call home, you love it, and then somebody next door builds like a neon light shop or something?
Yeah,
and they're just huge, and they're put billboards up in their yard, like that kind of thing. I feel like would lead to war.
Yeah, that's more like HOA, So like I'm okay with like small communities coming together and deciding what's good for their community, but a whole state or a city saying, no, you're 40 minutes from City Hall. You can't build a bakery there.
Right.
Sorry, a highway has to go there.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I guess sometimes you don't know what a city's overall strategies are, too. It's like sometimes just as a regular citizen, even though you may think that we do, maybe we wouldn't know sometimes what their overall strategies are.
There's this crazy concept where Austin, we built housing. We just allowed developers and capitalism to take place. So we built housing. Guess what's been the largest rent decrease in the nation? Austin. Who would have thought?
The largest rent decrease? Why? Because of extra housing.
Yeah, we built so much housing.
Yeah.
Because we just let capitalism happen.
But so you're saying that's the bad side of it?
Well, it sucks for people, I guess, property values or landlords, but
it's also a blessing for people that can live.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, well, one of the worst things that happens in a lot of places is the artists and stuff are the first to have to leave an area because they're the ones who can't afford to live there anymore. I think that happens in a lot of cities where, rent prices start to go up, and then the guy who's like just doing his best to make ends meet, who plays a saxophone or, who runs an art studio, they can't afford to keep their, they're kind of the first to go a lot of times.
Yeah, gentrification's weird because, like, honestly, you kind of go in there, you do get better restaurants, you get better amenities, things do become nicer and safer, but then there is, like, that dude who gets pushed out. So there's positive, gentrification's a bad word, kind of a swear word, Because
what is gentrification? You mean it means white people moving in and moving people out?
I think it's more just money and development. but people
Okay,
do
so-
associate it with that. And like,
so gentrification is the process whereby characters of a poor urban
Ah,
area
dear
are
Godzilla,
influenced by
thanks for
wealthy
having me find one more
moving in
top
and
ramen
improving housing and
packet.
attracting new
I did say I was
businesses,
never going to eat
typically
top ramen again
displacing
because the
current
last two I've
inhabitants of the
attempted
process.
to eat,
Right, so they're kind of you
my
lose a lot
body
of
just like
culture
completely
Yeah.
rejected.
because you
well, you
It went from
develop new
tasting like
culture too,
ramen
but you lose like the old.
to after a
culture.
month of being forced
That's
to eat
where I
it
want more
because of the
access
North
to like
Everett
home
precinct
ownership.
of
Because if
stoppers
someone owns a home in that area and
from November
gentrification
23rd
happens,
to
now they
December
can make a lot of
23rd.
money. So I want the people who
Me
are already
literally
there
feeling
to
like
have
I was going
access
to
to be
vomit
able
when
to
I
get
took a bite
into
of
the
it,
home
so
and
we'll
buy
see
it. It's the renters
this
that
might
get
be
pushed out.
another
Yeah.
one of those
Exactly.
one
You'd
bite.
be the one that gets pushed out. That sucks.
Yeah, you lose a lot of authenticity there
Yeah,
too. You
absolutely.
lose people who know the lore of the neighborhood,
Mm-hmm.
And then everything just starts to be a Panera Bread too. It
Yes.
really starts to suck.
Chain. Yeah, they chain
That's
it
one
up.
thing that starts to happen in a lot of places is you just run a lot of the same, and a lot of
This
cities
one
start to look
works.
the same.
I want hard
Yes.
on the black pepper.
And then you don't have any. There's no reason to even go to another
Is it
city. You're like,
good?
why do I want to
No.
go there if it's just going to be another
No, it's
restaurant that's just next door to me? It's the
Yeah,
same.
I think they're called like 5x1s. Like all the buildings that you see everywhere, where they're like 5-story apartment complexes with the same chains on every floor. It's the cheapest to build. That's usually what the city messes it up by only zoning for that because.
Ramen kept the Japanese from starving to death. If you don't know, now you know.
Risers.
And in horror. And in horror.
I just can't do it. My body is like, no. Do not eat the ramen.
Anybody home?
Yeah.
Lady, I'm not real bad. You think you could help me out?
Oh, you poor thing. I wish I could let you in, but I'm all alone.
Oh, that's all right. I understand. I wouldn't want my own mother to open the door middle of the night. That's all right. I understand. I just.
Young man, I say. Young man?
Oh, Lydia.
Well, look at you.
You know what, Angel Lady? You're a saint. You gotta help me.
What is it, son?
They're after me. They're gonna hurt me. There's this little girl, but her daddy don't understand. And now them dogs, they're gonna tear my ass up.
Well, why don't you tell the sheriff? I'm sure that he's helped you.
That's the problem, Mr. Sham's daughter.
Oh, is that all? It's romance for a crime.
Oh, stop. My little thing, she's so pretty, but her daddy, he thinks I'm top born, no good. He says she's too young for me, but I don't mind.
I think a nice-looking young man like yourself will be hanged 30 times over by now.
Hello, you open up in there now.
Don't worry. I'll protect you.
Hey, you in the house? This is the law. You open up. Hear me?
I'll just tell him you're my husband.
How about just not letting him in?
All right, check around back there, Harvey. He trying to get the way you shoot him. You hear me?
Yes?
Hello, ma'am. We're chasing a young man down around here. He's got a tattoo of a die on his neck right about here. Have you seen him?
Tattoo of what?
He's got a tattoo of a die. Someone come away with it. Have you seen the guy?
No, I don't think so. Why?
He's a killer, ma'am. Preys on old people like yourself. Earlier today, he beat up and robbed old Chappie Hardy down at the Circle K. A little while ago, Chappie died.
Oh, dear.
His name's Clyde Boudreaux. Now, he talks a good line and he looks almost normal. But the simple fact is, he's a monster.
Well, I assure you, Sheriff, I have not seen anybody that fits that description.
Okay, well, you lock it up tight. Don't open it up to nobody now, you hear me?
Yes, sir. Wouldn't want them arresting the wrong man now, would we? Let's have a look at your forehead. Nice to see another forehead other than mine.
Dude, look out, man.
I always
He's
say
gonna
it takes
misery
a
your
brave
ass,
man to
dude.
fight for something he loves. Brave or crazy. My late husband, Holland Charbonnet?
Lady, do I look like someone who gives a goddamn about your dead husband? I don't think so. Now, where's your car keys?
And what, dear?
The keys to your car. You got a car, don't you? Your car.
Oh, those things. I never put much stock in them. I always said the good Lord invented the fly. He'd have given us wings.
Where's your phone?
Pardon?
Your phone. God damn. No phone, no car. How come you ain't dead, lady?
Well, that nice young man Thomas Brobridge looked after me.
He does. He comes here.
Who?
Tommy.
Tommy? He passed on ages ago.
Crazy old poodoo.
Heavens, where are my manners? Would you like a drink? A brandy, perhaps? Oh, that does sound nice. I think I'll join you. I know Lady shouldn't, but for some reason you make me feel young and reckless tonight.
I'll make you feel. You're disgusting.
Now put that down, please, Clyde. I know you're desperate. I know you're not really a killer, despite what happened to that poor Mr. Hardy down by the Circle K. Now, I don't think I have to point out I wasn't born yesterday. It's dark and you're lost. And if you leave right now, you might bump into your good friend, the sheriff. Am I right so far, dear? I usually am. There's nothing to be done about it. You'll just have to stay the night. Now, you won't do something rash now, will you? You need me fit and healthy to show you the way out in the morning. You know, Clyde, everybody gets old. That's just the way it is.
Now, me, I put it in my brain before I get old and useless like you.
All right, dear. Now, call me old-fashioned. But I'd appreciate it if you just stay downstairs. Young buck like you wouldn't want your visit to be misunderstood. Good night.
This is worse than Morgan City. To win, you gotta be strong.
Hello?
I knew that old bat didn't leave you alone. Yeah, who that? Were you the old woman, great-granddaughter or something?
Something like that. I trust you have everything you need down there.
Not yet. Well, now I know where to find it. What do you call you, darling?
Lillian Charbonnet. Call me Lily.
Okay, Lily.
Not such a good idea.
Why not? Oh, you afraid we're gonna wake up the old mummy?
It's not that. This house has rules.
Okay, well then you come on down here.
Well, I don't know. It's late.
Come on, Chef. I just want to get a closer look at you.
You promise you won't bite?
Well, nope. Come to daddy.
You devil dog. Why don't you mix us up a couple of highballs? And I'll be right down.
Yeah, you're right.
Dude, maybe she's Baba Yaga and the house has feet and it's gonna be walking around the forest. I don't remember this episode of Tales from the Crypt. Unit 207 is so quiet that now I'm like, oh, maybe they're involved in a full fraudulent trial. This is like the third day this week.
Risky.
They're during court business hours.
Come on, darling, give me some.
It's real quiet.
God! What? Gee. I'm sorry. I didn't want to frighten
You
you.
guys having a whole fraudulent trial to further divert government money
Where'd she go?
today?
Where did they?
Add some more charges to
Give me
women
the same as
about
you.
to be unsealed indictments, guys. Remember, they were averaging 35 plus pages back in August. Fraudulent trial for the children you kidnapped. After 11 months of premeditating it and you reporting it.
There's something I should tell you about, Henry.
Why she dressed like that?
I mean, that's speculation, but why would we have 3 business days in a row where they're real quiet during court hours? Eh?
Simple thing. Who this old fat? Her husband. He was so dashing in his uniform.
I'd like to offer a toast. Most beautiful bride a man ever had.
Remember, those going to prison for the longest are sticking to the claim that anything they did was reactive.
It's going off the same road.
And remember, there is no legal basis for any of your criminal actions other than your conspiracy charges.
No one to tell her she was pretty.
And looming child abuse convictions, etc.
Is anyone there? Pardon me, pretty lady. I'm sorry to be bothering you. I seem to have lost my way.
Oh my goodness, are you hurt? You look famished.
He was hungry.
Well, please do come in. Come in.
He was beautiful. That morning, her husband came home without warning. He found them together in bed.
Get out of
He took the young man by the throat and started to drag him down the stairs.
Please, I didn't know.
No, honey, no.
Get off me.
Please don't stop.
He would have killed him. I hadn't remembered the pistol in my dresser drawer.
Honey, stop.
Blood everywhere.
No young man will ever climb these stairs to your bed again.
He was dying and he cursed me. No young man will ever climb these stairs to your bed again. Nor will you descend these stairs in a shape that pleases men.
Hey, how you do that? With me, right?
That's right, with me. See for yourself. No young man will ever climb these stairs to your bed again. You see, my darling, it works both ways. That's the curse. Downstairs. I'm too old. You're too young. Upstairs. I'm too young. And you're too old. Much better. But Harlan forgot something. He forgot that people can make love on the stairs.
So are we like immortal?
Something like that. I thought I was going to spend eternity alone. But now you're mine. Right here. On this step. Forever.
Where's the back door?
No, Clyde. Upstairs.
This place got a fire escape.
So handsome and so dumb.
What?
Upstairs, Clyde. Nobody's looking for an old man.
Upstairs.
Yeah. I'm coming, Sheriff. Are you all right? Good boy.
We ain't got all day, ma'am.
Yes?
I'm sorry to bother you again, ma'am, but do you suppose I could come inside?
Well, I'm sorry, Sheriff. Well, you're the one who told me not to let anybody in.
Oh, this is serious now. The dog keeps circling around coming back to this house. Now, we seem to think that, hey, heel boy, easy now. We're thinking that maybe he broke into the house and you're not aware of it, ma'am.
Broke in here?
Yeah, broke in here.
Sweet Lord.
Hey, settle down now, Gator. Heel. Are you alone here in the house, ma'am?
There's nobody else here but me and my man upstairs.
I would dearly like to look around if you don't mind. Chill out, Gator. Settle down. Give it a break. Easy now.
Well, honestly, Sheriff, I'm fine. Well, fine, my husband and I. He hasn't been well.
Yeah, well, that Clyde been grown now. He's a wily cuss. He could have got in this house, stuck by you when you were sitting in your bunk. You got to excuse the Gator, man. He's a real pro. Got a sixth sense about things like these. Okay, boy, go on. Step him out. Well, go on. Gator, what's wrong with you? Go! What are you stopping? I am terribly sorry, ma'am. I guess my dog got confused.
Quite all right, officer. Thanks for stopping by. I'll be sure to get my door locked just like you said. We did it, Clyde. Stay calm. Clyde?
You are so charming.
Clyde?
You just came over here to get pet.
I put a bullet in my brain before I get old and useless like you. Go back.
Poor Clyde. I guess that's one 12-step program he could have done without. Still, you'll be happy to know, kiddies, that our story has a happy ending. Clyde did manage, after a couple of years, to crawl a little way down the stairs, where he waited for Lily while she grew some. You know what they say, age before booty. My next poem features a rhyming scream I think you'll find interesting.
Hey, why don't you sit down?
Excuse me, folks. Now that's beat poetry. Oh, hello, kiddies. You're just in time for your driving lesson. Today, we'll be learning about parallel parking, and the right way to look behind when hacking up. But first, I thought we'd go over a few common hand signals. This, of course, means you're turning right. And this means you're turning left. And this means... Slow down, it's time to watch Tales from the Crypt. Tonight's moving violation concerns a disc jockey who's so cutting edge, he may lose his chap. I call it In the Groove.
Baby, you are so hot. You're on fire, you're steam.
That's like me talking to you, my little kitty.
Only two kinds of girls wear red shoes, and you ain't no Spanish dancer. You know what you're doing to me. Now I think
You are the cutest thing I'm allergic to, Hunter, and I cannot resist them every day. I'm picking you up another like this all over you. And it's not good for my
cheated all the time, don't you?
Well,
Sometimes.
I got hives on my cheek earlier this evening. But you're irresistible.
Sometimes.
Look at you.
Yeah, right. Why don't you stand up? I want you out of that skirt, you nasty little girl. God, you look so good in that G-string.
I don't wear G-strings.
Okay. What kind of panties do you wear?
You know, regular ones.
Fine, whatever.
I don't think I want to do this anymore.
Fine. Maybe one of our listeners has a fantasy that's more to your liking. So, okay out there, Lancaster. The lovely Carla's waiting to hear from you. Let's go to the phones. Number here is 555-1234. What? What? Did somebody drop a bomb on you people? Hello, Lancaster? Are you out there? Come in. Or maybe you bumpkins just haven't figured out how to use a telephone yet. Screw all of you. This has been another fun-filled excursion on Gary's Drive Time Desires, the show that gets you up in the morning. All right, I'm out of here. Enough fun for today. Hank Bodine is up next. Hey, there's a good time. It's for nothing, sweetheart. That was even more boring than sex with my ex. Come on, let's go.
Does this mean it's over?
That's over. Just get the hell out of here and don't listen to my radio show anymore.
I never listen to your radio show. Where's my $10, buddy?
Get out of here before I call security.
Oh, hey, listen, you're the one that asked me to be
Get out of here, you
Oh, you are such a geek. You're a geek.
Special.
You know what? I'm going to get my $10.
Don't come back. Jesus, you believe that chick?
Security. Like you need it.
Oh, boys, pal, what'd you get last quarter?
30 share. What'd you get, mom's boy?
Not a 30 share. Oh, not even a 0.30 share.
I want him fired.
You're the one I wish I could fire. I just got off the phone with the only sponsor you have left.
Hendrick's Auto Body walked.
Hendrick's Auto Body ran. I'm moving Hank to drive time, shifting you to graveyard.
What? You can't shift me to graveyard.
Hey, listen, every second you're on the air, this station loses money. And if your ratings don't improve in your first week, I am cutting you down to half an hour.
You have the authority to do that.
It's all in the will.
No, Mom left us the station 50-50. I can do whatever the hell I want.
Read the fine print. I make the corporate decisions, not you. You're almost stupid.
God, that woman were alive. Kill her!
Show some respect. By the way, you won't be alone in your new time slot. I've decided to partner you with someone.
What?
She's a fan of yours. If you can believe that. Been bugging me for months.
I don't want a partner.
It's not a question of want. Gary, this is Valerie Cordoza. Valerie, meet Gary Grover. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I have been a fan of yours since your Pittsburgh days. I went to college there.
I'm warning you, don't do this.
Gary, your material sucks. I think you should listen to some of Miss Cordoza's ideas. I wouldn't be here if I didn't think I could help, Gary. I think what you're doing is great. The problem is the audience hasn't figured you out yet. All you need is more time and maybe a little help with some. Just give me a try. If it doesn't work, I'll walk away.
Walk away now.
I'm not your enemy, Gary. I'm not your sister.
So, for that really big, huge, monstrous-sized headache, use new noggin relief. You won't feel a thing. Really.
This is KWMG Lancaster. Welcome to Grover's Graveyard, the show that gets you up from 6 feet under.
Oh, baby. You are so hot. I'm going to take your shoe off now. Is that okay? Can I do that? Yeah. Now I think the stocking. Yes, baby, you have the most beautiful legs I've ever seen, but I bet you hear that a lot, don't you?
Gary,
Yeah?
you don't have to take my other stocking off because it's already off.
What are you?
In fact, all I have on is this white silk see-through dress. Can't you see the shape of my body through it? I don't like underwear, Gary. I find it too constricting. I like to feel the nice, soft breeze hum over every part of me. Let me take my dress off so you can look at me. Do you like what you see?
Yeah.
Let me feel what I do to you, Gary. Oh my. Did I do that? Oh, buddy. Oh, Gary, you animal. In the studio. I've never even done it like this before. Oh, Gary. I just can't resist you. Oh, take me, Gary.
I'll take your calls right after this message.
Yes, I can take it. Give me everything you've got. How was that?
Honey, I'm back.
Yes!
Did you? You know?
No. Did you?
No. That's right, Lancaster. It's Bizarre Sex Act Thursday. I don't know about you, but things here in the studio are getting a little fluffy, if you know what I'm saying.
And just on that note, Bert Kreischer introduced everybody who watched his video from yesterday from this podcast. Bert Caster introduced it. He introduced us all to the horrific advent of the white man. Sounding. Look it up.
Now, I want to hear the weirdest, the strangest, the most unquestionably perverse things that you've ever done. I don't want to hear it now. I want it hot. I want it nasty. Deal with it. Deal with it. Oh, and Mom, if you're listening, I don't want to know about it. Let's go to the phone, shall we? You're on the air. Shock me.
Hi, Gary.
Hi, baby. What do you got for me? What's the most bizarre act you've ever done?
I'm doing it right now while I'm listening to you. Oh, it's so
Oh,
good.
you're kidding. Well, I guess that would make you a nasty little monkey woman, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
Yeah, sure would. What do you think I ought to do about that?
I don't know. I could come down to your studio and you could spank me if you want.
Is that right?
I live right nearby. I could be there in just a few
Mom, I told you never to call me here.
I'm Gary Grover, and we will continue. He says, guess you won't be cutting my time after all, huh?
It's only been a week. Don't flatter yourself.
Well, I want you to have a wonderful night in that nice little house of yours, all by yourself. Hey, why don't you listen to the show? It's the most exciting thing that'll ever creep into your bedroom. Damn, somebody please hose me up.
You're feeling it too, aren't you? The chemistry, the heat.
Listen, this isn't really the... God, I love being in my head.
I love being in there.
Hi, neighbors. Dr. Hill of the Driller here from the Lancaster Dental Office. When's the last time you opened your mouth up nice and wide and had somebody give you their professional opinion? At the dental office, the inside of your mouth is very important to us. We take pride.
As far as I'm concerned, Larry from Lancaster, let me get this straight. You tell me you have a problem with the fact that you came home and caught your wife in bed with another woman. Is that what you told me? Is that what you said to me, Larry?
I got a big problem with that. I figured if she's gonna have an affair, why couldn't it be normal? You know, like with another man.
You catch colon cancer. That's a problem. Your dog dies. It's your best friend. That's a problem.
Yeah.
You catch your wife in bed with another woman. You know how many losers from Lancaster would die to be in your shoes, Larry? Do you?
Oh, heck, my friends, they
Yeah, your mind. Why didn't you jump in? Grab the moment. Jump in there. You know what? You don't even deserve to jump in. Here's what you do. Send them down to me. That's right, baby. Send them to me. Me and Val will tighten them up. You know what to do with nasty little girls like that, don't you?
Oh, now, come on. You trying
You're a
to
loser,
tell me-
Larry. You always were a loser. Get off my radio station. So Insomniacs. It ends another evening. The sexiest show you will ever see on the radio. Those of you just going out to work, suffer. That was great. What's the matter?
That was definitely cool.
Thanks a lot.
I was talking to the chick.
Don't get too comfy in that drive time slot, buddy. Val, will you wait a minute? What's the matter? Where'd you run out of there?
It's the show.
What is wrong with the show? The show's great. Next rating book that comes out, we're going to be ready to expand the entire station. What's the problem?
Not if we keep doing what we're doing.
What are you talking about?
All we ever talk about is sex.
Yeah, so? What's the problem with that? That's what our audience wants to hear.
No, that's all we give them. We're better than that.
No. You see, they want to forget about their pathetic, impotent lives. It's called escapism, entertainment. What's the matter?
Do you trust me?
Just take me. I'm going to find out. Val! I'm going to see you later.
Haven't gotten any action lately.
Okay, so we'll start off with the Unfaithfully Yours sketch. I'll get some juicy confessions on that one. About 2:30, I think we'll go to Fantastic Fetishes. Okay. Let's say we did talk about something else. What, for instance, might that be?
You have a lot of strong opinions, Gary. Why don't you say what you feel for a change?
About what? Hey, Lancaster, it's Gary Grover. How y'all doing? Tonight, I thought that I have something for you that's going to be a little different. I don't know about you, but I've got a headache. So I thought that we might talk about anger. Let's talk about anger for a minute. Anger's a good thing. Not that it's, good to be angry at someone, but But sometimes there are things in our lives that we are legitimately angry about. And if you don't let that anger out, let's talk about authority figures, shall we? I just can't stand anyone in this world who has authority over me and abuses it. You give some loser, a uniform or a suit, and all of a sudden they think they are God, making our lives miserable. Why? Because they can. Have I ever told you people about my mother? My mother owned a lot of radio stations in her day. Not that I was ever employed in any of them, because she didn't want to spoil us. And when she died, what do you think this loving, nurturing woman left me in her will? Chicago station? No. Her Minneapolis station? No. All she left me was half of her Lancaster station. Half. And do you know why she did this? Because after holding me back my entire life, she wanted to keep me under her thumb from beyond the grave as well. Have you ever heard anything more sick? Anything more perverse? Despite all her success, my mother was just a greedy, hateful, wretched, all shriveled up. I don't care in hell, mother, but that's what you make my life. I'll be back right after these words.
Do you realize what you just did?
It was unbelievable. I was better than Zach.
I am hereby giving you notice. Tomorrow is your last show.
You can't do that, remember? Christ, will you look at those phone lines?
Well, Mother's will was very, very specific. No one is to defame her on the air, ever.
I'm the hottest thing you got, baby. You couldn't get rid of me even if you wanted to.
Finished.
All right, you want to get rid of me? Fine. I don't need this place. I can get a job in another station like that.
Well, I'm not firing you. I'm just taking you off the air and holding on to your contract. No one else is going to be able to touch you for years.
Even if it's just a You can't do that to me! I won't let you do that to me!
I'm sorry. This whole thing is my
fault.
fault.
Listen, she lived for vengeance. You know what I mean? Ever since we were kids, I mean, she would take a prize in a box of cereal or eat a little tasty treat.
But if
Listen to me. What happened last night was great radio. You heard the callers. We are onto something, and I'm not going to let my sister stop us.
She's got us. What are you going to do? Kill her? That was a rhetorical question.
Give me your hands. I'm going to put something in your head for a change. We won't get caught. We'll kill her while we're on the air.
What?
She's doing this to both of us, fellas. Just hear me out. We'll pre-tape a segment, say 20 minutes worth, and around 1:30 we'll start rolling it. You'll drive me to Rita's house. I know her house. I'll go in the window and make it look like a burglary. I'll go to her bedroom. While she's asleep, I'll kill that little rat bitch. What do you say, partner? For us.
Let's do it.
Because planning so many meals a week and trying to keep my family satisfied can be hard work.
Mrs. Anderson discovered the newly opened Kitchen Cove in downtown Lancaster.
It's great because they have all sorts of things on the menu and everybody can find things that they like. Even my son, he's our top one. He usually doesn't like anything.
The Kitchen Cove at 609 Main Street.
It's 128 Lancaster, and we are back in Grover's graveyard. I thought tonight we might stroll down a different path than last night. Just lighten it up a bit. What do you say? Let's talk about the crazy things we've done for love.
Right back.
Hey, be careful.
Thanks for helping me break in my new on-air talent.
Frida.
I wasn't too sure about this self-defense thing, but Val's plan has worked perfectly right from the beginning. Hey, if it's any consolation, I think you finally found an audience. You might have been pretty good after all.
Don't do this. I'm your brother, for God's sake.
An accident of birth. Give my love to Mom.
See, the problem was, I was nuts about her. And I was totally blinded from seeing what a fool I was. I'll tell you, it's amazing sometimes what you'll do to close a deal.
Folks, this is Valerie. And something awful has happened. I just popped out for a sandwich. And when I got back, Gary wasn't here. But he left this tape playing. I've just been notified by the police that Gary is dead. He's been killed. It's just... I know that this is hard for me. And I'm sure it's hard for all of us. But at least we have each other. And the phone lines are open. Hi, this is Val.
My gosh, Neil, this is such a terrible thing. I mean, all I can say is I'm just so glad we have you to talk to tonight. And I feel I can speak on behalf of everyone here. People are going to be talking, let me tell you. We all love the show so much.
Poor Gary. Talk about being number one with a bullet. Looks like he'll be the morning man after all. As for me, kiddies, I guess I better start practicing what I preach. I got caught going a little faster than the speed limit, but the officer decided to let me off with a warning. See? It pays to know the ghouls of the road.
Damn.
Greetings, thrill shriekers. Care to join me on the scare lift? Good. Your pal the Crypt Keeper's quite
Some
the exquisite
lucky asshole
skill.
has.
I
some of
just
these
love the
Crypt Keeper
feeling of going
puppets, dude,
faster
at their
and
house. And I hope
faster. Talk
they
about
have little outfits for
exhilarating. Which is kind of how the man in tonight's tale feels. He's just started down a black diamond run of his own. in a nasty nugget I call surprise party. Hope you find it comfortable. Don't get too many folks up here. It's not heavy. The rain never stops, sun comes out. Ain't no prettier viewing this than right here.
Beautiful. I had no idea it was so rural out here.
Clean, safe. Night, Mr. Wells. Say, you wouldn't happen to be related to the Wells that owns a farm outside of town, would you?
Yeah, his son. Actually, I just inherited the place. That's why I'm here. I'm gonna see it tomorrow.
Oh. So you're the son of Desmond?
Yeah. There's something wrong.
Not for me. So you're going out there, huh? Well, if that's what you want to do, some folks out there are gonna be surprised to see you. Yes, sir.
The place burned down 20 years ago. How could there be anyone in it?
Uh-huh. Well, I wouldn't care to find out. I just let things be. Just let them be. Ain't been anywhere near there for years, not since your father left after the fire.
Well, then how do you know there's anyone there?
Lights. Sometimes sounds. Could be imagination, but I ain't curious enough to find out. No, sir. No,
Lights
sir.
on my property? What are you talking about, lady?
God be with you. Good luck, whichever one you believe in. This.
Lights on my property.
Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells. Mr. Wells, your son's here. I called him like you asked. He's here. Mr. Wells, can you hear me? He started going downhill yesterday. Maybe seeing you will do him some good.
That would be a first.
Thanks for coming.
Well, I never thought I'd hear that.
You tell me I don't have much time left, so I wanted to see you.
You wanted to see me. Sure you did, you dried up son of a bitch. You had to squeeze out that last drop of feeling out of me before you died, didn't you?
Ray, please don't talk to me like that. I drew up a will. Did it myself a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
I wanted to explain it to you.
It was no damn explanation.
The will's on the table. Get it.
You're giving the property to charity.
Charity.
Ray, I'm doing it for your own good.
What a guy. Wait. This isn't even official.
Notary's coming tomorrow.
That's fine. I'll destroy it today.
Go ahead, I'll just make another one. Listen to me, damn it. That's the way the will stays. The fire destroyed everything. There's nothing left there but my memories. Ray. It's cursed grouse. You have to believe me. If there's only one thing I would do for you, it would be to see that you never set foot there.
That property is mine, goddammit. You never wrote this will. It doesn't exist. And as your only surviving heir, everything you've got goes to me.
What are you doing?
You can't deny me what's mine. Damn it! The property is mine.
Ray. Cursed ground. Never set foot there.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey! Hello! Look, people, I don't know what you're doing here, but I want you out. Now! You hear me? Hey, sweet cheeks.
Hey, man, you get your hands off of me.
Are you stoned or what?
Maybe a little partied out.
Well, that's good, because I want you out of here in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Look, people, maybe I didn't make myself clear. You are trespassers. If you're not off this property in 5 minutes, I'm calling the cops. I own this place. My name is Ray Wells.
Right on!
Wait, that's it. Is there a payphone near here?
Oh, man, are you kidding?
Well, no, you can ask the cops when they get here, darling, if I was kidding.
Oh, man, it's such a nasty night out. And the police department's only got 2 guys. I don't know if they're going to want to come all the way out here just
just to interrupt an innocent little party.
Margaret, trust me, darling, this ain't a party.
Woo! Damn, where'd this hunka burning love come from? Hey, Mr. Wells, if you insist on tromping through the mud to turn us all in, then I insist that you fortify yourself first. Go on, it's not gonna bite you. I'm the thing that's gonna do that. Easy, slugger, that stuff's pretty rough.
Oh. What is this?
Fruit juice, some tang, a little sherbet, and lots of grain alcohol. I call it midnight special, because if you drink it till midnight, things get pretty damn special.
With this crowd,
You'd be surprised.
I'd be shocked.
Here you go. You feeling special yet?
I'll let you know, Josie. It is Josie, isn't it?
That's my name.
And I can see that. Tell me something. What are all these people doing in my house?
We're waiting for you, Angel. We're so hoping that you would come by and check out your property. And now that you're here, think of this as your housewarming.
Well, that's very nice of you all.
Do you mind if I unbutton your shirt?
Nope. Be my guest.
Ooh. Midnight, here we come.
Josie, you want to dance?
I'm having a conversation, Frank, or didn't you notice?
Yeah, I noticed.
I'll dance with you in a couple of minutes, okay?
You know, I had a feeling this would happen. The second he comes waltzing in this door, you're all over him like white on rice.
Frank!
Sorry. Forgot. I'm just the caretaker here. Who do you think I am, right?
Come on. Hold the lamp, would you?
So, that guy, he takes care of the house.
Yeah, does a great job, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He's always so jealous. God, I hate that. Do me a favor, put the can back on the shelf.
Sure.
Fancy meeting you here. I can't tell you how much I've waited for this.
Is that right?
I know it sounds strange, but I always knew that someday you would inherit this house. I was just praying that you weren't going to be some pathetic little creature.
And now you,
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
You're not ready.
Now I'm ready. gonna tear you to pieces.
Son of a bitch. You think you can just walk into my house and take anything you want? Well, screw you, pal. I see you looking at my woman again. I'm gonna kill you. Oh! God, you got it wrong, pal. This is my house. And as for your woman there, bright boy, she was begging for it. Oh!
Frank, stop it!
I want to kill this
Frank, look out!
You can't be in my own house. It's self-defense. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! God damn it! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
As an update at 11:30 something. What time is it exactly? At 11:29 a.m. PST, January 23rd, 2025, for roughly the last hour-ish, Unit 207 has been excited because of those who were not in the unit of Unit 207, but somewhere else, perpetrating perjury in an attempt to further the over a year in a making premeditated series of felonies that there have been no legal basis for to have been perpetrated against me. So I'm going to speculate here, since no one has broken and entered, that they are obstructing justice, either in court or with other people that have been interviewing them on the exterior, and or that they're having an entire fraudulent trial at the Snohomish Superior Courthouse involving the children they kidnapped after a year of premeditating it and 11 months of cease and desist letters. Speculation, but what else could that be? One guy came up, he rolled up, parked less than an hour ago, blasting his loud car speaker, feeling very confident and cocky, and entered in the back door here, right on the balcony. The girls that are going to prison in Unit 207 continue to do what they've done for 10 days. Basically say this: yay, we're not going to prison and we're going to keep our jobs. Reality check, ladies. You're going to prison, you've made me a millionaire, and all of you will be convicted for stalking me. Whistleblowers excluded. It's 11:30 a.m. PST.
Jesus.
Remember those kids they kidnapped, they abused first? For 6 months, for over 6 months.
You should have stopped screaming! Damn it!
I don't think so, Ray.
You know, Ray, it's one thing to be a jerk off, but you can at least be original about it. What?
Look, Frank, he's even got the same lighter his father used.
Oh, what, Ray? Daddy never told you about his wild parties?
He never told you about the one he threw in '73? That was a real barn burner.
God, no. Yeah, everything was going great. Till he got drunk and decided he had dibs on my little girl here. And then when I walked in on him...
He knows the rest, don't you, Ray? Roasting 15 people alive? Pretty rotten way to cover his ass, don't you think?
Ray, would you like to see? So, you can see why we've been so anxious to meet you.
Been a long time waiting for you to show up, Fuego Boy. We are very tired.
Maybe now we can get some rest.
I like the Tales from the Crypt where the protagonist is just a real sack of shit, so you don't even feel bad for them when the monsters or the who wasted them. So you're like, yeah, that's what you get, dude. You murdered your dad to steal that barn. So of course you get a haunted barn.
Poor Ray. Well, at least he went out in a blaze of glory. Still, talk about a pain in the ash. As for me, kiddies, I'm about skied out. Not that I didn't have fun, but these boots are killing me. Ow. Ooh. Oh my. Now that's what I call the agony of defeat. Yeah, kids these days with their long hair. You can't even tell the boils from the ghouls. And when they do want a cut, they go to one of those fancy salons like Jose Slaber or the Dead Sassoon. It's enough to make you terror your hair out. I guess that towel was a little too hot. Still, I think it's a good look for you. Once it's grown out, I'm sure you'll love it. Which brings to mind the young men in tonight's tenor tale. They're about to try a new scare style as well, in a delightful little dye job I call Doctor of Horror.
Callahan's mortuary has a 40-year tradition of service to uphold.
peace of mind and serenity.
Oh, inside. Inside.
A stolen body would be a scandal. It would destroy this fine institution. Do you understand that?
Oh, yes, sir.
Is Vince Stein still alive?
Count on us, sir.
No, he died in 2023.
No, I can't. You're useless, low-life shitheads. If there's so much as a coffin handle missing in the morning, you are fired.
He's still alive.
Son of a bitch, who do you think you're
Is
talking
he or
to?
is he not? Wikipedia says
Put
he's
your
still
stupid
alive.
ass on a slab. Richard, please try to remember. We need this shit. Okay, Charlie, don't you have any ambition? What we need, my friend, is a break. I wonder when we get to Hey. Jesus Christ. Hey, where you going? Where are you going? You're under arrest. You're not the police. Oh, we can darn sure hold you to the real police get here. Let's go, old man. I can't believe this. We call a body snatcher. Shut up. How much do you boys make? Excuse me? How much? Not enough.
That's what I thought. Now I will pay you $500 if you will help me steal this corpse.
$500 each.
You know, I thought we were going to a hospital or something.
Yeah, right, Charlie.
Hey, he said he was a surgeon, didn't he?
Well, the man obviously works out of the home.
Not a lot in hospitals anymore.
Oh, boy. Which way?
Oh, here. The wine cellar.
Good, I could use a drink. Jeez, Doc, what stinks?
Oh, never mind that now. Here we are.
Come on, let's go, let's go.
So, just what are you going to do to her, Doc?
Well, that, my boy, is beyond your imagination. Oh, there's nothing perverted about it, if that's what you're worried about. I'm searching for her soul.
Oh, shit.
Dude, you didn't do nothing yet. Man, oh man. I'm convinced that the soul exists in a microscopic gland that's located somewhere along the spine. It is the last thing to die, releasing the life force days after conventional death.
What does the gland look like?
I haven't seen it yet. I've dissected dozens of corpses, and like some elusive prey, it vanishes. Just when I think I have it in my sights.
When you find it, what are you going to do with it?
Oh, not that much. Just play God.
Oh, I feel sick. Well, get over it, man, because this shit is amazing.
If I can locate the soul, I can unlock the deepest secrets of the human condition. Why is one man a saint and another a monster? And can I change a monster into a saint by manipulating his essential metaphysical substance?
That's trippy, Doc. Is that it there?
No! No. It will be incandescent. Perhaps only a pinpoint of light. Even a skilled surgeon would miss it unless he believed it was there. Can it be that ethereal? Can it shift and move with the will of its own willing?
Oh, God. Oh, dear God.
Why are they still there, dude? Get your $500 and get the fuck out of this guy's house.
So the search continues. You still want that drink?
Sure.
Got some work for you here. Give him another $500.
Oh.
Well, normally I can dispose of them when it suits me, but this freezer's been acting up. It's 40 years old.
Well, this is going to cost you a hell of a lot more than $500.
Oh. All right, Richard, how much?
Well, a lot more. Well, 600.
Ha! Done. All right. There's an old well not far from here. It's ideal for disposing of things.
Okay. Come on, I need some tarp and some ropes.
He's trying to steal their souls. How can the dead rest if they don't have their souls? Are you kidding me?
Dude, Dr. Orloff's got an excuse for talking that shit. He's nuts. You're seriously stupid, but the last time I checked, you were sane.
Don't you believe in souls, Richard? Don't you believe in anything?
Yeah, I believe I got $1,000 right here, baby. Mwah! More money I've ever seen in my life.
We're going to be lost forever. No way home.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah, that's plenty. Charlie, hoist up one of them suckers. I'll be right there. Charlie. 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 Hoist.
What the hell are you doing? We are working here. Okay? Freak out on your own time. Jesus. You know, I still don't feel good about this.
Yeah, well, I do, Charlie. Just gotta keep our story straight, okay? We got a little drunk, we fell asleep. So it's exactly what that trick would expect us to do anyway. We are off the hook, baby. Yes, we are. Off the hook. Yes, we are.
God damn it, get up, you idiots! Get up! Where is she?
Who?
Mrs. Myers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sir, I don't know. We were patrolling the halls all night.
You're lying.
No, sir.
What's this? Drunk. You're drunk, and I'm going to lose a 40-year business because of it. You're fired. Get out of here now.
We're fired.
You're fired.
Fine, we're fired. You know what? We didn't want your shit job anyway.
How'd you get that mud on your boots? How'd you get that tear on your jeans?
Charlie, let's go.
What have you two been up to?
Charlie, let's go.
You took her, didn't you? I'm going to the police. You stay right here. I'm going to the police.
Damn.
Sir. Sir, I just want to explain one thing, okay? 1 second. Sir, could you stop running, please, sir? Sir, please don't go for the cops, sir. Can I just say one thing? Sir, please. Hello? Sir. Oh, sir. 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 Get off me.
Well, I feel like stealing horses is definitely a good gateway crime. Like, what are you?
Jail for murder?
Of course, you're gonna be.
Is that what you want?
That shit. That's some weird.
He's still alive. Okay, all right, look. Let's get him to Dr. Orloff, okay? All right?
Yeah,
he can take care of him.
Doctor
Yeah, Dr. Orloff take care of him real good.
This wasn't very smart of you, Richard.
This guy's not
You
even
know
a
what,
doctor.
Doc? I really don't need another lecture right now.
I don't suppose you do. All right, you two wait in the hallway. I'll have more work for you.
Yes, sir.
I can't do this, Richard. I quit.
What, security watchman? I think we already handed in our resignation.
You know good and well what I'm talking about. I'm talking about working for that doctor.
Why? Why would you want to quit? We got a good thing going.
Because it's wrong.
It's wrong.
Yeah, it's wrong.
Charlie, we're carting around dead people. I don't think they care.
Their souls care, Richard.
Oh, God, would you please change the tape? Look, bud, I'm real sorry if you're having problems with our career move, but you'll quit when I tell you you can quit.
Okay?
Boys! Come in here, hurry!
All my years of searching, and I finally found it. The soul gland. The moment I went to extract it, it disappeared.
Then this shit heal up and dies on you, huh? Well, that's just plain rude.
I don't fully understand why I found it now. But I did.
Oh, I know why you found it. He was alive when you started to cut him up. You thought that you could get the soul gland out of dead people. By then, it's already disappeared. See, souls don't just hang around. No, you were wrong about that. They go on to their just reward. That is, unless you steal them. Of course. You're absolutely right, Charlie. Positively brilliant. You know, you shouldn't steal souls, Doctor. It's all in the name of science, Charlie.
You know, Doc, I think Charlie's right. I mean, about being wrong, doing what we're doing here. Charlie, it's all right, Just go wait out in the truck. I want to try to explain to him what I mean. Go ahead. I'll be right there. We got a Charlie problem here, Doc.
Well, he's simple-minded and good-hearted, and that is a dangerous combination.
Yeah, well, it's gonna get us busted.
Just to ease his conscience, he must have a vigorous soul.
You want to find out? Yeah, I thought you might like that idea. I tell you, this is a pretty interesting gig you got here, Doc. How long do you have to go to school before you can start, cutting things up and stuff?
Career planning.
Maybe. Told you I was ambitious. Say ah.
Okay. All right. That's it. I'm finished.
Charlie, dude, listen. I'm real sorry I went off on you like that before. Anyway, you want to quit working for Dr. Orloff? You go right ahead and quit. I've already quit. You want a drink? Have a drink.
not all I'm gonna do. I'm going to the cops. I'm gonna turn myself in. There is no way that I'm gonna live with this on my conscience. Charlie. I knew you were gonna do something stupid like that. That's why you're drinking ether. Still alive, just like you wanted. You gonna cut him up?
Just the usual incision. Oh, don't be so disappointed. Once I remove the gland, you can cut to your heart's content. Extraordinary. The better the soul, the stronger the light. I must preserve this immediately.
Tom?
You do what you want. You're my assistant now.
Here we go, Charlie. Now you get to hang out with all those lost souls you were worried about.
Hello, Richard.
Hey. Hey, Doc. Champagne's on me. Guess what we're celebrating?
What are we celebrating?
My new pay raise.
Oh, Richard. You're not getting a raise.
Oh, yes, I am. All the deliveries I've been making, all the souls you've been collecting, and I've been so quiet about it. So far. What was that? What have you done with my soul? Pull back the skin and cut through to the muscle. Right, Doctor? Charlie, no! Charlie, what are you doing, man? Come on! Not much. I'm just going to play God. I'm gonna steal your soul, Richard. Oh, no! Charlie, come on! You don't want to hurt me. Come on, you're good. On the contrary, Richard. I was good. You stole my soul, remember?
I'm ready for the headless Charlie.
That Charlie, and you thought he was mixed up before. As a matter of fact, I just got a card from Charlie. He went on to open a chain of private clubs for dismembers only. Oh, and Richard went into medicine, specializing in intensive scare. So, I got a free chair. How about a little trim? I promise I won't take off too much. Shave and a haircut, 2 bits. Oh, hello, creeps. It's your old pal, the Big Scarehuna, enjoying a little surf and sand. Hey, babe, want me to rub a little suntan lotion on you? Boy, do I love the beach. Hey, you! Watch it!
Get a Ted!
Boy, I hate getting sand kicked in my face. I'm not your average 98-pound weakling, you know. For one thing, I don't weigh that much. I tell you, kiddies, I'm going to get that guy. Which brings to mind the 2 men in tonight's terror tale. They're on a little shriek and destroy mission of their own. In a nasty undertaking I call Comes the Dawn.
Bottle of schnapps and 2 glasses.
A little late in the season for a vacation getaway, isn't it, boys?
Let's see. I'm in Butthole, Alaska. It's colder than a witch's left one out there. No one else around. That's very astute, bartender. Now, I have a Sherlock Holmes moment for you. Your favorite blender speed is Fury?
You get the hell out of here.
You'll have to forgive the sergeant, my dear. He just got off a very long flight, and he's not a big fan of flying.
That don't mean he's got to be nasty.
No, it doesn't. I apologize. But maybe you can help us. You see, we're looking for a very special kind of hunting guide. Somebody who's not only concerned with limit laws or the endangered species list.
Sounds like you be talking about my ex, Jerry Drumbeater. Used to be game ward around here. So the sheriff caught Jerry fishing with dynamite.
Dynamite. Well, it sounds like Jerry's our man.
Yeah, sure does. Except for one little problem.
And that is?
I turned Jerry in myself. I don't take kindly to poachers. Yeah, give me the shit. What the hell do you want?
Stop. Please. I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to ask you this again. Are you sure you're Jerry Drumbeater?
Good. So what do you say? You help us bag one good-sized grizzly, and we will pay you the generous sum of $100 cash money.
I don't do that anymore.
Sure we can't convince you otherwise. Be a hell of a lot more exciting than watching static on TV.
Sergeant. Enough of this. On your feet, soldier. That's a direct order from your commanding officer, retired Colonel Parker Thomas, 477th Infantry, Desert Star. Doesn't that medal mean anything to you? That's the Purple Heart. You should display it proudly.
It's not something that I'm proud of, Colonel. I was wounded in a firefight. Our APC was hit by mortars. We were 2 clicks outside of the
City of Jalabash. I know because I was there. We're all dead. 22 casualties. It's nothing to be ashamed of. Those Iraqi bastards got us with our pants down. We showed them who was boss. We shelled the shit out of them. I know because I gave the order.
You did?
That's an affirmative, soldier.
The colonel here saved your ass. It's payback time, soldier. Now, what are you gonna do about it?
Corporal Drumbeater reporting for duty as ordered. Sir.
Outstanding, soldier. Now let's bag yourselves a bear.
Is this where we're going?
It's been abandoned for years, but the bears love it.
Perfect place for a winter hibernation.
Very good, Colonel.
Great. Indoor hunting with Grandpa and his new girlfriend.
What are you doing now?
Would you prefer to work in the dark?
What is this place anyway?
It used to be a government weather station. Get in.
Weather station. Some sort of covert Cold War military base, more like.
The kids took over this place. Because they moved out. Had their own playhouse. And some kids started to disappear. Parents thought it was too dangerous to leave as is. So they had the whole place boarded up.
Good. Can't protect your own children. Who can you protect?
Spoken like a true leader.
Thank you.
Here.
What do you got?
Grizzly. From the look of him, about 6 hours old.
Grizzly. What do you say we get some bear, huh?
She finds some tracks, that's it?
Can it, Sergeant? Now here's the plan. While you and Miss Drumbeater here set the traps, I'll go ahead and assess the perimeter for any sign of live target. If I find something, I'll radio my location, await your arrival. Any questions?
No, Colonel.
Good. Wait a minute. Where are you going? Aren't you going to help us here? I'm in charge here, Sergeant. Though you may think of my advanced guide as an attempt to avoid strenuous labor, I choose to see it as the culmination of 20 years of military protocol and training. Now, partnership or not, somebody always has to lead. And in this man's army, that's me, Sergeant. You just set the traps.
Turkey, bears love it. And teriyaki is their favorite. You need some help over there?
Give it all that sexy body can give, honey.
You know, girls, you don't have to try so hard. I'm all yours if you want me.
What about your friend, the bartender?
I like men too. Girls, you know, it's all meat. Some you eat, and some you kiss.
Oh, the lesbian thing I can understand. It's you I can't figure. I mean, how can you be with a woman with such a rotten mouth?
That's what made the relationship possible.
Kidding, right?
What's the matter? You find me a little too intense? Too bad. I had high hopes for you.
I thought you had high hopes for the Colonel. I mean, you wouldn't be trying to play us against each other, would you?
Why would I do that? Now tell me about this little hunting expedition. I get the feeling it's not for pleasure. You're hunting endangered species, grizzlies and brown bears.
Why would we be doing that?
A gallbladder alone is worth about $64,000.
$64,000 for one organ?
How much did the Colonel tell you they were worth? Isn't it a 50-50 split?
70-30. He's the one with all the connections.
But what if the Colonel wasn't around? What if he died? Accidentally.
Life goes on, I guess. It's a seller's market.
Sure is. Poaching is a very dangerous job.
Sorry to hear. Shit happened.
I guess if something like that happened to the Colonel, you'd have to find a new partner. A 50-50 partner.
Yeah.
I want out of this frosty freeze. I'm ready to die again. Let me show you.
What do you think, Colonel?
I think we'll have 2 dead bitches in this compound pretty soon. Somebody already beat us to the first one. But then again, I think you already knew that too, didn't you, miss? What's your game, lady?
Sorry, drumbeater. But you don't fix what's not broken. Besides, Colonel here, he pays the bills. So you better tell us what's up. Or I'm gonna have to blow your brains out.
Dumb son of a bitch.
What the hell was that?
ourselves $100. Just killed the generator. Here. Take the lead. Go on. Go.
How'd you get back inside?
One of these tunnels is open-ended. Did you hear that? Check it out.
Well, she's coaching the poachers. Ah.
Hello, Ghost Family. Sam here, stopping by the feed to tell you about...
I was like, this bitch looks like she crawled out of a bog. Like,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Unit 207, stop the podcast. It's Joe's latest episode from today, 2261.
Hey, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. My pleasure. I wound up seeing you, as many people did, on those videos that you were making where you were talking to students. You know, just kind of like exploring critical thinking and asking students questions and why they're upset about certain things and getting to the bottom. And I'm like, wow, this guy's like, he's young. He's obviously an academic, but super reasonable and like really level-headed. I'm like, we need more of this. This is really interesting. And then,
Anna didn't think about keeping this. About keeping this. At the gas station, we bought everything that would inflate. Anna had our father's credit card. A killer whale you could ride, inner tubes, beach balls, water wings David wore over his fists and used as boxing gloves. I don't think we can afford this, I said. Anna put quarters in the air machine and filled up the whale. The Gulf Coast stank. Anna said that was what it smelled like inside the earth. The oil rigs were dinosaurs, hungry on every horizon, dipping their faces into the limestone. Anna told me that in our father's class, they'd studied hardness. Which rocks can cut other rocks? Which rocks will crumble in your hand?
It's a matter of time and pressure, she explained. The longer it's under pressure, the harder it gets. This happens to people, too, if you don't watch out. I did somersaults into the ocean. We built a sand city. We threw whole squares of bread to a cloud of seagulls, and then didn't have any left for sandwiches, so ate the peanut butter out of the jar instead. Maybe this could be our best year, said David.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, I hope you're enjoying this week's episode. And I want to let you know that I actually recorded a bonus additional episode featuring yours truly in conversation with the author of the story you're listening to, Mary Terrier. All you have to do to hear that bonus episode is become a member of the Kindred Spirits, which is our community of supporters on Patreon. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits get access to monthly bonus episodes like this interview with Mary, where, among other things, we talk about how growing up in a family where stories were left untold inspired her to do the opposite. Now, I know it might seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads in the breaks of Family Ghosts. But the truth is that while I'm grateful for those sponsorships, the revenue they generate doesn't come close to covering the costs of making this podcast at the level of quality that you expect. So if you have the means, please consider joining the Kindred Spirits today at patreon.com/familyghosts. And thank you.
Anna was euphoric and restless. Anna blew huge, perfect bubbles with her gum that she sealed and took right out of her mouth and threw into the air like balloons. Anna taught us to play poker. Anna started talking nonstop about our father. Over and over again, she said his name. Well, Mr. C told me. What is it like being on vacation with Mr. C? Mr. C, what's up with the heat? Anna asked our father when he got home from work. What do you mean? Like how everything gets fast, you know? If flowers get hot, they open immediately and then immediately get droopy. Like people, too. How everyone goes crazy when it gets hot. I don't remember what our father said. They went into his room. Anna left after David and I were in bed. My room was the only place in the house with a window unit. So David slept in there on a pallet on the floor. When Anna arrived in the mornings, she lay down with him, and I got down from my bed to join her. Anna asked a million questions. Questions I hadn't known I'd wanted to be asked. What our mother had cooked. What she was afraid of. How she smelled. What she thought was funny. Anna laughed. Her bright coral lipstick smelled like fruit. Anna shuffled the cards. Come on, Anna. Cut the deck. Anna was easily distracted, going to the window to look for our father's car. Anna stopped shuffling and took the phone off the hook so that if he tried to call, it would be busy and he'd worry himself back home. Anna went all in on stupid hands. Hands where she had nothing or a pair of threes. She went into our parents' bedroom and tried on our mother's rings. She took us roller skating, and what seemed easy from a distance was not. Once I was out on the rink, I fell and fell and fell. I slammed the slippery bricks of my feet into the ground as I tried to walk. I didn't know how to slow down. I skated into the wall to stop myself. The fragmented projections of the disco ball a feigned night sky. Anna asked for a cup of ice and rubbed a nub across my forehead, down each of my arms, until it melted to nothing. With a second piece, she circled my neck. In July, our father started having new guests over. I wasn't sure whether Anna knew. The heavy, tired-looking woman I recognized from the liquor store. "I'm Leslie," she said. She wore a pink shirt, and her boobs took up her entire torso. Anna and I compared notes on dying. She'd gotten a job working weekends at a nursing home, cleaning old people's mouths after they ate, helping them move their legs out of the bed. She flipped down the footrests of their wheeled chairs. She trimmed their mustaches and combed their hair. She encouraged them to chew just a few more times. "Our mother couldn't swallow," I said. "She'd hold the food in her mouth." We'd found her pills, pink and blue, melted in her mouth like colored marshmallows disappearing in cereal milk. The fuzz of potato soup under her tongue. "She slept during the day, but not at night," I said. "Yeah, that's a step toward death," said Anna. "Waking up all alone, learning to live in another way." She asked whether I'd ever lived a full day at night instead. "It's like making a life underwater, quiet, blue. Wake up and don't turn on the light. Try to find your clothes and put them on right. Cook eggs, wash your hair, walk outside. The street is empty. It's like you're the only one alive." One Sunday night, our father cooked pork chops and invited over Nancy, a family friend, a childhood friend of our mother's. She ate hers with ketchup. "You look so much like your mom," she told me. It wasn't clear whether she was there for us or for our father. "This must be weird for you guys," Nancy said. She microwaved popcorn, ripped open the greasy balloon. We all settled onto the couch to watch TV. David with his head in Nancy's lap, Dad's soft feet on the coffee table. Anna came through the door carrying a grocery store pound cake with a tub of icing balanced on top and a plastic sack that rattled with bottled sprinkles, boxes of candy, marshmallows. "I thought we could decorate this cake," Anna said, looking right at Nancy, as though it were Nancy she had been hoping to do this with. "I'm Nancy, an old friend of Gloria's," Nancy said. "We should all be getting to bed," said our father, and Anna looked at him like, "Who's we?" The next morning, we were at the pool with Anna. She taught us to play sink. Name a problem or fear, throw a penny in the water, and watch it drift to the bottom. At home, our father had a plastic juice bottle he filled with change. We'd taken the quarters for ice cream and the pennies for the game. The lap lanes were crowded, but the rest of the pool was empty. Our mother had been a lap swimmer. For 6 months during her treatment, we'd lived in a big hotel attached to the hospital by a long skywalk. There was a video rental place downstairs. There were themed buffets. There were 2 hot tubs and an Olympic-sized pool. After her incisions had healed, we went swimming every day. Our mother swam laps in a bathing cap, not wanting the water to touch her bald head, which she admitted would have felt good. I whipped my wet hair in circles. I stood over her, letting my hair fall around her face. She ran her hands through and gave herself little braids. She said, "I have the most beautiful hair in the world. How did I get so lucky?" At the pool with Anna, I watched the swimmers, quick and steady in their lanes. "I sink math homework," said David, dropping a penny. "Shitty jobs," said Anna. David laughed. "Shitty math homework." "Lap swimmers." I threw a whole handful of coins. "Why lap swimmers?" asked Anna. I shrugged. "Hey, there was a quarter in there," said David. "What happens if someone swims down and picks it up?" "Then it's their problem," said Anna. "All the bad guys in the world," David tried to skip a penny across the surface. 100 problems is a whole $1, said David. I dumped the rest of the pennies in all at once. Mom, 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 Mom. Anna tugged the string of her bikini top. It was as though she could read my mind. For a second, I thought your mom was back. What? When I came over yesterday, y'all looked so much like a family. My first thought was that it was your mom. Nancy is our mom's friend, said David. Summer was almost over when our father ended things. To Anna, he said, "It's just not working," which was something I remembered doctors saying. The hospital rooms had been too bright, and we'd always waited there a very long time. The magazines in the baskets, never good magazines. Our mother falling asleep on the exam table. Anna closed all the windows in the house. Anna lay down across the couch. On our last day with Anna, I promised many things because it felt good to promise. I believed what I said. I'd persuade our father to get back together with her. We'd see each other all the time, and soon. We'd go to the Grand Canyon. We'd always be each other's family. "I'll call you tomorrow," said Anna. She didn't. School started. I stopped expecting to hear from her, and eventually I stopped expecting our mother to come back. I imagined Anna holding her eyelid down to glaze it with shadow, waiting for the weatherman to come on. I didn't know what to imagine our mother doing. Missing her was larger. Missing her was everywhere. I wore one of her t-shirts to bed, and it lost her smell. "Isn't that Anna's?" our father asked. In January, he remarried, and he never mentioned either of them after that.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingman. The story you heard on today's show is called Guests, and it was written and read by Mary Terrier. You can read Mary's work in places like the Paris Review and the Kenyon Review, and you can learn more about her at maryterrier.com. If you're a member of the Kindred Spirits, our community of supporters on Patreon, you can hear an interview I did with Mary about her story in the private Kindred Spirits feed. Among other things, we talk about the different ways that prose and audio storytelling manipulate time for dramatic effect. If you're not a member of the Kindred Spirits, please consider joining them. It's just $5 a month, and you'll get exclusives like my conversation with Mary every month, plus ad-free versions of all of our episodes, not to mention the warm feeling that comes with knowing you're supporting our work here at WALT. And if you don't have the means, no worries. Please consider supporting the show by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. I know you hear podcasters say it all the time, but it's true. It makes a huge difference when it comes to helping new listeners find our show. Our theme song is by Louis Scara, and our show art is by Teddy Blanks. Incidental music is from Blue Dot Sessions. If you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between episodes of Family Ghosts, and if you like the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, check out Fisher Family Ghosts. Every week, my girlfriend Adrienne and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under and talk about the ways it makes us think about family legacy and lore, relationships, and narrative structure. We'll be back with a brand new episode of Family Ghosts in 2 weeks. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
You're listening to WALT.
Homegrown.
Homemade radio. Hello, Ghost family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. I thought it was over. I thought you were gone. As I walked through the dark house, wishing your lamp was still on, I lit a candle. It was a pretty red glow. I should have known that you were still close. Those are the opening lyrics to one of my favorite songs by one of my favorite bands, Still Close by the Wood Brothers. When I was working with composer Luis Guerra on the theme song for Family Ghosts, that theme song you just heard, Still Close is the song I sent him as a reference point. And that's because Family Ghosts is a show that grew out of a feeling I've had my whole life, a feeling of being haunted. Wraiths that clank chains in the night, but by people and stories from my family's past. I've always had this sense that I'm living in the shadows cast by those people and those stories, that these ghosts, as I like to think of them, are still close. And it turns out that feeling is actually one of the foundational ideas of an entire religious movement. It's called spiritualism. Spiritualists believe that when we die, we cross over from this world into a spirit realm, which some spiritualists simply refer to as spirit. According to this tradition, once the dead arrive in spirit, they can still communicate with us. And they do this through mediums. People in this world who are able to access spirit, receive messages from the people there, and then transmit those messages back to us.
I'm hearing crush. I'm having somebody. I am in a car accident. Who is in a car accident? Who did you lose through? Impound. I slid. I hit the tree. I think it's a tree or a pole or something. Who is it?
My daughter.
She's wiping your tears. Okay, and she's asking you, please don't cry anymore. I am happy. I'm not hurting. I was not hurting. Okay.
That's a clip of a spiritualist medium delivering a message from the spirit realm to a woman in this world who lost her daughter. It was recorded for a film called No One Dies in Lilydale, a 2010 documentary about the town of Lilydale, New York, which is one of the most active spiritualist communities in the world. Every summer, thousands of people descend on the town to get readings like the one in that clip from the many mediums that live in Lilydale. The documentary is how I first learned about spiritualism, and when I watched it, I felt this odd sense of relief. Like this intuitive hunch that I have about ghosts from the past with unfinished business. That's not something I'm alone in feeling. There's an entire belief system built around that idea. Now, this isn't the episode of Family Ghosts where I come out as a spiritualist. But I do believe that storytelling and journalism can function as a kind of mediumship, a way of keeping the past alive. And even if I don't necessarily believe in literal ghosts, or the idea that there are people who can talk to them, I am open to the possibility that there are other ways of connecting with the past than the ones that I'm familiar with. Like I said, Family Ghosts is a show that arose from a feeling, and I wanted to know what other ways of connecting to the past might feel like. So I decided to find out.
I'm sitting in a chair, my feet flat on the ground, my hands palms up, and then I take a deep in-breath, and at the top of that breath, I enter into the spirit world with my mind.
From WALT-FM, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman. This week, seances, sense memory, and sourdough. All that and more, right after the break.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, they can all do their thing and party their way.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Restrictions apply.
When filmmaker Stephen Cantor arrived in Lilydale to make a documentary about the town, he didn't believe in the idea that mediums can talk to ghosts.
I was dead set against it being real going in. And then watching the readings, I would feel like a lot of the stuff felt kind of generic, like, oh, there's a old woman who's coming through and she's got gray hair and you used to love the smell of her kitchen. She used to bake for you and everyone would be like, oh, that was my grandmother.
Right. How did you know? Yeah.
There was a lot of that, and then every once in a while, I would hear something specific, like someone say, he's coming through and he's showing you a collection of coins. I think it's nickels, and he wants you to know that he left them for you. They're in the attic. And the person would be like, oh my God, there's a collection of nickels in my attic. I cannot believe it. Like,
yeah.
These crazy specific things like that really made me wonder what exactly is going on there.
Yeah.
And it's actually something that I've never fully rectified that in my mind.
Cantor's film follows a handful of people who come to Lilydale looking for answers. One of them, a guy named Ronald, is overwhelmed with grief brought on by the tragic death of his son.
It was May 10th, 07. My son, Blair, he left school after his last class, traveling on a public bus in Chicago, Illinois, and this gang member discovered that there was a rival gang member on the bus that he was looking to shoot. And actually, Blair shielded a young lady, a classmate and friend, from being fatally wounded with one bullet from a .40 caliber, and did a lot of damage to his main organs. So he didn't survive.
Like Cantor, Ronald is a little skeptical about spiritualism.
As far as the spirit world, I never bought into anything like that. But I think here at Lilydale, maybe God allows for spirits to make a connection.
But Ronald has been through something truly horrific, and he's hoping for a very specific kind of resolution that he hasn't been able to find anywhere else.
I want to tell him I'm sorry that I wasn't there to protect him. I think that's the thing that gets me. I just wasn't there to protect him, and I should have been.
Another woman, Rebecca, is on a more open-ended quest. Her boyfriend was found dead in a field 2 years earlier, and the cause of his death has never been determined. She shows up in Lilydale with 2 friends to see if there's anything the mediums can reveal.
There are no guarantees, of course, we know that coming here, but it's something that I can do to say, yes, I'm open to this, to actually get in your car and drive 11 hours, and invest the time away from the rest of your life. It kind of allows me to focus more fully on the purpose. And I know I can't guarantee what will happen, but it's my way of showing that I'm open to it.
Ronald and Rebecca's weekend in Lilydale begins alongside several hundred other visitors. They gather around a tree stump in the town that the locals believe has powerful spiritual energy. One of the town mediums walks to the front of the crowd and begins speaking.
Good afternoon. I keep singing Mr. Rogers. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Could I speak to the lady in the blue blouse? Hi, how are you? What's your name?
Rebecca.
Hello, Rebecca. I have a lady in spirit who's not talking about who she is. She says it's not important who she is, as much as that you understand that there are periods in your life where you are being wrapped with gentle arms. And she says, we're the people who come and wrap people in gentle arms. Do you understand that? She is talking about how you have been asking for information, or you've been asking why. And as you've been asking why, you're finding nothing but the most deafening silence. She is coming to you and bringing you, for some reason, a bouquet of daisies. And she said, you have to remember, when you pull the petals out, the final petal will always be, he loves me. All right? So I leave that for you with God's blessings. Thank you. Janice, thank you for allowing me to serve. Have a great day, everybody. See you later.
When I watch this scene, I get a clear sense of what director Stephen Cantor was talking about earlier. Marty, the medium in that clip, has no idea who Rebecca is. She picks her at random from the crowd. And while the initial images she gives Rebecca are sort of general, loving arms and a search for answers, by the end, Marty's reading is spot on. When she tells Rebecca, who never got to say goodbye to her boyfriend, that the message of that final flower petal is, he loves me, Rebecca starts sobbing uncontrollably. After the gathering at the stump, the crowd disperses into the town, where the various mediums are waiting outside their houses, many of them sitting cross-legged next to their flower beds, petting cats, with sandwich boards, listing the prices for readings. As I was watching the film, I have to admit this setup struck me as a little bit crass. The stump reading seemed like this kind of free sample they give out to entice you to buy the more expensive version. And that, combined with the fact that you have to pay a gate fee to even get into Lilydale, made the whole thing seem sort of like a theme park. Stephen Cantor, the director, agreed.
Sort of like Disneyland for the soul or something.
Yeah.
People go there wanting to have a good time, they have lunch, they go to these seances, go to the stump and get readings, and other people have readings.
Yeah.
Group readings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Come back the next day.
Mm-hmm. And then there's the fact that the mediums charge hefty prices for readings that sometimes completely miss the mark. One medium tries to convince Rebecca to forgive herself for having a miscarriage, which she's never had. After the reading, Rebecca complains about it to her friends.
He didn't tell me anything I recognized.
Really?
No. He insisted we had a kid.
What?
He's like, no one picture of a child who passed early conception. And I don't want to argue with him, so I'm just going along with it. But I'm like, no. Really? I felt like it was the medium talking about, like, the medium's perceptions, the medium's, you know, and I'm like,
okay.
No, I don't want you. Like, you, like, if these are two different languages, I want you to be the translator.
Right.
I think you should have another reading.
I think you should too.
But director Stephen Cantor says it's too simple to dismiss Lilydale as a con.
You know, people for the most part are dealing with a lot of pain and trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Death sneaks up on you in very unexpected ways, almost everyone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you have unresolved things you wish you discussed, or things you're not sure about or unclear about, or the will didn't go the way you thought it was going to, or whatever. There's everyone's dealing with that, and this is a place to potentially get some closure or some answers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And people do.
And it's true. As the film goes on, it's clear that people like Ronald really get something from their sessions. In the last reading that we see Ronald have, one of the mediums finally offers him some relief from the guilt that he's been carrying.
And he tells me that he wants to tell his mother to release any feeling that she has about blaming herself for anything. And he's saying this to both of you, okay? Oh, I hope you know how much he loves you and how much he appreciated you always being there for him. That meant so much to him. And now he wants to give you a gift. And so he's going to be communicating with you so beautifully. So I want to encourage you, Ronald, to have times of meditation and prayer where you can walk between the two worlds and be with him as he's with you.
Whether or not you believe that the medium actually received this message from Ronald's son, it's clear that the message resonates with Ronald.
For the first time, I had a chance to actually be alone with my own spirit, you know, with my own conscience. And you know that tragedies won't, they'll come and go, and things good and bad, they won't last forever. The sun will rise the next day, and this too shall pass.
Reflecting on the documentary now, it strikes me that for people who are wrestling with the trauma of these massive tragedies, what the mediums of Lilydale are offering is something that's hard to find. Someone to sit with you in your pain and say, I see you. I see how badly you're hurting. And it's not going to feel like this forever. And when I think about the idea that Lilydale is a kind of theme park, I wonder if that's really all that bad. After all, we go to theme parks to ride roller coasters. And sure, part of the thrill of a roller coaster is the fear that at any moment it might go flying off its track. But I wonder if we also like reminding ourselves that no matter how wild the ride gets, it's not going to. As moving as Ronald's journey was, the lingering curiosity I felt after watching No One Dies in Lilydale was less about what it would be like to get a reading from a medium and more about what it feels like to be one. Because a lot of times on this show, that's kind of what I feel like. Someone whose job is to help people translate mysterious messages from the past. And the truth is, when people ask me how I approach that work, the answer is that I don't really know. It feels different every time, and I'm usually just following my instincts and hoping that they lead us somewhere meaningful. I am constantly worried that I'm going to disappoint the person I'm working with. And I found myself wondering if being a spiritual medium is anything like being a narrative one. Last summer, I was hoping to make a trip to Lilydale. The pandemic made that impossible. But one night, I was telling a friend that I was curious about the place. And she said she knew someone who lived in Lilydale and was training to become a medium. So she put me in touch. And before long, I found myself on the phone with Tiffany Hopkins. It was just a few weeks into the first round of stay-at-home orders, right around the time people on social media were swapping pictures of their sourdough starters.
I basically turned my life into quarantine life like 5 years ago, and baking sourdough is something that I've done the whole time to survive for sure. So I'm not surprised one bit that people are like, this is really helpful.
I've been on this train for a minute. Tiffany lives in a house in Lilydale that's been in her family for generations. She moved there a few years ago after she got tired of her fast-paced life in the marketing and finance industry. She didn't like the pressure she felt to project an outward image of success that didn't have anything to do with the person she felt like on the inside.
I'm trying to get closer and closer to what feels really beautiful and me in everything I do, and that it's taken years and it's never gonna end probably, but it's kind of led me to spirituality and a lot of baking and cooking, a lot of time in nature.
And just as those feelings were coming to a head, Tiffany found out that she had inherited a small cottage in the small town of Lilydale, New York.
It's 2 stories, and it was originally the actual definition of a cottage. So no bathroom, no kitchen. It was just 2 rooms, basically one for seances and one for eating.
At that point, Tiffany didn't consider herself to be a spiritualist, but she knew that Lilydale wasn't an ordinary place. She had a very specific memory from a childhood visit to the town.
We stayed in the hotel, and I had won these little Muppet dolls at a raffle, and I set them along the mantle in the hotel, and in the night they all had been taken off. And that was sort of my first experience with ghosts in my mind, and I never really knew what happened, but I understood what this place was about and that this kind of thing would probably happen here.
When Tiffany arrived in town as an adult and moved into the cottage, she got to know some spiritualists in the community, and they told her that her house was full of spiritual energy.
They come in, they're like, whoa, there's a lot going on in here.
At first, the presence of so many spirits in the house was unnerving for Tiffany. She wasn't sure what to expect. But as she talked more with the town's mediums, she learned some tricks for avoiding incidents like she'd experienced as a child with those Muppet dolls.
If you don't want weird stuff happening, you tell them what they call physical phenomena. You tell them not to do that. So I came home and was like, nobody's allowed to do physical phenomena in this house.
Tiffany says the strategy worked. No weird stuff happened in her house. And the more she learned about spiritualism, the more it lined up with that intuitive way of living that she had been craving for years.
I had developed a lot of reverence for my ancestors. I had an altar, and I had spent hundreds of hours doing my family tree back 9 generations on one side.
One night, Tiffany was walking through town, and she saw a sign announcing a mediumship circle. She didn't really know what that meant, but she decided to find out.
I showed up that first night, had never done any mediumship, and within a half an hour, probably, the teacher had everybody doing readings, and I just couldn't believe that somebody was going to just tell me, you're going to go ahead and just, talk with the dead right now. Go for it.
Tiffany says at first, the guy she was giving a reading to had no idea what she was talking about. But she kept showing up for the mediumship circles for the next 3 months. And eventually, she found herself starting to make more meaningful connections with spirit. People started to respond to her readings. She says it was mostly a process of listening to her body and trusting her intuition, the same forces that had brought her to Lilydale in the first place.
There are moments when information comes to you and you don't know exactly where it comes from. And when you sit and very intentionally try to access information from a very specific source, whether that's the spirit realm or the earth or whatever you're doing, you learn what your body and your mind are doing, and then you do it again.
Once she feels that instinct that a person or a message wants to come through, Tiffany says the challenge is getting herself out of the way so that she, Tiffany, isn't interfering with the transmission. Part of that process is physical.
I'm sitting in a chair, my feet flat on the ground, my hands palms up, and then I take a deep in-breath, and at the top of that breath, I enter into the spirit world with my mind.
That last breath is important. One of Tiffany's teachers told her that people usually die at the top of an in-breath.
And I don't have any scientific proof of that. I don't know where they came up with it. But I took it and I love it because this is like that top of the in-breath that, gives you actually a place to jump off from.
I don't know if it's true either, but I love that image, that on that inhale, Tiffany is connecting to the last breath we draw in this world and springing into the next one. Speaking of images, I was really curious to know what the spirit realm looks like. But Tiffany says the answer is nothing. It's not a physical place with spirits wandering around. She describes it as more of an awareness.
I've never seen a ghost, for example. There's nothing there when I go. I literally put my consciousness into a place, but there's nothing there. Like I can feel my heart rate goes up a little bit. I sweat more. I start talking faster often. What it feels like is I'm able to kind of look through another person's eyes. It feels very much like thinking, but from another person's perspective.
Thinking, but from another person's perspective. What Tiffany's describing sounds to me like a practice of devout compassion. Maybe that's part of why people like Ronald get so much from their readings, whether or not they believe the medium is actually talking to the dead. Whatever's really going on, a good medium is channeling something almost anyone can connect to: empathy. Maybe the key to the whole thing isn't whether or not the customer believes the reading is real. Maybe it's whether or not the medium does.
What I love about it is it's sort of like, as long as you believe you can talk to the dead, you're good to go.
I had one last question for Tiffany, which was if she'd be willing to give me a reading. And it turns out that for students of spiritualism like Tiffany, giving free readings is a critical part of the training. So she said yes. And it was unlike anything I have ever experienced. She connected right away with a grandfatherly figure. She identified him as being a fisherman. That was very eerie because Grandpa was a fisherman. Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, if you like what you hear on the podcast, I hope you'll take a moment to consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits, our community of supporters on Patreon. I know it might seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads during the breaks of our show. But the truth is, while I am grateful for those sponsorships, they don't come close to covering the costs of doing this work at the level you expect. And that's where the Kindred Spirits come in. For just $5 a month, they get the satisfaction of knowing that they're keeping the mics hot here at WALT. Plus, they get cool bonus episodes every month, featuring exclusive content you won't hear anywhere else. This month, they're getting to hear my full unedited interview with Stephen Cantor, the director of the film No One Dies in Lilydale. Kindred Spirits also get ad-free versions of all of our episodes. If you're already a Kindred Spirit, thank you so very much for your support. And if you're not, and you have the means, please consider joining them today at patreon.com/familyghosts. Now, obviously, Tiffany was not conducting my reading under normal circumstances. For one thing, we weren't in the same room. She was in her cottage in Lilydale, and I was in a small guest house in the Hudson Valley that my girlfriend and I were staying in during the quarantine. And on top of that, the guest house had terrible cell phone reception. The only way I could get a consistent signal was to sit in the driver's seat of my car in the driveway. So that's where I was during the reading. I also want to say that I didn't record the reading as it was happening. And that was on purpose. As much as I wanted to have a record of it, I knew that I wouldn't really be focused on what was happening if I was constantly thinking about whether or not we were getting a good quality recording. So instead, as soon as the reading was over, I turned on the voice memo app on my phone, and I tried to talk through everything exactly as it happened. I just want to talk for a minute or two about the reading that I just had with Tiffany. She started the reading by having me sit as much as possible in a meditative position. So I'm sitting in the car, but in the driver's seat, but I tried to sit with my back straight and my feet on the ground and my palms on my knees and just take deep breaths. She recommended that I focus on the breath and focus on my heartbeat. And so I did that. As I was doing it, I felt strong emotion come up in me. I felt the realization that I don't pause to take time like that on any sort of regular basis other than when I'm trying to go to sleep. And that's, even then, I'm doing that with the goal of going to sleep. And there was no particular goal in this 5-minute-ish period other than to focus on breath and focus on heartbeat and the thoughts that were coming up as I did that. The thoughts that did come up were, I noticed that I was thinking about the anxiety that recurs for me about... Okay, so this part is actually a little more personal than I'm comfortable sharing, but let's just say that I spent a few minutes here going into great detail on some relationship anxieties that I was having at the time. And then at the conclusion of that breathing period, Tiffany then started the part of the process where she, in her words, connects with spirit. And she said that she connected right away with a grandfatherly figure who had a very traditional grandfather sort of presentation and energy to him, and that it was a persona that was at once gruff and a little distant, but also had a twinkle in his eye, I believe is a word that she used. That made me think very much that she was thinking of Grandpa, my dad's dad, who was somebody who I always felt very loved by and cared for, even though he never really expressed that sort of thing verbally or directly. Now, this is the part where it gets wild, because as Tiffany was describing this grandfatherly presence, I thought to myself, okay, sure, maybe she's established this connection with my grandfather on my dad's side. But I didn't verbally confirm that with her. I just thought it privately to myself as Tiffany kept talking. She talked about how this person had a sense of humor, and she identified him as being a fisherman. That was very eerie, because Grandpa was a fisherman. Once she said the fisherman thing, the whole experience became much more intense. It was a moment like the Nichols in Stephen or the Flower Petal and Rebecca's reading at the stump in the documentary. How could Tiffany have possibly known that my grandfather was a fisherman? Naturally, once she said that, I was much more inclined to trust everything that followed. Apparently, the message that he was looking to send to me was that he feels like he always had an ability to see more than most people see, to understand more than most people understand, a broader scope of vision, an ability to perceive what's happening that other people don't always necessarily notice, and that he saw those things and felt those things, and that while he never felt like it was his place to bring those things into some sort of more concrete form, he knows that that's something that I can do and do in my life. And it also made me think about the time Grandpa winked at me towards the end of his life when he was dealing with very severe dementia and couldn't communicate with anybody around him. This is one of my most beautiful and heartbreaking memories about my grandfather. In all the years that I knew him, as I referenced in this recording, he didn't necessarily talk very much, but he would often look at me and wink, like he was saying, "Don't worry, kiddo, I see you." And just a few weeks before he passed away, my dad and I were up in Ithaca visiting him and my grandmother. And Grandpa was very sick. He had advanced dementia. He didn't know who my dad or my grandmother were most of the time. And there was this one afternoon where we took him to the doctor's office, and he was stumbling and shouting and resisting being lifted up onto the examining table. My dad and the doctor were struggling to help him. And when they finally got him up on the table, he suddenly relaxed and became very serene, and he looked at me right over my dad's shoulder and winked. And so I asked Tiffany if there was any indication of what that wink meant. And she said it had to do with his recognition of this capacity in me to to see more and notice more and bring things into the light. This was a powerful moment for me. Tiffany was basically describing the mission statement of this very podcast and suggesting that I inherited an inclination towards work like this from my grandfather. When she talked about this idea, I suddenly remembered this moment from a conversation I had with one of my uncles during the reporting process for the Family Ghost episode None of Your Business back in season 1. My uncle was telling me that when he and my dad were kids, Grandpa was very involved in their church's community organization, and that in particular, Grandpa was always trying to be the person in the room who kept the good of the entire community in mind. My uncle said it was like Grandpa's eyes were always open a little bit wider, like he was always trying to see past the volatility of whatever issue was being debated in a particular moment. When other people got upset or defensive about something, he stayed quiet and listened. He let them express what they needed to express, and then he tried to figure out how to come up with a solution that was best for everyone, but made the people who disagreed with that solution feel like they'd been heard. To give them, if nothing else, a little wink. And then one day, his son, my Uncle Dick, killed himself in the woods. And according to the uncle who was telling me about all this, after that happened, Grandpa gave up on the church. They dropped out of the community group and eventually stopped going to services altogether. And when my uncle asked why, Grandpa said something like, "I don't believe in that stuff anymore." Just like that, his uncannily wide eye closed. And in the moment of remembering that during my reading, I thought to myself that maybe what Grandpa was trying to communicate through Tiffany was the idea that his ability to see the world through wide eyes was something that receded after Dick's death, or maybe that it became an impulse he felt like he should resist. And that maybe that wink was him letting me know that he saw me picking up the work he didn't get to finish. That, in a way, Family Ghosts was Grandpa's prophecy for me. Now, I suppose I should also say that in the moment that I got this reading from Tiffany, my confidence was at a very low ebb for reasons related to the pandemic and a few other things. The future of Family Ghosts was in doubt, and I was wondering if I'd ever get to make another episode of the show. And all that was making me wonder, did all that work I did really matter? I guess what I'm saying is that I was in a place where I needed to feel like my work meant something. And it's possible that on some level, my mind was bending all these shards of memory into a shape that made me feel like it did. So maybe there's a rational explanation. But there was another part of Tiffany's reading that I definitely can't explain. The other thing is that I got a very strong sense of Grandpa's smell while she was talking to me. I smelled the way that I just remember him wearing these sweaters and these tweed pants, and there was a warm, kind of musky, very masculine smell that he had that was very comforting. And I could smell that while she was telling me about it. It was a very remarkable experience. Like I said at the beginning, this isn't the episode where I come out as a spiritualist. But in a year, when so many things defied explanation, there were a lot of moments when it felt like all I had to rely on was my intuition. When it starts to feel like the car really is about to fly off the roller coaster rails, what exactly are we supposed to hold on to? I like the way Tiffany put it.
I just had become very interested in making decisions based on what felt mostly like me.
And I think what I learned from Tiffany is that making decisions that way feels safer when you've had some practice. If not literally talking to the past, at least trying to tune into it.
I guess I sort of am understanding the benefit of passing down stories and remembering where we came from in a much more active way. That it really does leave an impact on how you make decisions and how you kind of walk in the world. I feel like there's a certain level of people looking out for me, that I can trust myself and what I'm doing. I can trust the things that come into my life, that they are safe and good for me. And it just has given me a level of confidence that things are going to be okay.
I'm having trouble coming up with the right word to capture the magnitude of what Tiffany just said. But whatever it is, medium doesn't even come close.
I walk through the dark night, wishing your lamp. I lit a candle, was a pretty red glow. I said, you were still.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Damon. Check the show notes for this episode for links to more work by Tiffany Hopkins and Stephen Cantor, as well as a link where you can watch Stephen's documentary, No One Dies in Lilydale. Special thanks this week to Adrian Bain. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Incidental music is from Blue Dot Sessions. This episode also featured original music by Ben Levin and Evan Viola. And the music you're hearing behind the credits right now is Still Close by the Wood Brothers. It's from their album Loaded. You should listen to it, whether or not you believe in mediums. I think you'll agree that that album is pure magic. If you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between episodes of Family Ghosts, and you like the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, check out Fisher Family Ghosts, our first ever Family Ghosts spin-off. Each week, my girlfriend Adrienne and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under and talk about the ways the characters, themes, and narrative affect our perspective on storytelling and our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. If you have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits at patreon.com/familyghosts. If you don't, no worries. Please consider supporting the show by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It takes less than 30 seconds, and it makes a huge difference in terms of helping new listeners find our show. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a brand new story. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then.
I saw a flower, a wild red rose. That's where you were still. Covered in rose petals, from your head to your feet.
You're listening to WALT,
Homegrown.
Homemade Radio. You can tell a lot about a person from their car. the legend of Coach Emerson sprung to life in the locker room at T.C. Williams High School a few days before varsity baseball tryouts in the spring of 1998. He had pitched in Single A for the Milwaukee Brewers. He could hit 94 with his fastball. He had told the athletic director that he would only take the coaching job at our school if they didn't make him quit chewing tobacco. I made the team, and on a cold February afternoon, I showed up at the gym for our first practice of the season. I had a brand new glove that I was hoping would impress Coach Emerson. But we didn't do any throwing or batting practice that day. Instead, he loaded us onto a bus and drove us out to the edge of town. T.C. Williams High School couldn't afford to build its own baseball diamond, so we leased an old field near some overgrown railroad tracks. The PA system didn't work. The outfield was riddled with weeds and broken crack vials. When we got off the bus that first day, Coach Emerson passed out lawnmowers, paintbrushes, and rakes, and divided us into groups. We spent the whole first week of the preseason painting over graffiti on the dugout walls, combing fresh dirt into the infield base paths, and fixing dents in the bleachers. When we did finally start formal baseball practice, there was still no throwing or hitting, just wind sprints, from the right field foul line to center field and back, over and over and over again, until our chests were heaving and we felt dizzy. Coach Emerson ran every sprint with us, shouting at us the whole time, "I'm 26 years old, you little bitches. How do I have more energy than you?" I told him I wanted to be a pitcher, but he told me I didn't have a strong enough arm. What he needed was a backup catcher. The first drill he had me do was to strap on a mask and a chest protector and kneel behind the plate with my hands behind my back. He told me not to move no matter what. And then he whistled for a couple of upperclassmen to come practice their curveballs. And he howled with laughter as one after another of them pelted my body. Eventually, the season started, and we won our first game against the defending district champions. It was the first game T.C. Williams had won in 15 years. We won 11 more that spring, and by late April, we found ourselves suiting up for TC's first ever playoff game. But the glory was short-lived. We were overmatched by the rangy, corn-fed boys of Central Virginia. The opposing pitcher was mystifying our hitters with changeups and sliders. And with 2 outs to go, facing elimination after coming so far, I watched Coach Emerson's knuckles turn white as he gripped the dugout railing. "Put your fucking eyes back in your head, you absolute clown!" he shouted at the umpire. "I'll follow you to the fucking parking lot after this if you don't shape the fuck up." The ump turned to our dugout and glared. And I watched as Coach Emerson's wife rushed up to the fence behind him and started whispering, "Billy, don't you do this again. Come on, Billy. Be a good boy." The next spring, I decided I wanted to audition for the school musical. When Coach Emerson didn't see my name on the sign-up sheet for baseball tryouts, he called my house and asked my parents if he could give me a ride home after school. When he picked me up outside the auditorium, I had grown my hair over my ears and swapped out that new glove for a shiny pair of Doc Martens. He glared at me as I opened the door of his pickup truck. I brushed a pile of empty Red Man chewing tobacco cans off the passenger seat and climbed in. And that's when I saw it. Coach Emerson had replaced the head of the gear shift in his truck with a baseball. As he shifted gears on the 15-minute drive to my house, he kept running his fingers back and forth over the faded red seams. We didn't talk much, but when he pulled up outside my house, he turned to me and said, "Look, Damon, I need you out there." I said I'd think about it and hurried inside. But there wasn't anything to think about. A few months later, I was putting on my Burger Palace employee number 2 costume and getting ready for curtain at the auditorium, and rumors about Coach Emerson were spreading around the high school again. They were less flattering this time. He had been fired for throwing a hand weight against the wall and nearly hitting a student in the head. Coach Emerson has been on my mind recently because I've been reading this beautiful novel called Gilead by Marilyn Robinson. In the story, an aging preacher is telling his son a story about the preacher's grandfather, a legendary pastor in his own right. The preacher says his grandfather had this withering way of looking at him, of making him feel like he'd never amount to anything. The line that sticks with me goes like this: "These people who can see right through you never quite do you justice, because they never give you credit for the effort you're making to be better than you actually are, which is difficult and well-meant and deserving of some little notice." For some reason, that line made me think of Coach Emerson. And after I read it, I Googled him. It turns out he never pitched for the Brewers minor league affiliates. As far as I can tell, he only played one season of pro ball for an independent league team called the Newark Buffaloes. After that, he bounced around for a few years, coaching various high school programs like ours. But according to his LinkedIn profile, he eventually caught on as a major league scout and spent 17 years working for the Detroit Tigers. In his profile picture, he's grinning the same way he did when our parents showed up to that first home game and gasped when they saw the paint on the dugouts. That day after school, in Coach Emerson's pickup, I thought I could see right through him. He was a pathetic 26-year-old washout, a man-child who was desperate for validation from a bunch of teenagers. But even if he wasn't really the guy that we whispered about in the locker room, we ended up revering Coach Emerson, and it wasn't just because we were afraid of him. I think it was something about that baseball on his gear shift. Maybe his life hadn't turned out the way he wanted yet, but he knew that baseball was the thing that literally gave him direction. And until things worked out, he was going to make the best with what he had. And a couple years after he left, when I was a senior, they finally finished the repairs on the press box. And I got to be the public address announcer at home games. So as much pain and humiliation as he caused me behind the plate, it's thanks to him that I ended up behind the microphone. From WALTFM, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and aside from that passage in Gilead, I thought about that moment in Coach Emerson's truck because of one of my favorite lines from this week's story.
When we got into his car, it was so full of junk that every time he stopped, it all rushed forward like the wave of an ocean. I'd never met an untidy adult before, so I found this fascinating.
That's Aaron Barker. And if you've been listening to our show for a while, you might recognize that name. Aaron told a version of this story at one of our Family Ghosts live shows a while back. And we aired that version on a bonus episode that's no longer available. But the audio quality on that version wasn't very good, and Aaron felt like there was more of the story that she wanted to tell. So for this week, we made a studio version of it. And you're going to hear it right after the break. Stay tuned.
When I was 11, my mom sat me and my little brother down and asked us, how would we like to move to England for a year? Ever since I was little, my mom had been gone almost every week, Monday through Friday, on a business trip. Each trip, she would bring me back one of those silver souvenir spoons. By the time I was this age, I had display cases full of them, lining all the walls of my bedroom. Now found them sort of depressing, like a physical representation of all the time we never spent together. I was the only girl in my Girl Scout troop who attended the mother-daughter camping trip with her nanny. This trip to England was the first time my mom had ever wanted us to come with her, and it felt special, even though we had to give some things up. For instance, my dad couldn't come. He had to stay in the US for his job. I was really close with my dad, who would read us a chapter from the Bible every night before bed, and sometimes if we were good, we'd do a Where's Waldo too. And I knew I would miss my church, where I was a perennial Bible Bowl champion. To give you an idea of how religious my family is, we aren't on the level of the people who dance with snakes, but we are on the level where we don't think those people are that weird. Like, we'd say hello to them at the grocery store. Like, hey, Howard, how are things? How are the snakes? My whole life, my Christian friends were all that I had known. There were times when I wondered if I should be hanging out with prostitutes and tax collectors like Jesus did, but I was always assured that that kind of thing was for Jesus. It was better for us to protect ourselves from non-Christians who might be bad influences. After all, even Jericho had walls around it. But Mom reassured me that they would have Jesus in England too. So I was in. When we arrived at Gatwick Airport, my mom's friend from work, Andy, picked us up. My mom had had work friends before, like Roger, who was older and had a big bushy mustache and was always making us go out to the driveway to look at his new car. But she never had a friend like Andy. Andy was only about 30 years old, around the same age I am today, 10 years younger than my mom was then. He looked a lot like Beatlemania-era John Lennon. If Beatlemania-era John Lennon had worked in computer software and worn a lot of khakis. When we got into his car, it was so full of junk that every time he stopped, it all rushed forward like the wave of an ocean. I'd never met an untidy adult before, so I found this fascinating. He wasn't like a regular adult. He was like a grown-up kid. He built forts with us and watched cartoons with us. He bought me my cherished first Spice Girls CD. And every Sunday he would come to church with us. My mom told us because Andy was her friend, it was our responsibility to bring him to Christ. And this felt important to me because I cared about Andy. I didn't want him to go to hell like the atheists or the homosexuals. At school, I was alarmingly popular, due almost entirely to the fact that I was an American, I had an American accent, and I'd been to Disney World several times. My classmates would all crowd around me, demanding to know more about my rich and glorious homeland. Are you from New York, Florida, or California? They wanted to know. I had to break it to them that I was actually from the in-between area, a place called Ohio, and they were disappointed, which, to be fair, is always an appropriate reaction to Ohio. I had never been popular before and always thought it might be kind of fun, but it was more disconcerting than I had expected. These boarding school kids were way different from my Sunday school friends at home. They all smoked cigarettes and were like on their third marriage. On days when Andy came to pick us up, they'd ask, with jaded eyes, "Is that your mom's boyfriend?" And I'd say, "No, my mom is married to my dad." And they'd say, "But your dad's still in America, right?" And I'd say, "Yeah, but just for work." And they'd have kind of a knowing smirk. But I knew they were wrong because we were Christians. We didn't believe in divorce, and things like that didn't happen to us. God protected us. I can still remember the time when I was little and I was watching an episode of Sesame Street where they were talking about different kinds of families. Like some kids are adopted, some parents are divorced. I obviously found this terrifying. So I turned to my mom and asked, "Would you and Dad ever get divorced?" And she said, "Of course not, honey, we're Christians." This, to me, amounted to a binding contract. But something about my classmates' knowing smirks got into my head. A few weeks later, we stayed overnight at Andy's house for the first time. It was this sparsely furnished bachelor pad that had 3 bedrooms upstairs. I lay in bed that night next to my mouth-breathing little brother, and I thought, I have to know. I made a plan. A plan that bore an uncomfortable resemblance to my plan to find out if Santa Claus was real. I knew which bedroom was Andy's. I decided I would get up and go into the 3rd bedroom and see if my mom was sleeping in there. If she was, I would know that everything was fine and all those heathens at school were wrong. If she woke up, I would just tell her I wanted a drink of water because that was a normal thing for a kid to wake up a parent for, right? If she wasn't there, I would know she was sleeping in Andy's bed, and the world would be a different place than I thought it was. So I got up out of my bed and I crept across the hallway to the third door. I put my hand on the doorknob and I could feel my heart beating through my chest as I turned it and opened the door. There she was, asleep on a twin bed. She didn't wake up when I opened the door, so I just closed it and went back to bed, ashamed of my own suspicions. How could I have doubted her? I cursed those boarding school heathens and their sinful minds. And for the rest of my life, I rested comfortably in the knowledge that my family, a Christian family, would never go through the kinds of things that other families go through. Just kidding. The room was completely empty. Nothing except some boxes and stacks of paper and not even a bed. I barely slept that night. I just kept counting the minutes until I could get up and go down to the breakfast table and have my mother explain this away. Because there had to be an explanation. She told me herself she was a Christian, and Christians didn't lie or cheat or get divorced. Finally, morning came and I went downstairs and I asked my mom, "Where did you sleep last night?" All cash. And she froze, crumpet halfway to her mouth. Then she said, "I was in a guest bedroom just like you." So then I said, "I looked in the other bedroom and you weren't there. I needed a glass of water." My mom wasn't really looking at me when she said, "Well, there was another bedroom that you didn't see." In this moment, I had a decision to make. Either my entire belief system could be completely shattered, or I could choose to believe an invisible bedroom that I knew did not exist and have everything go back to normal. The choice was clear. I didn't ask any more questions. I shoved it back into a dark corner of my mind, but even so, it didn't stop me from becoming miserably unhappy, from losing that feeling that we were untouchable, that God protected us from sin. I would sometimes start crying in the middle of my classes for reasons that I couldn't really explain. Eventually, my dad arranged for me and my brother to return to the States mid-semester without my mom.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, if you're enjoying Aaron's story, or any of the stories that we tell here on Family Ghosts, chances are you are someone who cares about really understanding people, trying to see them for who they actually are. And on this week's Kindred Spirits exclusive, myself and a very special guest try to figure out if that's even possible, with a little help from Roald Dahl. Now, you may be asking yourself, what is a... Well, that's a bonus episode of Family Ghosts, released twice a month, and it is available exclusively to our supporters on Patreon, who we call the Kindred Spirits. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits get those bonus episodes, where you might hear anything from a long-form interview with one of the characters in a Family Ghost story, to a futuristic dystopian radio drama in space, to this week's recollection of a critical scene in the BFG. Kindred Spirits also hear our episodes ad-free, and on top of all that, they get the satisfaction of knowing that they're providing critical support for the work we do here at WALT. I know it might seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads in the breaks on Family Ghosts, but the truth is, we wouldn't be able to sustain this project without the support of its listeners. It's thanks to you that we're able to make our show at the level of quality you expect. So if you're already a member, thank you. And if you aren't, and you have the means, please consider joining the Kindred Spirits at patreon.com/familyghosts.
One day, my dad picked me up from school and took me out for ice cream. And that was when I knew things were about to get worse. Every time my dad has bad news, he takes us out for ice cream. Don't ever go to the Cold Stone Creamery with my dad. Just don't do it. Unless you want to find out that grandpa has cancer, or your dog was put to sleep, or your nanny was fired for stealing your mother's jewelry. We got our ice cream of doom, and my dad sat me down and told me that my mother was pregnant with a baby that wasn't his. He asked me if I knew who the father was, and I realized that I did know. And everything I'd been pushing back into that dark corner was suddenly impossible to avoid. Especially because soon after this, my mother returned to the States and bought a house with Andy down the street from my father's. Because the neighborhood didn't already have enough to talk about. Our fellow church members started treating us like we had some kind of disease that might be contagious. Neighbors whispered behind our backs, or sometimes when my dad wasn't around, would tell me to my face that my mother was a whore. Once I was at a friend's house while his parents were having a party, and his mother forced me to tell the story of my parents' divorce for the entertainment of her guests. We weren't on the inside of those walls of Jericho anymore. And if we weren't on the inside, it was like we didn't even matter, except as jokes or cautionary tales. It turns out that from the outside, evangelical Christianity is a lot less pleasant. 12 years of faithful Sunday school attendance, hundreds of memorized Bible verses, a lifetime devotion to abstaining from swears, even the ones that weren't that bad. And here I was, on the outside anyway. No better than the atheists and the homosexuals. I was consumed by this rage over everything that had been taken from me. My perfect Christian life and my perfect Christian family and my perfect Christian church. Now it was all broken and messy and complicated. I went down to my mother's house one weekend and was confronted by the sight of a small pink baby that I was told was my new sister. Do you want to hold her? My mother asked. No, I didn't want to hold her. I didn't want to look at her. This baby had ruined my life. I made a commitment in that moment to hate this baby for the rest of my life, possibly longer. There was just one problem. I don't know if you've ever tried to hate a baby. It's really fucking hard. Because everything they do is magical. And this was especially true for my sister Emma, who had a little Pebbles Flintstone ponytail on her head. And as me and my mom started to bond again over our mutual love of Emma and our mutual hatred of the Teletubbies, I started to wonder if what had happened to us was really all that bad. And then at school, I found out that actually an amazing thing happens when you get ostracized by the Christians, which is that you get to hang out with the atheists and the homosexuals. And it turns out they're a lot more fun. Who knew? I also discovered Jews during this time. Now, when Amanda Hines told me that my mother was a whore, I had a bunch of new friends who told her to shut the fuck up and go back to journaling about our math teacher. Thinking back to that moment when I'd opened the door to that spare bedroom and found it empty, I realized I wouldn't change it. If it weren't for that moment, I wouldn't have Emma, I wouldn't have my new friends, and I wouldn't have discovered what my faith really meant. It wasn't about feeling superior or safe or protected from all the bad or scary things in the world. It was about having courage to love people despite their differences or their imperfections. So I forgave my mom. And I even forgave Andy. And a few years later, when my mom found a photo of a children's soccer team while she was cleaning the garage and discovered that he'd been coaching his mistress's kids' soccer team for the entire season behind her back, I forgave him again. And I forgave him when we found photos of him with another local soccer mom in Vegas. And I forgave him when we found those emails he had exchanged with still more local soccer moms that contained photos of engagement rings and swatches for how they would redecorate my mom's house when they moved in. And then I forgave him for taking my mom's money in the divorce. That's how fucking Christ-like I am, friends. All have fallen short of the glory of the Lord. Some fuckers more than others. I think we can all agree. But in a way, I owe him a debt of gratitude. Because if not for Andy putting his dick where it didn't belong, I might not be the person I am today. The person who, when her little brother came out of the closet, was able to tell him that I love him and accept him for who he is, instead of yelling Old Testament verses at him. The person who belongs to a church that protests things like concentration camps instead of looking away. The person whose bridal party a few years ago was made up entirely of atheists, Jews, and homosexuals. Except for my maid of honor, who was that baby I'd once thought I'd hate for the rest of my life. Because now I can recognize that all of this brings me closer to God and his infinite love, not farther away.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingham. This week's story was written and told by Aaron Barker. Aaron is the executive director of the Story Collider, a nonprofit organization where science and storytelling intersect. You can hear more of Aaron on the Story Collider's wonderful storytelling podcast, as well as the Moth Radio Hour and many other places. Check our show notes for links where you can find more of Aaron's work. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Incidental music is from Blue Dot Sessions. If you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between episodes of Family Ghosts, and if you like the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, check out Fisher Family Ghosts, our first ever Family Ghosts spin-off. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under, and then talk about the ways that characters, themes, and narrative affect our perspective on storytelling and our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. If you have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits at patreon.com/familyghosts. And if you don't, no worries. Please consider supporting the show by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It takes less than 30 seconds, and it makes a huge difference in terms of helping new listeners find our show. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a brand new story. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then. You're listening to WALT. Homegrown. Homemade radio. Tell me a story. In this century and moment of mania, tell me a story. Make it a story of great distances and starlight. The name of the story will be Time, but you must not pronounce its name. Tell me a story of deep delight. Those are the words of the writer Robert Penn Warren. I have them taped up on the wall here in my studio, alongside those of a few other writers, whose wisdom I try to keep close at hand. I love that Warren quote, because to me, it speaks to the deep appeal of a great story. I think he's telling us that the best stories aren't satisfying because of their plot. I think Warren is tapping into our inherent sense that time is the most precious resource. And he's saying that the best stories and the worlds in which they immerse us are time well spent. I find Warren's words to be particularly resonant when it comes to the kinds of stories we tell on Family Ghosts, because unlike a story told in a book or a play or a movie, we usually don't get to decide how our stories end. They sort of reveal their endings to us, usually after weeks or months of patience, investigation, and reflection. Sometimes the right ending for one of our stories isn't necessarily the most dramatic conclusion from a purely narrative standpoint. We have to find the ending that's the most true to the experience of the time we've spent in that family's world. Of course, we also don't get to decide whether or not that ending is satisfying for you, Ghost Family. And one of the many things I love about you is that when one of our episodes moves you in some way, for better or for worse, you write in and let us know. And there's one story that we get more mail about than any other. It's one of our most popular episodes, and it has probably the most open-ended conclusion of any of our stories. The episode is called The Faith Exam, and it tells the story of a young woman named Julian who is asked to record a series of tapes about the role of faith in her life as part of the process of joining a new church. In the course of interviewing her family for those tapes, Julian discovers a troubling secret about her family's past, and a connection between that secret and the leader of the congregation she's hoping to join, the same person who will end up listening to the tapes that she's making. As I told you back when we first released The Faith Exam, Julian's story is a fictionalized version of a real story. And when we released The Faith Exam, lots of you wrote in, wanting to know that real story. And so for today's episode, I'm going to share a conversation with the creator of The Faith Exam, Andrew Chugg. In a way, it's a sort of a sequel to The Faith Exam. It's the real-life family ghost story that inspired it, but it's also an exploration of why it felt most true for Andrew to tell the story the way he did, and how he feels about his real-life family ghosts in the wake of telling it that way.
There's this map that exists of that time, and like on one point of this map is me and my family, and then on another point of this map is this family with Julian and me and Tally. And I didn't know that I was drawing that map out so accurate to my like reality map.
From WALTFM, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman. And in case it's not clear, if you haven't already, please listen to The Faith Exam before you listen to this week's show. Taken together, these two episodes form a complete thought, a story about great distances and how we map the space between the truth and the light. That's coming up after the break. Do you remember the moment that the idea for this story came to you?
Yeah, I think that there's 2 or 3 versions of that.
Mm-hmm.
Originally, believe it or not, this story, it was a dark comedy about a girl whose father had actually killed himself on purpose. Because he was a musician and he wanted his records to be worth more money. And just sort of like poking fun at, our tradition of giving value to suicide, and just how kind of like sick that made me feel.
Yeah, venerating like the tragic artist.
Yeah, exactly. And I just, it grossed me out so much I wanted to make a comedy about it.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of out of that, I was working with a writing consultant because I hadn't really written anything like this before.
Mm-hmm.
Just somebody who I trusted and who would give me honest feedback. And she just basically said, like, there's not a whole lot of motivation here for the characters. I know you want it to be super dry,
but we need to like build out this world a little bit more. And so through this desire to build out a more cohesive world, I kind of built the world that the characters in Faith Exam exist in. But their, you know, who they are has changed. So the world has kind of stayed the same, like Gray, Poughkeepsie, you know, with a group of people who are inclined to appreciate the arts. So I just kind of remember building this world.
Yeah.
And then this group with this family fit into it.
Was the family part of that initial story structure, or did that come in to the picture once you changed the
Basically,
focus?
Yeah, it's a good question. Tally was the main character in this earlier iteration. So two things really, like one was writing about a family was the sort of like greatest possible motivation for the characters that I could find. You know, the question was always like, well, what is their family life like? Or, you know, what was their childhood like? Questions like that to help develop these characters, and then sort of just became about the family. And then moving in parallel to that was like, I was obviously working through something emotionally and spiritually, and everything just sort of directed itself towards like, you need to do this as a therapeutic process. And the sort of like writing consultant that I had been working with earlier was just like, I know you think you're writing a comedy, but I know you're just a big, gooey, emotional mess right now. So you should probably move that direction a little bit.
So how did she know that? Is it because were you going through something specific at that time?
Yeah, and I don't know how much I clued her in on it, because it's sort of, I reached a sort of like some floodgates on this project where I was like, okay, I know what to do now. I need to get this out.
Yeah.
I hadn't really told her what was going on, but basically there were some substantial family secrets that I found out about that were enormously painful. But at the same time, they made everything so much clearer. Meaning, you know, you find out about these things and you say, oh, that's why that person behaved like that.
Right.
Or that's why they had so much guilt. Or that's why I didn't talk to them for a long time. Just there was this clarity that was just like, it sounds so stupid, but I was kind of like, hell yeah. It makes sense now. Like,
that doesn't sound stupid to me at all.
Yeah, I just was just like, man, I'm so upset and angry about this, but I feel so relieved to know that I wasn't making up, you know, sort of like this interpretation of how it, of other people's behavior and emotions.
I'm so glad you used the word relieved. That was the first thing that popped to mind from you when you were describing that hell yeah feeling. Is as upsetting as things are, as you know, difficult to reckon with whatever the particular details of this scenario are. There is this quality of relief, I think, in my own experience as well, where you feel like at least there's an explanation. At least, and not to name what you were feeling, but I always feel like that's the sense for me, is at least there is this, at least there's a reason that this was happening, and maybe also a possible pathway for me to feel some empathy towards this person who I otherwise might feel a need to just completely cast out of my life because of the way they're behaving or have behaved. Can you tell me the parts of the Faith Exam story that have a tangible connection to your own life?
Yeah, I can. I think I'll try to keep it simple because I want there to be room for interpretation.
Sure.
One huge thing is just sort of, you know, the opiate epidemic, while it did not take my father's life you know, physically, like, pretty much took my father's life. The addictions were severe. You know, he's described to me his rock bottom, which is just unbelievably painful for a child to hear from their parent. During that time when he was really at the peak of the struggling, you know, I was lending him money, you know, not knowing it was going towards drugs, you know, hearing him confess things that I had never heard before while under the influence of drugs. Further ripped my heart out, to be honest. And so that side of it is real, and I really wanted to get something out. I think, looking back, I wanted to tell the story of, you know, one way that maybe my life could have turned out if he had actually overdosed.
Yeah.
The other is a little more complicated because it involves another family secret I don't really want to talk about on mic, but
sure.
The idea being that there's this really substantial family secret, and through the telling of that secret and just the optimistic openness, the family can actually really grow close because of that.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so I wanted to encourage this idea of, like, I don't want to use the word transparency because that feels like I'm in a fucking, like, new corporate.
Yeah.
But, like, this idea,
like Bridgewater Capital or something.
Yeah. Like, you know, this idea that, like, you are 15 years old, and then you're 19 years old, and then you're 25 years old, and then all of a sudden you're 32 years old, and you're, like, a man or a woman. And that happens extremely quickly, and people deserve to know what's going on. They deserve to know if they've been wronged, especially as a child. It can bring tremendous relief.
Yeah. So just to make sure I understand kind of the journey here, am I correct that these revelations about what your dad went through, as well as the other secret that you'd rather not talk about, those are the things that you were processing as you were working through this story?
Yeah, absolutely. And just sort of, like, in addition to that, how to bring other people into it too. You know, how to sort of start communicating to other people that this is happening in my family.
Yeah.
So if I'm being weird, it's because this is going on. If I'm, like, being short with you, or if I'm appear to be distant, it's not because you forgot to put the, you know, lemon in my drink. It's because this shit is going on, and it's occupying pretty much all my senses except for smell.
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes any sense. But
Yeah, it actually weirdly does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I can imagine a scenario where you're dealing with this stuff and you barely taste the food you're eating. I can imagine a scenario where this is going on and you don't really want to touch anybody, or maybe you don't want to look people in the eye. I mean, that's actually a really compelling way of describing it. And smell, I guess smell is sort of involuntary. So
Yeah, exactly.
So when you think about the characters in the faith exam, is there one character in particular who you feel like is most directly a stand-in for you? Or is it not that simple?
It is that simple, but it's also not. Because earlier iterations involved a character that was more similar to me, like Tally, I always sort of thought that it was her. That was sort of a mirror of me. But as the piece developed, it was clear to me that like, you know, B was my mom. But that I was kind of like Julian, in that I just felt so naive.
Yeah.
And I felt so like unconditionally loving. And in this story, you know, there are no conditions to not love Greg.
Right.
But that's not, Greg doesn't accurately represent who my father was or is. So in retrospect, it's kind of funny, but I really just sort of like went to reflect myself as like a 19-year-old. It was kind of funny because it wasn't necessarily intentional, but I just think it reflected like how excited I have been about the world, but just then finding these things out, you know, it really kind of just fucked me up, but also reinforced the practice of getting to know my family better.
Is there, in casting your quote unquote yourself as not just a fictional character, but a fictional character of a different sex than you, do you feel like there was anything in that addition of another layer of distance enable you to explore more freely the kinds of feelings that were going on without having to feel like you were drawing yourself in the script? You know what I mean? Does this question make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. So I kind of have two answers to that. One is that, you know, I also see myself in Greg. Like, you know, I don't have a heroin addiction, but I have other addictions. And in Tim, you know, I think like when you're a young man, you can be a fucking asshole,
right,
and not even know it.
Yeah.
And in Tally, of course, and you know, in B's like desire to find help anywhere, whether it's God or a book or whatever, just please give me something, to latch onto.
Right.
But I think it's not Julian's gender, I think, but that she really was just a curious vehicle to like gather information about a family.
Yeah.
And I think that like the fact that it was through a spiritual or like religious perspective was like really what sort of reflected me, just in this sort of, at the times many of these secrets were coming out, you know, just blindly giving my faith to whatever might want me. You know, and that was a lot of different, you know, Buddhist literature, Christian literature, or, you know, my default, you know, atheist literature. I don't know, she really represented that spiritual journey, I guess.
Yeah. That's one of my favorite things about the Julian character, is that she, to my mind, is not just naive. That it's not that simple. It's that she is looking for, she believes in the idea that investing in a benevolent system could have positive benefits.
Yeah.
I don't find that naive. I find it trusting.
Yeah.
And,
I would love to focus on that word naive for a minute, because like, be naive because people didn't tell her.
Right.
You know, it's not because she's a girl. It's not because she's 18. It's because nobody ever told her what was going on.
Right.
And like, you know, so in this story, B is both telling her what happened with Greg and the truth there, so she can make, you know, this can inform the way she fits into the family. But also, nobody told her that Tim, you know, might be using his power in ways that are unfair to her. Only she can make that decision.
Right.
So being armed with like all the information to make that decision, I think, is what was really important for me to just, I guess, just say like the naive thing is not her fault.
Yeah. another thing that I really like about this story is that it's not even necessarily an indictment of Tim as a person. It's an indictment of Tim's actions at a certain time and the consequences of those actions.
Mm-hmm.
We don't ever actually really get to meet Tim. And then you do this thing, which I remember for me in reading the story being a big moment, which is you kind of tacitly position us as listeners as Tim. Because in the reality of the story, the intended audience of these recordings is Tim. These are for Tim's ears.
Mm-hmm.
And so in listening to it, the logical conclusion that we as an audience draw is that we are Tim. I'm curious to know what your thought process behind that positioning was.
Part of it, kind of comes from a sound design thing, actually, which was I really wanted listeners to feel like this was, could possibly be their family.
Mm-hmm.
And the proximity of the actors to the microphone of the cassette can feel really special.
Mm-hmm.
And I learned that just through a bunch of digitization of tapes I had been doing of my family. And so part of it was inspired by that, but part of it too was just that I felt like in a lot of audio fiction, there's just this sort of like sheen of, and it doesn't feel like the real room, and it doesn't feel like, it just feels like it was produced.
Right.
And so from the very, very beginning, even when it was like a comedy earlier, I knew that I wanted somebody messing with proximity to the recording device. And an earlier version started with Tally and Julian pressing record, and all you hear is screaming because they're laughing so hard. And I just wanted that feeling for listeners to just feel like they were in the space, and that there wasn't a studio or anything, which there wasn't.
Right.
And for the story reason, it was really important for me to have Tim, for listeners to come to their own conclusion about Tim.
Mm-hmm.
On one hand, he's a total asshole bully.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, he's, we can assume that he's made some changes in his life, and that if he is a man of Jesus, that he follows the principles that sort of Jesus laid out. And I sort of wanted listeners to see that in themselves too. Everybody has done something stupid or mean or rude or, and they probably don't remember it. And in this case, Tim probably doesn't remember, doing that to Tally. And I wanted listeners to reflect on making assumptions about people and, think about the way just sort of words can be super harmful.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and putting the listener in Tim's metaphorical shoes or Tim's metaphorical headphones, I suppose, is a really powerful way of doing that. A thing I think about all the time with Tim is there's a tendency when a character like Tim is described to us to assume that that character is just walking around in a constant state of malicious intent and is giddy or gleeful at the negative impacts of the things they say or do. But I have this imagination of Tim listening to these faith exam recordings and being mortified at the pain that he caused. And as you say, maybe not remembering it or remembering it differently. And and having an opportunity to go to these people who he's caused pain to and say, I'm so sorry. That is just as likely an outcome for Tim, the Tim in this world, as the version of him that's like, my dastardly plan was successful. I'll go find my next victim, you know?
Yeah.
And I hope that by positioning the audience in that place, we can create that possibility as well, or some other possibility that I'm not imagining.
Yeah, we don't know enough about Tim to forgive him or not, and then I wanted to imply that a little bit, that he could have either of those reactions, or he could be totally psychopathically neutral.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not about whether Tim is good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's about equipping Julian with everything she needs to make that decision for herself.
Yeah. Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, if you're enjoying this week's show, you should know that you're hearing it because of the generous support of the Kindred Spirits, our community of supporters on Patreon. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits get all of our episodes ad-free, and they get exclusive access to bonus episodes. Lately, they've been hearing a series of audio pieces produced in partnership with a famous special guest, and this week's installment features an original song written by that guest that's never been performed anywhere else. In addition to those benefits, however, Kindred Spirits get the satisfaction of knowing that they're keeping the mics hot here at WALT. I know it might seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads during the breaks of our show. But the truth is, while I appreciate those sponsorships, they don't come close to covering the costs of doing this work at the level of quality that you expect. So if you have the means, please consider joining the Kindred Spirits today at patreon.com/familyghosts. And thank you. Another thing that is happening in this story that I find really interesting, and this particular telling of this story that I find really interesting and I want to ask you about, is not only have you taken some lived experience in your life and transferred it into this imagined world so that to create a space to play with the ideas, but you've also this quote unquote script for this. It doesn't consist of written out dialogue. It consists of a series of scenes where you have described in great detail what's happening in the scene, where the characters are, and you've described what's at stake and what the motivations for the characters are. But all of the dialogue is intended to be improvised. Was there a version of this where you did write out the dialogue and script it very, very significantly? Or did you always want it to live in this more improvisational space?
The latter. I always knew I wanted it to be improvisational. I think that collaboration with actors is often something that's missing in fiction, allowing the actor to inject their own experience into the character, or to just sort of call out the writer and say, like, I don't think this character would actually say that, and we should believe them because they are the ones that have to become this character. And there's, at least in audio, there's so much just stepping on each other and sort of silence and clunkiness or awkwardness that can really only come from allowing that freedom.
When you say in audio, you mean like is that a reference to the actual family tapes that you were describing earlier? Like there's in those tapes there's awkward silences and talking over each other and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, like in the background as my dad like is talking in one particular take, you hear my mom just being like, please turn that off. Please turn that off. And it's so subtle, but like that was really important. If I had line A followed by, mom says, please turn this off, followed by the next line,
right,
it wouldn't have the same impact, I don't think, as like the interruption,
right,
and like urgency of the final day of recording when B, played by Elizabeth, was getting ready for a big monologue. She just kind of told everyone, like, guys, I feel like you should know that my dad is going to die this week or next week. And, she just went on to describe, that he too was an addict. And so this was kind of really poignant for her, but also, that it was totally imminent. And sort of every time she looked at her phone, I was just thinking,
yeah,
this might be like the moment where, one of our actors realizes that their own father had passed. So there was some just, I don't know, there's a lot of compassion in the room, and like some nice, just real world parallels that were, I think, inspiring all of us creatively, and allowing each other to feel more comfortable with their own family stories.
For sure. So to that end, I'm curious, were there any moments in the rehearsal or the recording process where the actors in their improvisation brought out things in the characters or in the story that you didn't know were there?
Definitely. They made them so much more three-dimensional and real than I had like really thought about. They asked such good questions about the characters, before tapings. It's a small role, but Tyler, played by Alex Gould, our conversations before recording were probably multiple hours, but he's actually on tape not very long at all.
Right.
But he saw, way past the fact that this kid was just a well-liked friend of the family who happened to be gay and hadn't come out to his parents yet. He saw like a depth. He expressed on tape a depth that I had to sort of hear in order to fully understand, which was much more nuanced in sort of like showing that he had a similar path as Tally, meaning Tally's already gone through the process of dealing with a big family issue,
right?
And he knows that he has to do this himself.
Yeah. Well, in a creative process like this, that amount of whatever you want to call it, prep work or world building, is so necessary for even a fleeting moment of improvisation to just convey worlds of meaning.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of one of my favorite things from the session that I was observing was when B is saying to Tally how impressed she is with what a handsome and like forthright and striking young man Tyler has turned out to be. And it's clear that she means that in like a loving, motherly way.
Yeah.
But Tally says in this very arch way, like, try not to sound so turned on when you say that. And, I'm sure, I don't know how much of this was in Tally's mind, but for me, Tally saying, you don't have to sound so turned on, has some element of, well, don't you think I'm impressive? Don't you think I have turned out well? Don't you think I'm walking bravely through the world too?
Yeah.
And this was 8 seconds.
Yeah.
And a moment like that only happens with the kind of, with the kind of world building that you were just describing.
I appreciate you bringing up that particular dynamic, because one thing that was important for me was to kind of strike this balance of like parent and child friendship,
Right.
Which was like, I don't know how much you can hear in the final product, but I didn't want them to be the type of people who are like, my mom is my best friend. We are, nothing can separate us.
Mm-hmm.
Because in my own experience, through better understanding, a parent's addiction, I really had to sort of intentionally turn my relationship into a friendship.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Meaning, this person isn't going to give me what I need as their child.
Mm.
They are now my peer.
Right.
How would I, treat a friend, in this situation? How would I lower my expectations to match what they're able to offer me?
Mm-hmm.
And so behind all of this was just this sort of like exploration of how those types of relationships work.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Tally and B are dealing with that to a certain degree too, which is like, Tally loves her mom. She knows that, she's worked really, really hard and has gone through a lot of trouble, but she can't fully let her in.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's had to do that thing where you just kind of like turn your parent into a peer or a friend.
Yeah. Right. I had this thought as you were describing that phenomenon of changing your relationship with a parent when you realize that they're not going to be able to be a parent in the way that you might need or hope them to be. That's a very, I don't want to assume, but that feels like a realization come to through a lot of reflection and therapy and thoughtful analysis. And what we're seeing in the story, hearing in the story, is Tally navigating that in real time, navigating that initial set of realizations that are going to lead to that reframing of the relationship.
Yeah, absolutely. I think like there's a question you asked earlier, which was like, through the improvisation, did they reflect anything back about the characters that I hadn't planned on?
Mm-hmm.
But I think the answer that I keep thinking about is like, did the characters not reflect things about the characters that I hadn't thought about, but about me that I hadn't thought about?
Mm.
And forgive the, narcissism, but I felt like it was really, really cool to realize that like it consciously revealed that my subconscious instinct was actually based on something. Like, it being Poughkeepsie and like there being, the Amtrak station there. It's like, I know that the drugs my father was buying came via Amtrak on the line in Poughkeepsie. And like, I didn't intentionally write that. It just, day 3 of recording, I was like, holy shit, this is a just a different city.
Right.
Same epidemic. There's this map that exists of that time. And like on one point of this map is me and my family. And then on another point of this map is this family with Julian and B and Tally.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't know that I was drawing that map out so accurate to my like reality map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we just got a couple minutes left. And I want to ask, in a family ghosts sense, Greg would probably be the person we would identify as the ghost in the fictional story. I'm curious to know for you, do you think of your dad as a ghost? And has this project affected your relationship with that perception at all?
One thing I do want to say is that when I listen to family ghosts, I'm trying to figure out what the ghost is or who the ghost is.
Mhm.
And on the surface of this show, the ghost is Greg.
Mhm.
But there's an equally large ghost, which was Telly never told her mom she was bullied like that.
Right.
And, you know, Julian probably never told B how awful her mom was
Mhm.
to her.
Right.
So there's this circle of ghosts.
Yeah.
And they're begging to be released.
Yeah.
Do I think... Well, it's complicated a little bit, Sam, because like the truth is I don't know everything at all.
Mhm.
I can't trust what I do know, even now,
Right.
because of the nature of substance abuse.
Mhm.
So I think the ghost for me is, or what I made the ghost for me was not my father, but my father's parents.
Mhm.
What kind of circumstances create a person like this?
Right.
And I do want to say that my dad is also the like really very, very kind and intelligent and funny person.
Yeah.
But so I had to really find, you know, how this complicated character was made.
Mhm.
And so I just asked him, I said, I can't not love you. So you have to tell me the truth.
Yeah.
And a big part of that ended up being about the abuse he suffered as a child.
Yeah. Right. I feel, I guess I'm struck as you're saying all of this, one by what a significant moment it must have been to gin up the courage to ask your dad that question and to get that answer. And then also what you were saying about, because of the nature of addiction, that there are some things that it may be impossible to actually know the truth.
Mhm.
And that for that reason, a fictional processing of all of this makes even more sense.
Definitely. It's something I thought about a lot, which was like, if I came to you with a story and we told it in the creative nonfiction genre,
Mhm.
the results wouldn't be what you wanted.
Right.
Wouldn't be what I wanted.
Mhm.
Partially because I don't think we'd have gotten the truth, or at least not before I became an emotional wreck.
Yeah.
But also because I couldn't tell it with like the nuance that I wanted to.
Mhm.
I don't know. It just keeps coming back to me for like this idea of faith, sort of.
Mhm.
In a way, I just had so much faith in that this is the right way to tell the story, and that, you know, it would be helpful to me. Really good therapy. Like, it was really good therapy. It's given me like just the process of being creative in this way
Mhm.
has given me faith and made me feel spiritually fulfilled
Mhm.
in a way that a deeply cynical atheist doesn't often get to feel.
Family Ghosts is hosted, written, produced, mixed, and edited by me, Sam Dingman. The editing and mixing on my conversation with Andrew were done in collaboration with Jenna Burnett, and Evan Arnett. Thanks to this week's guest, Andrew Chugg, who has created many wonderful worlds where your time would be well spent. Check the show notes for links to the work he makes with his production company, Gilded Audio. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Incidental music is from Blue Dot Sessions. If you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between episodes of Family Ghosts, and you like the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, check out Fisher Family Ghosts, our first ever Family Ghosts spin-off. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under and talk about the ways the characters, themes, and narratives affect our perspective on storytelling and our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. If you have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits at patreon.com/familyghosts. And if you don't, no worries. Please consider supporting the show by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It takes less than 30 seconds, and it makes a huge difference in terms of helping new listeners find our show. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a brand new story. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then. You're listening to WALT. Homegrown. Homemade radio. One of my favorite scenes in the HBO series 6 Feet Under comes about halfway through season 2. If you've never seen 6 Feet Under, the series opens with the patriarch of the Fisher family, Nathaniel Fisher, dying in a car accident. And the show primarily tells the story of Nathaniel's children discovering that their father was a very different person than the one they knew, or thought they knew, when he was alive. So, in this one scene that I love, Nathaniel's daughter, Claire, goes to visit her aunt, Sarah. Sarah is this total free spirit, a visual artist and a yogi and a world traveler. Sarah is the sister of Claire's mom, Ruth. And Ruth is basically the opposite of all those things, a homebody who spends a lot of the series cleaning the kitchen and scolding her kids when they curse. Claire is 18, and she's never spent much time with Sarah, so she's really excited when Sarah invites her to spend the weekend at her house. When Claire arrives at Sarah's house, she's greeted not only by Sarah, but by a group of Sarah's hippie friends who didn't even know that Sarah had a niece. And as soon as they find out who Claire is, they start telling Claire stories about her father, Nathaniel.
Hell of a guy, your dad.
So funny.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking wicked.
I can still see him sitting there at this counter, hunched over his little rolling machine. He used the rolling machine.
As the nervous laughter subsides, we watch as Claire realizes there was a whole side of her father's life that he never shared with her, rolling joints and cracking jokes with a bunch of mystics and weirdos in the San Fernando Valley. Did he think she wouldn't be able to handle it? Was he trying to protect her from something? As the camera lingers on Claire's face, we watch her reckon with the reality that she'll never really know. This week on our show, we bring you 2 stories about parents who make a different choice. Parents with parts of themselves that they've kept hidden from their children for decades. But then, when they realize the illusion is doing more harm than good, they decide to lift the veil. And for this week's storytellers, Jim and Gastor, that moment changes everything.
So you want to be to understand that you have to fight in life, especially if you want to be good at something.
my dad basically gave these two gangsters carte blanche, like, yeah, scare this little kid. Who cares? He can deal with it. The energy I wanted to have going into turning 6.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dimon. After the break, the baton is passed and the truth is unmasked. Stay tuned. Our first story this week comes from Jim O'Grady, who told it at a small living room style storytelling series that I hosted once upon a time. Here's Jim.
I grabbed the baton from my teammate so I can run the 1 mile anchor leg of the distance medley relay. And when I look up, 5 yards ahead of me is Vince Mutarelli. This race is over. I could have a 50-yard lead on Vince Mutarelli, and he would track me down and he would pass me, because he is the best high school distance runner in the northeastern United States. Everyone in the stands around the track that day, they know that Vince Mutarelli cannot be beaten. Except one guy thinks maybe he can. And it's the one guy who should know better. It's the guy who's 5 yards behind. And it's weird because I'm not even the best miler on my team. That's a guy named Tom Novak who's injured. So I've known for about a month that I'd be running this anchor leg against Vince Mutarelli. And it has turned me from like good but lazy runner guy into like sports movie montage guy. Before I had just relied on like my basic genetics, skinny, speedy, elastic lungs, also my Catholicism, which has taught me to savor a certain amount of suffering. And instead, I skip practice. But for the last month, I've gone to every practice and I've thrown in extra runs at night. And you imagine like a 80s throbbing music and me in slow motion. I've changed. The question is why? Why did I do that? Because Vince Mutarelli is from the Bronx, where the badasses live. I am from Westchester County, where the men wear golf slacks and the little dogs wear capes. And this also has raised in my mind the question of heritability. Could it be that you're born with a trait that you never get to use because you don't encounter an environment to trigger it? In other words, is it the Bronx that makes the Bronx guys like Vince Mutarelli tough? Or is it some combination of the toughness genes they get from their Bronx parents in combination with the very opportunistic environment of their shitty neighborhoods that hones them and tests them and makes them ruthless? Is it nature? Is it nurture? I need to know. Because about 6 weeks before, my mom did an unusual thing. She actually went to one of my track meets, and I had an off day, and I finished mid-pack, and as she was driving me home, she turned to me, she said, "I thought you were good." Right? And that hurt. But I saw that as soon as she said it, she regretted it. And then she said, "Okay, change in plan. I'm going to show you where I grew up." Where my mom grew up was a neighborhood called Highbridge. So Highbridge is a neighborhood in the Bronx on a hill overlooking Yankee Stadium and the Harlem River. So she's taking me there, and I have this like feeling as we're going that she wants me to understand that she had to fight to get out of this neighborhood. And she had to fight not only to leave this place, but sort of the psychology of how she grew up. She grew up poor and working class. And she wanted me to understand that you have to fight in life, especially if you want to be good at something. And my mom has these beautiful memories of growing up there, and on the 4th of July, all the kids would go up to the roof of her apartment building, and her dad, who was a cop, would get out these bottle rockets and shoot them into the night sky. And in winter, she and her friends on a snowy night would hop on sleds and they'd go all the way down the hill to the river. Because this was before, when my mom was growing up, before the expressways came and just mutilated this neighborhood. So we'd go around the corner and we'd go up to the address where her apartment building, which is the gathering place of all her childhood memories. And we pull to the curb and we look, and it's gone. There's bricks on the ground in an empty lot. And this is the only time I ever saw my mother cry. My mom and dad had this idea. She was a teacher, he was a government worker, that the best thing they could do for me and my brothers is just give us a carefree childhood, unlike theirs. They wanted us to have a carefree childhood. We grew up in a town called Crestwood. Norman Rockwell literally painted a picture of Crestwood train station. And my parents got a little cheap print of it and put it into this frame, which was sort of painted gold, and they put it over the mantle. So on Sunday nights, the three boys would sit on the couch eating ice cream, looking at Norman Rockwell, while the wonderful world of Disney played on television. It was so American, like it would make you puke. So my childhood was as wholesome as a pasteurized glass of milk, and about as interesting. Because here I am, I'm 17 years old, I'm about to go off to college, and I don't know how to operate a stick shift or a checking account. Now, these things can be learned, and maybe one day I will learn them. But what is harder to learn when you have a sheltered upbringing like I had, what's harder to learn is resilience. So I pay very close attention to my mother, and I watch how she takes less than a minute to cry. And then she starts the car, drives us home, and makes dinner for our family. And later that night, she does something even harder. She comes into my bedroom, to the bedroom I share with my brothers, sits on the bed next to me, and she apologizes to me. So my strategy for beating Vince Mutarelli is very simple. Stay close for 3 laps, get on his shoulder, stick with him through the 4th lap, and then just fight him down the home stretch. And when you get to the last lap in a race, the official rings a bell. So when Vince Mutarelli and I get to the bell lap, I am on his shoulder. This is shocking in and of itself. But everyone in the stands, there's like 300 people, they know he's toying with me. His nickname is La Machine, because he runs like a fucking cyborg and he never gets tired. They know he could leave me at any time, but he doesn't. I stay with him through the curve, and we hit the backstretch, and now people are starting to stand up. They're starting to like bang the railings. They're starting to hoot and howl. And I get up next to Vince Mutarelli, and we are shoulder to shoulder. I'll never forget this. He shoots me a look like, who the fuck are you? And then he takes off to a 5-yard lead. And I'm like, that's it? After all my work, he just leaves me behind. That's it. And then I see it. His stride chops a little bit. He's tired. So I come back up to him, and we go through the back turn together. And now we hit the home stretch neck and neck. And now people in the stands, they're all on their feet and they're screaming. They're going crazy. I will myself into the lead and I focus on the finish. And then he comes up next to me and gets ahead again. And somehow I can pull up even next to him, and he looks at me again like, no, really, who the fuck are you? We're 10 feet from the line, 5 feet. We lean for the tape. I win. Don't get too excited. 3 weeks later, at a huge meet, the Penn Relays, Meter Relay and I hook up again, and he buries me. I don't even come close. But on this day, this one day, I win. Why? I think it has something to do with something I inherited from my mom. It's really the thing I value most. I think I got a fraction of her toughness, of her high bridge, of her Bronx. Thanks.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, if you enjoyed Jim's story, it may interest you to know that you can hear more excerpts from the storytelling series where he performed it in our Patreon feed. We call our Patreon subscribers the Kindred Spirits, and Family Ghosts wouldn't be possible without their support. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits hear all of our episodes ad-free, and they get exclusive bonus content you can't hear anywhere else. This week, they're hearing another story recorded at Dingmantics Live, which is what I called that living room-style storytelling series where Jim performed. This bonus story is about a young man who takes a fateful trip to an abandoned cabin and his encounter with some family ghosts he wasn't expecting to find. I know it may seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads during the breaks of our show, but the truth is that while I am grateful for those sponsorships, they don't come close to covering the costs of doing this show at the level of quality that you expect. So if you have the means, please consider joining the Kindred Spirits today at patreon.com/familyghosts. This next story comes from Gastor Almonte. You may recall a bonus episode of this show where Gastor told a story about some crime-fighting chickens. And this story is also about crime fighting, sort of.
Growing up in East New York, you tend to develop a bit of an edge to you, you know? Like, I remember a few years back on Thanksgiving at my parents' house, my uncle walked over to me. He was like, yo, Gastor, you know your father once stabbed somebody over Snapple? and then he just walked away. Like, that's how you end conversation. I thought about that a lot. I guess I've come to learn that my father just didn't want me to know that side of him and that side of reality. And he came up with a plan, you know. So he bought a house with his sister, and it was next door to one of his other sisters. So I'd be able to be kind of insulated. And I had family upstairs, I had family next door, and I had my parents, and together they could kind of keep me from the hoodlums in the area, you know, protect me. The problem is that my cousins that now live upstairs and next door, they were the hoodlums in the area, you know. My cousin Carlos was next door, and Miguel upstairs. They kind of like, you know, unofficially ran the block. And I gotta tell you, man, they were cool as shit, you know. Like everything you aspire to be as a kid, they were as teenagers, you know. Just they don't tell you this, you know. They don't have websites for like, you know, drug dealer employments. But if they did, one of the benefits has to be that they're pro-truancy. You know, they kind of make their own schedules. Like, despite being teenagers, they didn't really go to school as often as I was going to school. You know, they had a level of freedom that I appreciated. You know. Seeing that was just, I wanted to take part in it. I wanted to be, you know, where they were. But, you know, Carlos and Miguito, they developed this habit of just scaring the fuck out of me all the time. You know, they had this pale white face mask with really long green hair. It looked like the Joker, you know, and every time I went outside to kind of play and chill, they would just hop out from behind walls and, you know, scream in my face. I'd run inside crying. My mom would hug me. My dad would come and be like, "What's going on?" I'd tell him the situation. He'd run outside. He'd yell at them, and they'd stop for a few weeks. We had a system of sorts, you know. And this went on for most of the first year I lived there. But, you know, my birthday was coming up, and the problem is my birthday was the same week as Halloween. And, you know, I remember telling my dad the situation, and he was like, "Listen, you know, as much as, you know, I check your cousins, you know, they're still relatively young. They're still kids. They're allowed to wear masks on Halloween. So I'm not really going to yell at them this week if they do something." And, you know, that sucked because on the week when I'm supposed to be feeling at my best, at my highest, it's my day. My dad basically gave these two gangsters carte blanche, you know, like, yeah, scare this little kid. Who cares? He can deal with it. You know, it's not really the energy I wanted to have going into turning 6. Despite that, you know, I still woke up on a good mood on my birthday. My mom made pancakes, incredible. Word on the street is I was doing my thing in school, my 2+2 game, unmatched. It was legendary. Felt great, you know. I walked out the door, and Miguito was standing by the door of the building as I walked out the apartment door, and he's like, "Hey, man, happy birthday, little man." And, like, all of my senses told me this is too nice, you know. I don't know what's going on, but I expect wrong to happen from here. But I appreciated it regardless. You know, I was like, "Thank you, Miguito. I don't know what brought this about you, but, you know, I like this change of character." And, like, as I'm fully committed to this moment of love, Carlos jumps out from behind the bench and he's like, "Boom!" right in my face. And I'm like, "Oh, shh." And I run inside crying. I hear the door swing and close in the background, and they're laughing to each other. They're like, "Happy birthday, motherfucker." And I just get inside and I go straight to my mom. And my dad comes in. You know, he was waiting in the car for me. And he's like, "What happened?" I'm like, "Yo, Carlos and Miguito, they scared me again. Are you not paying attention to what's happening out there? You know, you're the dad. This seems to fall under your jurisdiction." And he's like, "Yo, man up and handle your business." And it sounds like solid life advice, but he just says that for everything. You know, like, I struggle with tying my shoes, and he was like, "Man up and handle your business." And then he would walk out like, "All right, I did my job here. You got it from here, right?" But this time he took it a little further. He's like, "What are you scared of? Because you chill with Miguito and Carlos all the time. What's scaring you now?" And I tell him, like, "It's the Joker mask, Dad. He's a whole new person when he puts that on." And he's like, "All right, fine. The Joker mask. It scares me. Cool. Who is the Joker scared of?" And I'm like, "Batman, Dad." And he's like, "Okay, so why don't you be Batman?" I was like, "That's a good idea." Genius parent, you know. So he gives my mom, you know, $20, and after school, she takes me to City Line to buy a Batman costume. For non-New Yorkers, City Line is the border of Brooklyn and Queens. A beautiful shopping area now. Back then, it was just like a Foot Locker and a ton of 99-cent stores, you know. But yeah, I got this costume for Halloween. I was excited. Bit different than today. You know, I'm a dad now. I bought my son Captain America costume. Cost me $65, which is way too much money to invest for Halloween, I think. So because of that, you will notice if you come to my house that my son was Captain America for Valentine's Day, for graduation day. He wore that. That was now an outfit as far as I was concerned. But my Batman outfit was a little different. It was a plastic cape that I'm pretty sure was also included in the Batman Christmas package as a table cover. I had a plastic Batman mask that had white lips and a rubber band that went around. The white lips made me look like albino Batman. You know, it didn't really match my skin tone. But, you know, I made it work. I felt it made me confident. That's what mattered. You know, so the next day I went out there, and I ain't gonna lie, they scared me again, and I came inside crying. And before I could even hug her, my mom looked at me and she said, "Yo, what did your father tell you? Go be Batman." I was like, "All right." So I went to my room, I took my clothes off, put on the Batman mask, put on the Batman cape. I had Batman underwear too. I actually took them off and put them back on, but I put them on backwards because, you know, the cartoons was on the back of the logo of the underwear. I wanted them to see the logo and they would know I mean business. I go back outside and they scream in my face, and this time I'm like, "Yo, I'm Batman and I ain't scared of you no more." And I struck the Captain Morgan pose, waiting. And there was a moment of tension. You know, I didn't know what was going to happen. And I was a little nervous because I know in cartoons and in movies, whenever there's a lot of silence, some craziness is about to happen. But Carlos and Miguito, they looked at me and they just started laughing. You know, they started high-fiving each other. This was the coolest shit they'd ever seen. They're like, "Yo, my little cousin got balls. My little cousin ain't scared of nobody. Brooklyn got their own Batman now." They brought people out from the neighborhood and they was telling everybody I was now officially in the game. I felt great. By the end of the week, everybody in the neighborhood knew. You know, I was going up in preschool telling everybody all types of smack. You know, I was in class and I'll be like, "Hey, listen, if something goes down in the classroom, don't worry about it. I got you covered." I can't explain it. I got to take off my clothes, put on my outfit, but just know the situation's under control. Kids would walk by the classroom, and I would see kids walk by. And I remember this one pair of kids, they walked by and they were like, "Yo, is that kid that thinks he's Batman?" And the other kid corrected him. It was like, "Nah, that kid is Batman." You know, I was official, co-signed in these streets.
Gastor's story continues after the break.
This episode is brought to you by Cottonelle. Want a self-care routine that leaves you feeling refreshed? Treat the skin you don't see like the skin you do with Cottonelle toilet paper and flushable wipes. Using toilet paper with clean ripples, remove more at once for a clean that puts a pep in your step. Then, to freshen and renew, use the cleansing power of water with flushable wipes. Yes, flushable wipes. They're designed for toilets, tested with plumbers, and eco-friendly. Feel confident knowing you've upped your down there care with a routine that leaves you feeling amazing. Buy now wherever Cottonelle products are sold.
And I felt great, you know. Now I had a cover. I wasn't scared of my cousins. And even so, they stopped trying to scare me. They were now embracing me as part of the crew. The problem, as I mentioned before, teenage drug dealers, they have a lot of free time on their hands. Their scheduling system, it's not 9 to 5, you know. This tends to lead to a lot of moments of boredom. And when they were bored, you know, I was now the new thing that they could call upon to entertain them, you know. So they would call me to save the day, quote unquote, as Batman should. So they'd be like, "Hey, yo, yo, the pit bulls are loose. Go get Brooklyn Batman. Hey, yo, Mrs. Brown, she's acting a little funny again. I think she's been drinking. Go get Brooklyn Batman. Hey, yo, the rival drug dealers are here. They're going to start some issues unless we cut the tension. Go get Brooklyn Batman. And admittedly, unlike the actual Bruce Wayne, I had mixed results. But, I did my best. I did what I could in these situations as a 6-year-old in his underwear and a mask on. Little by little, it just stopped being fun. It was just work, and I remember just sitting down with my dad. I said, "Yo, Pop, man, I had to tell you this Brooklyn Batman thing. It's not what I signed up for. It's a lot of work. I need some little more casual, a little less stressful, like how you got with this parenting thing, But he's like, well, you're not scared of your cousins anymore. You're not scared of the Joker. You kind of did the main thing you wanted to do, get over your fear. You don't need to be Batman forever. You could, stop being Batman. And that's what I did. I decided I wasn't going to be Batman anymore, A few years later, I'm back home, now I'm in, my early 20s, and I'm back on that old block. I'm visiting my aunts. My parents and I no longer live there. And I just want to say what's up. And we had like an informal reunion. People were coming over. But then, some things were different. Carlos, the guy locked up. And, we only communicated with him through letters. Miguito had annoyed a lot of people and moved down to North Carolina to kind of avoid some problems. I can't really get into all that legally. But for some reason on this trip to my aunt's, he was there, and he was never announced for the exact same reason. Like, he didn't want people to know he was coming. But he shows up, and I hadn't seen him at this point in probably 8 years. So it was exciting. Like, I gave him a pound. I was like, yo, Miguito, man, I gotta ask you, brother, like, when I was a kid, why did you and Carlos keep scaring the fuck out of me all the time, bro? And he laughs. He's like, yo, my man, that wasn't even our idea. That was your dad. And I was like, what? He's a kid, your pops. He pulled us aside one day. He said, yo, I don't care what you do out in these streets. You and your cousin Carlos, I really don't care. But one thing y'all not going to do, y'all not going to let my son be a part of it. So he said, whatever you got to do, make sure that you never let my son play with y'all. So we took that to heart. We were like, all right, what can we do to keep this 6-year-old from playing with us? So we saw he was scared of the Joker, and, Carlos just started wearing the mask. Kept running away. So we just did that every time we was going to do something crazy. So just to be clear, what you're telling me, Miguito, is that my dad told y'all, hey, listen, make sure my son doesn't want to hang out with you guys as you do your dangerous job. And you guys interpreted that as let's traumatize him mentally for the rest of his life. And he basically said, yeah, that was it. And I was blown away, but I couldn't even wait to leave. I pulled my dad downstairs and said, yo, Pops, is this true? You told Carlos and Miguito they could scare me? And he was like, I mean, that wasn't my plan, but yeah, it worked, right? And I learned a few things. One, it wasn't a Joker mask. They had a Beetlejuice mask, I guess it looks kind of similar. And years later, I actually learned that the same actor was playing both characters in this drama. So I was Michael Keaton fighting Michael Keaton, But the other thing I learned is this whole time, I wanted to be Batman, but my dad is Batman, He didn't care about credit. He didn't care about, notoriety. He just wanted what was best. And, now that we're older, we own properties together, we work together. And I realize, he still runs the whole building. He makes everything happen. And he calls me when he needs a specific tool, when he needs counseling, when he wants to talk through a situation. I realized this whole time, I wanted to be Batman. It turns out I'm Alfred, But I gotta say, I feel real blessed.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dignan. Today's stories were told by Jim O'Grady and Gastor Almonte. You can hear more of Jim's brilliant storytelling in the first season of the WNYC Studios podcast, Blind Spot, The Road to 9/11, which he hosted, and which is, in all sincerity, one of my favorite audio documentaries. Gastor also hosts another excellent podcast called The War Report, with fellow comic Shalewa Sharp. I'll put links to both of those other shows in the notes for this episode. Our show art is by Titty Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Incidental music comes from Blue Dot Sessions. You heard a clip from 6 Feet Under at the top of this week's show, and if you want to hear more about that show, check out Fisher Family Ghosts, our first ever Family Ghosts spin-off. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under, and then talk about the ways that characters, narratives, and themes make us think about our own approach to storytelling and our own families. Check out Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. We'll be back in 2 weeks with a brand new episode. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
You're listening to WALT, Homegrown Homemade Radio. A journey to a place of trust. That's my favorite phrase from my notes on a conversation that I had not long ago with reporter Jayoung Fan. It's how she describes the early stages of her work when she's just beginning to investigate a story. If she's going to convince a source to really talk to her, she told me, she first has to show them that she knows how to listen. I first encountered Jayoung's writing in a piece that she wrote for The New Yorker, where she's a staff writer. The article was about ghost scams. Jayoung had noticed a trend in these crimes, which are often committed in the Chinatown community. The targets tended to be middle-aged to elderly Chinese women. The way the scam works is that one of these women is approached by a stranger, and this stranger tells the woman that she's somehow been captured by an evil spirit. If she wants to avoid a terrible fate, the stranger warns her, she should allow this stranger to take temporary possession of whatever valuables she might have, like cash or jewelry, so that the stranger can bless the valuables and remove the curse. And then, when the victim hands over, say, a bag of jewelry, the scammer takes it and swaps it out for a decoy bag that they've filled with junk so that it weighs about the same amount as the bag of jewelry. They return the junk bag to the victim, who assumes they're getting their jewelry back. And then, before the victim realizes what's happened, the scammer disappears. So anyway, not long after I read Jae-young's piece, I found myself producing an episode of a podcast that Jae-young was going to be a guest on. So I called her for a pre-interview, and that's when she said this thing about the journey to a place of trust. Jae-young said it wasn't easy to convince a lot of the women that she spoke to for her ghost scam story to talk. After all, they had just been ripped off by a stranger. Why on earth would they open up to the next stranger, Jae-young in this case, who shows up at their door asking a bunch of personal questions? But on top of that, Jae-young said, the women who are targeted in ghost scams aren't used to people paying much attention to them in the first place. She described these women as a population unaccustomed to being visible. And yet, in spite of those obstacles, ultimately, Jae-young successfully persuaded her sources to open up about their experiences. And that, Jae-young told me, is thanks in part to her mom. Jae-young's mom is a Chinese immigrant who, Jae-young says, has lived her entire life in the US with a sense of lurking danger, a fear of traps that she thinks she might fall into. Jae-young said that her awareness of the nuances of her mother's experience helped her imagine her way into the fears and anxieties of the ghost scam victims, and to form a connection with them that eventually made them feel safe to tell her their stories. All of which left me wanting to know the story of Jae-young and her mom. From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and this week, Jae-young and her mother make the journey from China to America.
My mother and I landed in JFK Airport. Our 6 suitcases bulging with rolls of hand-sewn bedding, bags of Chinese chili peppers, a cast iron wok, and her stethoscope.
And back again.
Jia-young fan of Chongqing, China, one article begins. Even though her body flows with Chinese blood, the blood of the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, she has decided to metamorphose into an American citizen and denigrate her Chinese face.
Over the next 2 episodes, Jae-young tells the story of a woman the world seems determined to overlook, and what it's like to be the daughter who refuses to let that happen.
Now the 2 of us became the embodiment of the Chinese phrase, 相依为命, mutual reliance for life.
Part 1 begins right after the break. Stay tuned.
The messages wishing me a gruesome death arrive slowly at first, and then all at once. I'm condemned to be burned, raped, tortured. Some include a video of joyful dancing at a funeral, with fists pounding on a wooden casket. The hardest ones to read take aim at my mother, who has been immobilized by the neurodegenerative disease ALS since 2014. Most of the messages originate in China, but my mother and I live in New York. As the COVID lockdown has swept the city, I find out that the health aides she depends on are to be banned from her facility and take to Twitter to publicize my despair. But this personal plight as a daughter unexpectedly attracts the attention of Chinese nationalists who have long been displeased with my work as a writer reporting on China. In short order, my predicament is politicized and packaged into a viral sensation. Has your mother died yet? China 15Z0DJ wants to know. Your mother will be dead. Ha ha. 1.4 billion people wish for you to join her in hell. Ha ha. At some point, I stopped scrolling. The messages I dread the most come not from internet strangers, but from people who know me. My aunt, my uncle, my mother's childhood best friend. On WeChat, they link to various Chinese language articles about me and ask, have you read this? The next question would be almost funny if it weren't so painfully earnest. Do you know this, Jia Yang fan? I do not presume to know this character, but countless social media posts, video blogs, and comments describe her as a creature driven by self-loathing. I find a story about my mother and me in the Global Times, a state-controlled Chinese newspaper with 28 million followers on Weibo. It has been picked up by the country's most popular news aggregator and then energetically disseminated on various platforms. The more I read, the more fascinated I become by the creation of this alter ego. I'm watching a portrait of myself being painted, minute by minute, anonymous hands contributing dabs and strokes. The more lurid, the better. Jia Yang fan of Chongqing, China, followed her parents to the US at the age of 8, one article begins. Even though her body flows with Chinese blood, the blood of the descendants of the Yellow Emperor, she has decided to metamorphose into an American citizen and denigrate her Chinese face as an indisputable burden. Creatively, the same words are used as a voiceover accompanying a video post in which images of my mother's face and mine, culled from social media, are rendered in traditional Chinese brush painting style. A computerized female voice describes Jia Yang fan as a columnist at the New York Times. Evidently, this piece of fact-checking fell by the wayside. One who makes a living by smearing her homeland. Not only have I falsely accused China of being the geographic origin of the coronavirus pandemic, I also had the nerve to support the pro-democracy terrorists in Hong Kong. Deliciously, once the US finds itself in the grip of the pandemic, Jia Yang fan gets her comeuppance. It turns out that her mother is on a ventilator, and when medical equipment runs short, it seems that she is to be summarily unplugged from the machine as a result of American racism. She might believe herself to be an American, the article notes, but she never expected Americans would treat her like this. Many articles and posts are illustrated with grainy cell phone screenshots of a woman in her 60s in a hospital bed. Her face is bloated and shiny with tears. A thick suction tube protrudes from her throat. In the upper right corner of each image, in a smaller box, is a younger woman whose twisted, wailing face matches that of the older woman. We quickly understand that this is Jia Yang fan in a video chat with her mother. The article invites us to behold the humiliation that befits a villain. There's some confusion about whether Fan's mother has died. She has not, but the moral of the story is clear enough. Despite Fan's sycophantic worship of America, her adopted country does not reward the depraved traitor. Jia Yang fan is reminiscent of the heroes and villains of the revolutions that I used to write about as a first grader. My hometown, Chongqing, was briefly a nationalist capital at the end of the Civil War in 1949. My first school outing at the age of 6 was to Zhazidong and Baigongguan, concentration camps where nationalists incarcerated, tortured, and executed hundreds of communists. One prisoner in particular captured my imagination. Song Zhenzhong, a boy my own age known as Little Turnip Head because his bony skull appeared outlandishly large atop his malnourished body. The son of high-ranking communists, Little Turniphead was less than a year old when he was captured with his parents and grew up in prison, passing messages to his parents' comrades in neighboring cells. On the eve of the communist victory, as nationalists prepared to flee, he was shot and became sanctified as the revolution's youngest martyr. By second grade, I'd written several reflections on the heroism of Little Turniphead. Imitating what I read in my school primers, I mastered the formula. In my essays, people were forever sacrificing themselves, rescuing injured classmates at great personal cost. All this moral valor was pretty much the opposite of what I observed in the army compound where my mother and I lived, where daily life abounded in pedestrian deceptions. Didn't my mother, who I idolized, sell her egg coupons in the black market? And hadn't she, as an army doctor, given my teacher medications for minor ailments in order to exempt me from corporal punishment? Still, the hagiographies and demonologies of official party history formed the basis of my education. Jia Yang Fan, in her small way, bears all the hallmarks of a new villain. Her crime, turning her back on her motherland, is one I have been taught to revile since I was 2, when my father left for America. It was 1986, and he had been selected to study biology at Harvard as one in the first wave of visiting scholars in the US. In my mind, my father resembled America itself, an abstraction that gestured toward a gauzy ideal. That he was chosen to go there rendered him special, the way that America, the richest country on earth, was special. At the same time, America's ruthless capitalism and unapologetic dominance also made the country sinister and soulless. And so, although our government had sent my father to the US, his presence there now made him suspect. If I had some intimation that my mother was working to secure our passage to the West, it was hard to reconcile with her public protestations to the contrary. Although she griped about the red tape hampering our departure, she remained unflinchingly devoted to the Communist Party, whose patriotic hymns she hummed daily while she rinsed the dishes. In 1992, as we prepared to leave, adults sometimes asked me if we were going to America. Were they truly curious, or did they already know the answer? Innocent questions were just as likely to be perilous tripwires. Before answering, I watched my mother's eyes for instruction and waited for her gaze to guide me. When I solemnly shook my head, I felt myself not to be lying exactly, but deflecting bodily harm. Maybe such reflexive doublethink shows me to be as devious as my online persecutors alleged. But their fixation on my disloyalty to China does not encompass the existential complexity of my betrayal. For what is an immigrant but a mind mired in contradictions and doublings, stranded in unresolved splits of the self? Sometimes I have wondered if these people knew something about Jia Yang Fan that had always eluded me. For them, there's not an ounce of doubt, whereas uncertainty is the country where I most belong.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment.
On July 4th, a date that had no meaning to me except that it was exactly a month short of my 8th birthday, my mother and I landed in JFK Airport, our 6 suitcases bulging with rolls of hand-sewn bedding, bags of Sichuanese chili peppers, a cast iron wok, and her stethoscope. My mother now found herself, at the age of 40, living in a tiny studio apartment in New Haven, Connecticut. My father was at Yale by then, with a husband who she soon discovered was carrying on an affair. Within a year and a half, he had left us, and she was faced with eviction. She had less than $200 to her name and spoke little English. Now the two of us became the embodiment of the Chinese phrase, 相依为命, mutual reliance for life. My mother knew that in a vastly unequal and under-resourced world, she would have to secure whatever small advantage she could. Born to party cadres who as soldiers had been wounded in the battlefield in the quest to realize Mao's vision of communist China, my mother had been spared the worst of the Great Famine and the Cultural Revolution. A brutal, unsentimental pragmatism shaped her deepest instincts. Her decision to become a physician sprang not from a passion for medicine, but from the realization that this was her only path to a college education. My parents met in graduate school, and after I was born, a product of China's one-child policy, entrenched sexism dictated that she should shift her focus from her career to fending for me, her only child. Shortly before we were to be evicted, a man with a handlebar mustache came to disconnect our phone. A kindly socialist in his 50s named Jim. He took pity on us and invited us to stay with his family in West Haven. Desperation burnished in my mother a raw, enterprising grit. In broken English, she told Jim that her one wish was to give her daughter a good education. He revealed what seemed to my mother like a valuable piece of insider info. The best public schools were in the wealthiest zip codes. After months of trudging to the local library, where Jim told her that newspapers could be read for free, she answered an ad to be a live-in housekeeper in a Connecticut town that she pronounced Greenwich. My mother did not believe herself to be something bold or daring. She had simply devised a Chinese workaround to a quintessentially American problem. In the mid-90s, Greenwich was one of the wealthiest places in the country, and as blindingly white as the blizzards I was encountering for the first time in New England. A good education had previously been a nebulous concept in my mother's mind, but with the help of the local library and her employers, it now acquired the concreteness of a blueprint. Public school in a fancy neighborhood could pave the way for a scholarship at a private school and boarding school and a prestigious liberal arts college, a conveyor belt of opportunities carrying me toward the East Coast elite and away from her. During my first year at Greenwich Academy, I was the only Asian student in my grade. Early on, a classmate whose mother was friends with my mother's employer plopped down next to me on the school bus and asked a question whose answer she already knew perfectly well. "So your mother is a maid?" Not long afterward, another classmate, an elfin-faced blonde, asked me how I had escaped being killed in China. "You know," she said, "because they murder all the girl babies over there." In a current events class, I was struck by the teacher's deployment of pronouns, us and them, the Americans and the Chinese. When I tried to answer a question about China, I was flummoxed by the grammar required. As the only Chinese-born person in the room, was I meant to say they or we? In the first house where my mother worked, we lived in the maid's room and shared the bed. Everything resembled brightly wrapped gifts for children. Sea blue tulle and salmon seersucker, gingham checks and cabana stripes. Nothing matched, and everything was monogrammed. I had no friends, so I watched a lot of TV. One Saturday night, I was astonished to discover a half an hour of news from CCTV, the state channel of the People's Republic of China. Those 30 minutes every week, bookended by soaring Communist Party tunes and montages of the Chinese flag unfurling against hammer and sickle, took on an inexpressible sanctity. For a year, my mother and I spent our Saturday nights sitting on our bed under our chintz coverlet, watching the party broadcast. The day it mysteriously vanished from the air, replaced by programming in English, I wept as if some part of me had been scraped out. The needs of Greenwich households were mercurial, and every few years my mother would have to scan the want ads again. The stress of not being able to find another position close to my school suspended her in a state of near permanent anxiety. In the mid-90s, she developed facial rashes, which mapped their way across the plane of her cheeks and blistered on her upper lip. The briskness with which they ravaged her face tormented my mother. It was as if her body were rebelling against the downward trajectory of her life, from a respected physician bestowing small favors on her daughter's teachers, to a housekeeper who dressed her daughter in hand-me-downs from her employer's children. Soon, she was plagued by pains that migrated through her body. When, after working all day, she collapsed on the sofa in our room, she would probe her abdomen, kidney, liver, bowel, trying to find a cancer that she'd become convinced was there. The lump is inoperable, an immediate death sentence, she would say. My mother's worries scared me, but she could share them with no one else. Years of having only a useless child for company hardened her despair and loneliness into a rage that could gust into violent, seething storms. Once, out of sheer horror that I might lose my mother, I suggested that she see a doctor. I knew our situation well enough by then. We didn't have health insurance to be apprehensive about my boldness. She'd likely berate me for not understanding that a visit to an official American institution was too expensive, too complicated, too intimidating. My mother had been sewing a button that had fallen off her tartan skirt, part of my school uniform, and my question caused her eyes to flit up and settle accusingly on me. "Do you think a doctor will get her own body wrong?" she challenged. That it was an illness erupting from the crushing weight of powerlessness and shame was not a diagnosis she could afford to obtain or bear to imagine.
Our story continues after the break. Ghost family, I don't know if you're aware of this, but I, your humble ghost host, once played a very small role in a John Cameron Mitchell movie. And the story of how I got that role is possibly one of the strangest experiences I have ever had. It's a story you can hear right now, if that is, you're a member of the Kindred Spirits, our community of supporters on Patreon. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits get bonus content like my John Cameron Mitchell story to accompany every episode of Family Ghosts. And they get to hear all of our stories ad-free. More than that, though, their support makes the work we do here at WALT-FM possible. I know it might seem strange for me to ask for your financial support when you hear ads during the breaks of our show, but the fact is that while I am grateful for those sponsorships, they don't come close to covering the costs of doing this work at the level of quality you expect. So if you have the means, please consider becoming a member of the Kindred Spirits at patreon.com/familyghosts. And either way, thank you for listening.
My mother never did develop the cancer she dreaded would kill her, but in the fall of 2011, at the age of 59, she received a far harsher sentence. She would be buried alive by a disease she had never heard of. As ALS gradually paralyzed her while leaving her intellect intact, our years were filled with ICU visits, emergency surgeries, stays in nursing homes, and wrenching conversations with strangers about the logistics of death. Then, in 2014, after my mother could no longer breathe without a ventilator, she was moved to the Henry J. Carter Specialty Hospital in Harlem, which I was told was the only long-term acute care facility in Manhattan that could take her. Early on, it was clear that my mother needed more help than Carter could provide. To avoid bed sores, she had to be turned every 2 hours. The mucus that gathered in her airway had to be suctioned every half hour. Because she was on a ventilator and had had a tracheotomy, she could no longer produce sound, and we had to devise a new way of speaking. I would hold up an alphabet chart and trail through the letters with my finger until a blink from my mother told me to stop. And letter by letter, a message would emerge. My mother's English remains rudimentary. Even when she could speak, she often resorted to placeholders like this, thing, here, and stuff. Now, the sentences wove heedlessly between Chinese and Shinglish, urgent with demands I could neither decode nor meet. I lived on a lazy boy next to her hospital bed, which I positioned so that our faces were visible to each other if either of us happened to open our eyes in the middle of the night. Not that my mother could sleep much. Her body resisted the rhythm of the ventilator, and several times a day, a rapid response team had to manually pump air into her choked lungs. Every second that she couldn't see me left her petrified. I stopped showering. After a few months, it became apparent to both of us that I needed to go back to work. But how could I abandon her to strangers? I looked for an apartment near the hospital and trained a shifting roster of healthcare aides, Fujianese immigrants, and the hardiest, most unself-pitying women I know. Like my mother, they had survived in America by working lowly jobs to support their families, and went about their chores with the quiet stamina of those who never take a penny for granted. Alternating their duties week by week, they tended to her 24 hours a day, never even missing Chinese New Year. A former athlete, my mother had loved physical activities. Not long before her diagnosis, she developed a fondness for. Could there have been a worse devastation for her than progressive imprisonment in her body? As she lost the ability to move even a finger, her temper occasionally slashed those around her, as would a sharp object in the hands of an unruly child. I was not immune to his cuts in my daily visits, but it was often the aides who bore the brunt. My mother currently has 2 aides, Zhou and Ying, and needs them to survive in the way she needs the ventilator for her next breath. But she agonizes about the exorbitant costs of full-time help, which Medicare and Medicaid do not cover. You should be investing in an apartment in Queens, she insists. I tell her to quit fretting and do not say anything to her whenever the numbers fail to add up. The process of making it all work financially is trying and mortifying. When discussing the details with anyone, a friend, a stranger, an insurance rep, I'm afraid of losing face. The phrase comes from Chinese, but the English inadequately conveys the importance of 面子, self-respect, social standing, which Lu Xun, the father of modern Chinese literature, described as the guiding principle of the Chinese mind. My mother has always knelt at the altar of 面子, an aspiration of which ALS makes a spectacular mockery. You may think it's embarrassing to slur your speech and limp, but wait until you're being spoon-fed and pushed around in a wheelchair, all of which will seem trivial once you can no longer wash or wipe yourself. The progress of the disease is a forced march toward the vanishing point of 面子. When my mother was first given her diagnosis, she became obsessed with the idea of why. Why her? Why now? And above all, why an illness that would subject her to the kind of public humiliation she feared more than death itself? When she could still operate her first-generation iPad, my mother gave me a contact list of everyone she was still in touch with in China, and told me that, except for her siblings, no one must know of her affliction. Such self-imposed isolation seemed like madness to me, but she preferred to cut her friends out of her life rather than admit the indignity of her compromised state. Her body's insurrection, my mother believes, is her punishment for her prideful strivings in America. There's a Chinese saying that my mother likes to use about ruined reputations. You could never regain your purity. even if you jumped into the Yellow River. Not long ago, I found a journal she kept soon after we arrived in America, just when her life was beginning to unravel. Her words made clear that going back to China would mean intolerable disgrace in a society that, in instances of domestic collapse, invariably faulted the woman. Yet to stay in this alien country, subsisting on menial work, was to peer over a cliff into the unknown. In excruciating indecision, my mother wondered if it would not be easier to die. Letting go would be a release. But what would happen to Yang Yang? She asked, using her pet name for me. There might not be a way out for me, but there are still opportunities yet for Yang Yang.
Next time on Family Ghosts.
In the months after my mother received her ALS diagnosis, I would sometimes conduct an experiment. In bed, after a deep breath, I would will my body to be completely still. The sensation was like pausing in the middle of a dark forest and hearing the ambient noise of birds and leaves for the first time. This is what it feels like to be my mother, I would think, to be imprisoned in your body. When the lockdown was announced in New York, I thought about this experience occurring on the scale of an entire city, as all infrastructure and commerce ground to a halt. My mother was now incarcerated in a body that was confined in a sealed facility, which was trapped inside a lockdown city.
That's coming up in 2 weeks in part 2 of Motherland by Jayong Fan. Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingman. Motherland was written and read by Jayong Fan and first appeared in the pages of the New Yorker magazine, where she's a staff writer. Check the show notes for links to Jayong's piece on ghost scams, as well as her complete archive of writing for the magazine. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Family Ghosts comes out every other week, and if you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between new episodes, please check out Fisher Family Ghosts. It's a recap podcast for the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, which recently celebrated its 20th anniversary, and which, it won't surprise you to learn, was a great source of inspiration for this very podcast. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under, and then talk about the ways the themes, characters, and story influence our own approaches to storytelling and our perceptions of our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the second installment of Jayong Fan's story. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then. You're listening to WALT. Homegrown. Homemade radio. Previously on Family Ghosts.
On July 4th, a date that had no meaning to me except that it was exactly a month short of my 8th birthday, my mother and I landed in JFK Airport, our 6 suitcases bulging with rolls of hand-sewn bedding, bags of Chinese chili peppers, a cast iron wok, and her stethoscope. My mother now found herself, at the age of 40, living in a tiny studio apartment in New Haven, Connecticut, with a husband who she soon discovered was carrying on an affair. Within a year and a half, he had left us, and she was faced with eviction. She had less than $200 to her name and spoke little English. Now the two of us became the embodiment of the Chinese phrase, 相依为命, mutual reliance for life. As ALS gradually paralyzed her while leaving her intellect intact, our years were filled with ICU visits, emergency surgeries, stays in nursing homes, and wrenching conversations with strangers about the logistics of death. Then, in 2014, after my mother could no longer breathe without a ventilator, she was moved to the Henry J. Carter Specialty Hospital in Harlem, which I was told was the only long-term acute care facility in Manhattan that could take her. My mother currently has 2 aides, Joe and Ying, and needs them to survive in the way she needs the ventilator for her next breath. But she agonizes about the exorbitant costs of full-time help, which Medicare and Medicaid do not cover. The process of making it all work financially is trying and mortifying. When discussing the details with anyone, a friend, a stranger, an insurance rep, I'm afraid of losing face. The phrase comes from Chinese, but the English inadequately conveys the importance of 面子, self-respect, social standing, which Lu Xun, the father of modern Chinese literature, described as the guiding principle of the Chinese mind. As the COVID lockdown has swept the city, I find out that the health aides she depends on are to be banned from her facility and take to Twitter to publicize my despair. But this personal plight as a daughter unexpectedly attracts the attention of Chinese nationalists. Your mother will be dead, ha ha. 1.4 billion people wish for you to join her in hell, ha ha.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and this is the second chapter of Jiayang Fan's story, Motherland. If you missed chapter 1, make sure you go back and listen to that before you tune into this week's show, which begins right now.
My mother first learned about COVID-19 from watching Chinese TV news. In her pressure-regulated bed, she spends 20 hours a day toggling between CCTV broadcasts and mawkish drama series. When I told her about how the early spread of the virus had been covered up in China, she was skeptical. News from me is suspect because I'm a member of the Western media. To her, my job has value only because a few people have told her that they've heard of the magazine I write for, and because some important people much more important than she, have deemed my writing fit for publication. Whenever I inform her that I'm traveling to report on China, as I did last year when I went to cover the Hong Kong protests, she laboriously blinks out the message, "Do not against China." This is what my mother has been urging since I became a writer. This is what my mother has blinked out with growing intensity since Donald Trump started talking about the China virus. One night in early March of 2020, when the pandemic still felt like a distant tragedy happening to others, I read that 13 residents at a nursing home in Washington state had been killed by the virus, and that 70 of its 180 employees had developed symptoms. I lay in bed waiting for morning, and at 7 o'clock called the nurses' station on my mother's floor. My tone was solicitous as I explained that I was Yao Li Kang's daughter and asked if the nurses could make sure to wear masks and wash their hands before tending to her. The woman on the line replied that she couldn't tell the other nurses what to do, and neither can you. As she replaced the receiver, she made a remark to someone nearby that thudded in my ear. She's telling us what to do, but she's the one who's Chinese. Throwing my coat on over my pajamas, I rushed to the hospital, which is a 5.5-minute walk from my apartment. At the entrance, there were uniformed guards and a notice that said, "Effective immediately. All visitation for patients and residents is temporarily suspended." Something about my face caused one security guard to apologize. "It's state policy," he said. "It can't be helped." I called Ying and Joe. It was a Friday, the day they were supposed to rotate their shifts. It takes Joe 2 hours to get to Carter from her home in Queens, which she shares with her son's family and in-laws. I wanted to make sure she hadn't already left. Knowing that losing a week's income would worry her, I feebly muttered something about how the pandemic had caught us all off guard. Then I called Ying and begged her to stay with my mother in the hospital for another week. After I assured her, groundlessly, that the facility would likely reopen in a week, she agreed to stay. With the hospital closed to visitors, the only way I could communicate with my mother was through FaceTime. She is often in severe pain, and without me there to badger the hospital staff about minute changes in her insulin dosage or the timing of her pain medication, she cried more and slept less. This meant less sleep for Ying too. For years, I have had to mediate between my mother and the aides, between the aides and the hospital nurses, between my mother and the nurses. But a phone screen could not possibly accommodate all the subtleties needed to allay my mother's fears. I was useful, really, for only one thing: calling the nurse's desk to explain conflicts as they arose among multiple aggrieved parties. But I didn't actually know any of the names of the relevant parties. Although my mother always remembers which nurse has how many children and who works deftly enough to press air bubbles out of her gastric tube, neither she nor Ying, who speaks no English, can remember anyone's name. Instead, they use nicknames, usually based on the nurse's appearance. But at the height of the pandemic, new nurses arrived on the ward, none of whom I'd ever seen. Once, in the middle of the night, I received a call from Ying debriefing me on the misconduct of an old donut. An old donut? I asked, my voice still enveloped in sleep. Yes, she gave your mother the wrong medication. An old donut gave my mother the wrong medication? I sat up. It's definitely old donut, not Mo money, she said. I rubbed my eyes. They are the only two on duty. Your mother thinks one of them gave her the wrong medication in her sleep. I called the nurse's desk. No one answered. I called Ying back, got the name of the medication in question, and assured my mother that a stool softener was not likely to cause lasting damage. By then, my mother had spelled out a string of nicknames, including Meng Lu, the Chinese shorthand for Marilyn Monroe, and Prinkles, my mother's attempt at freckles, and regaled me with their every misdeed and blunder. It was after 5 a.m. when I hung up. Pre-pandemic, my visits could relieve tensions between Ying and my mother. Now, they were locked in a room together, armed with nothing but glares. On video chat, I emphasized our enormous gratitude to Ying for staying, and admonished my mother to be mindful of her exhaustion. Privately, I pleaded with Ying for forbearance. But not long afterward, Ying sent me a note in her tenuous, slanted hand, relaying a message blinked out by my mother, which included the line, "She like 3-year-old." Because Ying doesn't speak English, she had no idea that she had painstakingly transcribed a list of her own flaws. This was a step too far. On video chat that evening, I warned my mother that for her own sake, she had to behave. And then, in English, I said, "Remember what it was like when you were working?" I made sure I didn't say the word housekeeper. Remember how it came down to respect? Alluding to our past in front of a family outsider made me go rigid, but it had to be said. In our Connecticut days, respect was a word my mother fastened on, as if uttering this piece of English vocabulary in private could solve our public predicament. After a day of scrubbing, cleaning, washing, and folding, she was full of recrimination toward everyone who had demeaned her. At first, it was the adults of a household she served, then the children, who she insisted had copied their parents' haughty expressions of contempt. Then one day, my mother rebuked me for being just like them. "You think you're like them because of your English and your fancy school," she said, "but you're nothing, nothing but a housekeeper's daughter."
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment.
In the months after my mother received her ALS diagnosis, I would sometimes conduct an experiment. In bed, after a deep breath, I would will my body to be completely still. The sensation was like pausing in the middle of a dark forest and hearing the ambient noise of birds and leaves for the first time. This is what it feels like to be my mother, I would think, to be imprisoned in your body. When the lockdown was announced in New York, I thought about this experience occurring on the scale of an entire city, as all infrastructure and commerce ground to a halt. My mother was now incarcerated in a body that was confined in a sealed facility, which was trapped inside a lockdown city. As the world outside her hospital grew more cataclysmically unbearable, it became very important to me to curate her perception of it. On the day that a hospital where she'd once been treated lost 13 patients to COVID-19, I jabbered on about the new zucchini recipe I discovered online. What good would it do to tell her that if she were to be infected, she would almost certainly die and that I would not be allowed at her bedside? Most days, my mother said only two things. One, do not against China. And two, you still have job? The pandemic did nothing to lessen her reverence for hierarchy. For her, deference was a precondition of living, and never more so than when precarity loomed. One evening, reading on my phone that more stringent lockdown orders could soon be in place, I realized that I was out of rice and late in mailing my rent check. I grabbed the trash and headed out to the street. Then my phone rang. It was Ying telling me that she was no longer permitted to cross the hall to the kitchen. As I stood on the sidewalk, I heard a man say, "Fucking Chinese." Only after he'd gone did I realize I was holding the garbage can lid like a shield. That night, I tweeted about the incident. It was an act of exposure that my mother would have frowned upon. "Where's your bruise?" she would say, if I complained about being mocked at school. If an incident does not physically harm you, it shouldn't register. But why had I felt pinned to that tableau in which the man's words seemed more real than my body? To assert that it had happened was the only way I could wrest the moment away from the stranger. A few days after family members were shut out of Carter, I called the patient relations department to ask if the virus had entered the facility and what measures could be taken to protect patients. When no one answered, I contacted the CEO at the time, David Weinstein. There wasn't much he could tell me, but he gave me his cell number, and a couple days later, we took a walk in a park next to the hospital. Weinstein, who was in his 60s, said that he had been in the nursing home business for 3 decades, and that his mother lived in one. Terrible timing, he told me from behind 2 layers of masks. The healthcare system was broken, and both our mothers were caught up in it. When I tweeted about my mother's predicament, various friends in the healthcare industry weighed in. Some said that I should consider removing her from the facility. Part of being a regular at hospitals is always to have a plan B. So I started to think about what this would involve. I got the numbers of respiratory specialists, respiratory equipment companies, hospital equipment companies. The dearth of ventilators alarmed me. Even if I managed to procure one, I would need to be trained to use it. I would have to find health aides and respiratory aides who would be almost impossible to recruit at a time like this. And on the off chance that I did accomplish all of this, where would I put her? My apartment barely accommodated my meager furnishings. Plan A, meanwhile, was to make sure that Carter would do his absolute best for my mother. I'd offered to arrange a food delivery for the staff, around 400 people, in order to save them trips to the market. Now I called Weinstein, who listed some food staples that would be useful. I contacted grocery stores, but most had set quotas on items like milk and bread. Others wouldn't deliver. I finally found a wholesaler who could provide what we needed and launched a bare-bones online funding drive to support the hospital. When the shipment arrived, 156 loaves of bread, 1,200 eggs, 50 quarts of milk, 100 pounds of peanut butter, 625 apples, 160 pounds of bananas. Weinstein sent me pictures, and some of the nurses thanked me. It felt good to help, and it was sanity preserving for me to have a task to focus on. But I was aware of what I was doing. Ingratiating myself with the institution in the hope that my mother, if it came to it, might receive some sort of preferential treatment. I thought of my mother's gifts of medicine to my teachers in Chongqing, and the embarrassing results when she tried to wheedle my American teachers into giving me more homework. I was sent home with an admonishing letter. America was an entirely different system with its own levers and gears, and I was better placed to operate them than she had been. I was about 13 when I hatched a plan to save us. I would divide myself into a Chinese self and an American one. At home, I was the dutiful Confucian daughter. At school, a dedicated student of clenched politesse and wasp pieties. I sincerely thought that I could slip in and out of these different versions of myself. They were like costumes, and if sewn and crafted with sufficient skill, they would help us keep going, my mother and me. There was only one problem. I didn't know that a person capable of engineering multiple identities was not necessarily a person who could control the borders between them. In my diary from that time, a present from my mother's employer, which had a Degas ballerina on the cover, I gave voice to emotions powered by all the impostors who took up residence inside me. My deepest emotions, a crush on a boy I met at the library, the hatred for the spoiled children my mother served, my irritation with my mother, my secret ambition one day to write the great American novel centered on the itinerant lives of a Chinese mother and daughter, were buried in fictional characters that grew out of an inability to reconcile myself to myself. In early April, David Weinstein and I were planning a second round of groceries when I saw a missed call from Carter. When I managed to reach patient relations the next morning, a woman cordially informed me that some Carter patients had contracted COVID. How many? I asked. A few. Do we know how it was contracted? No. Are the patients on my mother's floor? I was told I could not be privy to this information, but that in the event that my mother tested positive, I would be informed. Well, has she been tested? No. Will she be? Rather than answer my question, the woman said that all companions of patients would have to leave by 4 p.m. that day. I explained my mother's condition and her dependence on her aides. I asked if an exception could be made. No, not possible. Even if she's not safe without a companion? I asked. That would be for the doctor to decide. I tried one more tack. Could I withdraw her from the hospital? She hesitated. Technically, yes, she said. But given how much equipment my mother needed, it was unlikely that I'd be able to get her out of Carter in less than 2 weeks. So much for Plan B. And I had another realization. Losing the aid might be no less disastrous for my mother than contracting the virus. She had survived nearly a decade since her diagnosis. The average is 3 to 5 years. And the care that the aides provide, turning and suctioning her, is almost certainly integral to this longevity. The next hours were spent on the phone, calling everyone I could think of. It was going on 4 p.m. when I found myself talking with a nurse who had occasionally been the object of my mother's stern, blinked-out criticism. Jiayang, listen to me, she said. I expected her to chastise me for my incessant pestering. Instead, the line went quiet for a second. I've got you, she said. I know better than anyone how much your mother needs her aid. We want her to stay too, she said. For what seemed like the first time that day, I drew a breath. I called a concerned friend to tell him that things would be okay. But another call beeped in. It was the nurse again, and there was hesitation in her voice. The medical director had overwritten her. I'm sorry, she said. I tried phoning Weinstein without success, but even as I did so, I felt that there was something calculating in the attempt to reach him, as if I were calling the debt of bread, milk, and peanut butter. What was I hoping for but some last-minute stay of execution? 5 minutes before Ying was due to be kicked out, I was on FaceTime with her, desperately trying to reassure my mother, whose face was creased and gray. The shame of this moment, I felt, needed to be remembered. It was then that I took the screenshots that later spread across Chinese social media. In the far corner of the frame, Ying was wiping her eyes. Then I heard the security guards. "There's a translator here," Ying said in Chinese. "She's saying I have to go." "This isn't humane," I shouted in English. I threatened legal action, bartered, begged, but the people who could hear were beyond the reach of persuasion. I heard Ying cry out to my mother, "Ayi, Auntie," and stayed on the line with her as she was escorted out. By the time she emerged at the front door, crying helplessly, I was there to meet her. She was still wearing her slippers. I don't remember how many times that night I called the nurse's station on my mother's corridor. At one point, a kind nursing aide, unable to bear the sight of my mother crying for an 8th straight hour, used her cell phone to facilitate a brief FaceTime conversation between us. I also got some advice from the head nurse. Try to get in touch with Mitchell Katz, the president of New York City Health and Hospitals. Seeing that he had an active Twitter account, I tweeted at him, appending one of the screenshots that I had taken of my mother's distress. I knew that I was exploiting our private trauma and making a performance out of the kind of emotion that my mother and I had spent our lives hiding. A saving face would not rescue my mother. That night, I received a text from an unknown number. It was not Mitchell Katz, but Yu Lin Yu, a New York State Assemblywoman whose district includes Manhattan's Chinatown. She had seen the photos on Twitter and wanted to know what she could do to help. Then I heard from Brian Benjamin, the state senator whose district includes Harlem, and from a prominent Twitter personality who knew Mitchell Katz and offered to text him for me. Early the next morning, I got a call from patient relations. The woman's voice was newly tentative, and she asked if I would be available for a Zoom conference. Weinstein, the medical director, and Carter's head of PR informed me that my mother's aide would be allowed back after all. There was no real explanation, but my impromptu Twitter campaign had borne fruit. And, I had to admit, so did my association with the New York. Is this how power worked? Once Ying called me from the hospital, confirming that she was there with my mother, I fell into a stone-like sleep. When I finally woke, I could not tell if it was night or day, and was seized by an anxiety so tight that I felt as if I were being held underwater. I began frantically groping around my bed, and as fragments of a dream returned, I realized that I was looking for my mother. In the dream, she is on a stretcher being loaded into an ambulance, a scene I've witnessed many times. But the bed they put her on is too narrow, and she tumbles off. As she falls, her body, so frail that it requires multiple tubes to supply its vital organs, becomes more fragile still, until it turns to porcelain. She shatters into 1,000 shards on the ground. It's fine, I assure myself. I can still pick her up. As long as I gather all the pieces, I can puzzle her back together. I do not anticipate that the pieces will grow smaller and lighter until they float aloft in the wind, until I am chasing a sheet of sand. I am running now, and inexplicably carrying my diary. In the end, I'm able to catch only a single grain of sand on the tip of my finger. "Mom!" I keep shouting at my finger, terror-stricken that I will lose this last speck of her. The only place I can think of storing it is between the pages of my diary.
Our story continues after the break. Ghost Family, I hope you're enjoying the second installment of Motherland by Jiyoung Fan. I was drawn to this piece because it's so deeply felt and eloquently rendered. You can feel how carefully Jiayang chose every word in this story to depict the tortures and triumphs of she and her mother's entwined journeys. I can only imagine how difficult it was to write and rewrite this story until she felt like it was exactly right. But, I'm just as fascinated by artists like Jiayang, who are capable of such considered storytelling, as I am by artists like the one that's featured in this week's Kindred Spirits exclusive. Kindred Spirits exclusives are bonus episodes of our show that are only available to our supporters on Patreon, who support the work we do here at WALT-FM with a monthly donation of just $5. In exchange, Kindred Spirits get access to conversations like the one I was just alluding to, which is with singer-songwriter Marshall York, who once challenged himself to write 31 original songs in 31 days for the entire month of January. It's kind of the opposite end of the creativity spectrum from a piece like Jiayang's, which she labored over for a long time. I talked to Marshall about his project and asked him to perform a few of those 31 original songs, and that interview is available this week in our Patreon feed, along with an ad-free version of the episode that you're listening to right now. We couldn't make Family Ghosts without the support of the Kindred Spirits. So if you have the means, please consider joining them today at patreon.com/familyghosts. And thank you.
The day after Ying returned to the hospital, I got a message on Twitter from someone I didn't know. Dear Jiayang, I believe you have been targeted on Chinese social media. See pictures. Please take those threats seriously. Keep safe and take care. I'd been on Twitter long enough to be familiar with the platform's tendency to magnify opposition and heighten vitriol. It wasn't uncommon for attacks to be personal and vicious, but I usually paid them little attention. This was on a different scale. Replies were arriving faster, devoid of context. I never know what happiness is until I see your sobbing bitch face. Authoritarianism rescues the injured and saves life. Democracy takes the life of your bitch mother. Brown-nosers will brown-nose until they have nothing, an attractive young woman whose bio read Born in China wrote. Many people use the abbreviation NMSL, which perplexed me until I Googled it. It stands for 你妈死了, a common insult in Chinese, and one with particular relevance to me. Your mother is dead. A startling number of people wish that I had a fatal case of the coronavirus. At the beginning of the pandemic, I had read that a virus is neither dead nor alive and replicates only in the shelter of a host organism. I began to think of Jiayang Fan as viral, not in a social media sense, but in a biological one. The calamitous state of the world and certain random mutations in the story had made it unexpectedly contagious. My original posts had served their purpose. Now they were serving the purposes of others. I had unwittingly bred a potent piece of propaganda. Corners of the Chinese internet buzzed with theories about my motivation. I was slandering China in exchange for American citizenship. No, I was after fame and fortune. When a nationalist publication wrote a public letter offering to donate a brand new ventilator to save my mother's life, to combat evil with kindness, it was presumed an ingrate like me would try to find fault with the machine. I was besieged on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Many people on Twitter seemed to have come from the Chinese platforms. Sometimes, when a new crop of assailants descended, they would be hailed as soldiers come to do battle with the enemy, Jiayang Fan. None of this felt quite real. I received notifications of attempts originating in China to hack my Apple password, but I did not fear for my personal safety. My mother's voice echoed in me. Where's your bruise? But soon, seemingly everyone I'd ever encountered in China messaged me articles with a screenshot of my mother. My aunt forwarded me a message that a friend had shown her. What Jiayang Fan has inflicted upon her mother is worse than any disease, the author lamented. How could a daughter so wretchedly trample her mother's good reputation? My aunt said that many acquaintances had written her notes like this, and that they made her heart hurt. My actions, even if they took place on the other side of the world, had ramifications, she wanted me to know. They affect my daughter and your uncle, too. The family name was at stake. In a chat thread she sent me, someone with the screen name Bering Strait, who had known my maternal grandfather, recalled that he had been a loyal follower of Mao in the Red Army. It is a good thing he is dead not to be party to this humiliation, Bering Strait observed. Gradually, an intimate history of my mother's life came into view. Reading through such discussions was like wandering into rooms of a past that my mother had locked away long ago. Someone else knew that my mother, as a child, had been informally promised to a neighbor's son, as was sometimes the custom. Her enthusiasm for learning English in college, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep, was recounted, and cast in a newly suspect light. Had she been plotting her escape to America all those years ago? For all her diligence and beauty, she, quote, was known as the goddess among the male comrades, end quote. She was evidently an incompetent mother. A child's wrongdoing is a parent's failing. A deeply Confucian adage was a sentiment evoked time and again to explain my mother's fate. Many were worried that this airing of our family ugliness might taint their own reputations. Anyone who had even a passing affiliation with the institutions of my mother's youth, her army battalion, college class, hospital ward, bemoaned the possibility that their Mianzi could be compromised. For all my aunt's frustration with me, she was insistent that my mother should never know the way she was being discussed. It would eviscerate her, she told me. That, I knew, was true. My mother had lost touch with many people who knew her in China, precisely because she hadn't wanted to mar this last preserve of dignity. This wellspring of nostalgic pride, which had privately nourished her in the years of deprivation in the US, was something I had desecrated, an even more unpardonable offense than my political betrayal. As a former classmate wrote, no matter her inadequacies as a parent, it must be said that Jia Yang Fan is a far greater criminal for killing her own mother. What my persecutors do not know is that my mother once accused me of killing her. I was 15 and home from boarding school. Her outburst was, of all things, in response to my request to see a dermatologist. The area around my belly button had been itching uncontrollably. I later found out that an allergy was to blame, and my only relief was to scratch until the small weeping blisters turned my flesh into a wet, raw mess. My mother told me that it was a matter of hygiene, but the more I soaked and scrubbed, the worse it got. The idea of a doctor was out of the question because, according to my mother, it was not a life or death matter. But I was less afraid of death than of the mockery of my classmates, some of whom had found the blood seeping through my shirt grotesque, and for once I refused to be talked down. My mother stopped in the middle of folding laundry and appraised me with an icy calm. I just want to see a doctor, I said, my eyes becoming wet. Stop the act. Dirty. This is what people call you, a dirty Chinese pig. Confusion momentarily superseded indignation. No one had ever called me that. It would be years before I wondered if someone, an employer, the children of an employer, had called her that. I looked at her face, so warped with rage that I could not see my mother in it. It's reductive to compare a mother with a motherland, but I have since wondered if the intensity of her rage resembled the emotions of my anonymous online detractors. The fact that many couched their accusations in the language of familial estrangement, your American daddy doesn't want to rescue garbage like you, lent an unmistakable intimacy to my ostensibly political betrayal. The anger seemed to arise from an aggrieved awareness of its futility, a primal wound in search of a mother's touch. The flip side of surging triumphalism and expansive aspiration is the enduring, ineluctable ache of loss. This much my mother and I knew better than anyone else. I do not believe that the corrosive toll of those emotions was ever evident to my mother as she rode through them, dogged and alone. Survival had forced her to conceal more and more of herself, so that eventually the most important truths were the ones she kept from herself. The hours of stunned silence just after she received her final diagnosis in a hospital in New York felt not dissimilar to our arrival in the city 2 decades earlier, when all we could do was grope in astonishment around our new reality. As her doctor, an impassive man with an Irish accent, gave her the news, my mother fixed her attention firmly on her toes. It wasn't until we were on the 6th train, heading downtown, that she spoke. The plan had been to have dinner in Chinatown, but now she asked, could we go see the World Trade Center? It was the first time either of us had ever alluded to 9/11. We were US citizens now, but when the towers fell, we'd been resident aliens. Are the broken buildings still there? My mother now asked. I said that I thought not, though I didn't know for sure. It was somewhere on that subway ride, among the tangled strangers, that my mother instructed me not to share the news of her illness. I have always remembered the request as explicit, but it now occurs to me that she didn't need to ask. I could always read her thoughts as they passed between us, in furtive glances. When the image of my mother's face whizzed around Chinese social media, the reactions they aroused bore out her cynicism. The world was every bit as cruel and indifferent as she had always suspected. But I hung on to the irrational notion that unless my mother's eyes encountered the abuse, it could not be real. That at least in the hospital room, where she would likely live out the rest of her life, there existed a world in which she had a measure of control. But late one morning in April, Ying sent me a link to a story on WeChat with a short audio message. Your mother wants to know, is this you? I'm reading your mother the article right now. I felt that familiar prickling in my nerve endings, the constant urge to manage the situation. But I didn't call Ying back and beg her not to read the article. Instead, after a day of doing nothing, I went for a walk. Outside, there was a wan, speckled moon and a cool clarity in the night air. I stood in a playground near abandoned swings and gazed up to the 4th floor of my mother's hospital and the darkened box of her window. I don't like to imagine the emotions that coursed through my mother as she lay there defenseless, listening to what had been written about us. I don't like to think about her reappraising the daughter whom she both knew and did not know. When Ying texted again, I knew it would be a message from my mother. I feared being misunderstood by someone whose life was so kneaded into my own, whose choices had both bound and liberated me, and whose words, even when blinked with the last functioning muscles of her body, could utterly undo me. My mother's message was brief and pointed. It contained a Chinese idiom. A clean body needs no washing. That is, if you're not guilty of anything, you have nothing to atone for. In English, she then added, I am survived.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingman. Motherland was written and read by Jaiyoung Fan. and first appeared in the pages of the New Yorker magazine, where she's a staff writer. Check the show notes for a link to Jayoung's complete archive of writing for the magazine. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Family Ghosts comes out every other week, and if you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between new episodes, may I recommend Fisher Family Ghosts. It's a recap podcast for the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, which recently celebrated its 20th anniversary, and which, if you're familiar with the show, it won't surprise you to learn, was a source of great inspiration for this very podcast. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under and then talk about the ways the themes, characters, and story influence our own approaches to storytelling, not to mention our perceptions of our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. And we'll be back in 2 weeks here on Family Ghosts with a brand new story. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
You're listening to WALT.
Homegrown.
Homemade radio.
Hello, Ghost Family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. Earlier this year, I got a call from my friend Jesse Pasquarelli.
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great.
We're off to a good start.
Very successful podcast so far. Jesse and I met a few years ago at a comedy festival in Austin, Texas, and we have spent many nights doing bits in diners with friends. Things like Michael Caine impressions, or making French fries talk to each other, or making French fries do Michael Caine impressions. But Jessie wasn't calling to do bits. She was calling because of something that happened a few months ago. Jessie and her friend Danielle were on the porch drinking hot cocoa, and Danielle mentioned something about a friend of her uncle's who was helping her with some work stuff.
And she said, kind of in passing, I'm named after my uncle who died. And I said, put a pin in that and let's come back to it because that's interesting to me. Let's circle back after you tell me the rest of this story.
Mm-hmm.
And when we circled back, she said that her name is Danielle and her uncle's name was Danny. And she was named after him and that he had died in a car accident in his 20s. And I said, hold on a second. I really don't know anyone else who's named after an aunt or uncle. Most people I meet, their aunts and uncles are still alive. So
yeah.
It's not usually like a common thing to be named after an aunt or uncle. And I don't know anyone else who is named after someone who died specifically in their 20s in a car accident. Being parented by the sibling of the person you were named after, who died young in a violent way, is a very particular experience.
For Jessie, who's named after her Aunt Jessie, a big part of that very particular experience is feeling like her name is intended to be this continuation of another person's story. But it's a story that Jessie doesn't really know.
I think one of the reasons why it feels kind of like an incomplete narrative to me is because it's never been told as a narrative. It's always been just kind of piecemeal things that are dropped into conversation. I don't remember the first time my mom told me, you're named after my sister who died. So there's just been kind of little drips and drabs of information that have come through over time.
Lately, Jessie's been feeling like she wants to know the whole story.
I'm feeling a little nervous, honestly, which is I was not expecting to.
Oh. What is making you feel nervous?
I guess I just feel a little nervous about like trying to get my waspy family to talk about feelings.
Now, folks, it probably won't surprise you to learn that I have a lot of phone calls like this. People with family ghost stories are often worried that their family members won't be willing to talk about difficult things from the past. But some families are particularly tough, and Jessie figured her family might be one of those.
To give you a little context, when my mom told her parents that she wanted to name me after their daughter who had died and her sister who had died, their response was, "You shouldn't do that because then every time we look at your daughter, we'll feel sad." Even the idea of potentially having a feeling, they tried to like preemptively avoid it.
Jessie herself hasn't always known quite what to make of her own name. It wasn't until that conversation with Danielle that her feelings started to come into focus.
The feeling of there being a certain expectation, whether it was communicated by the parent or not, of like, you are named after this person, and kind of trying to draw the lines for yourself, like, how am I similar to that person from what I've heard from my family about them? How am I not similar to them? Do I look anything like them? Do I act anything like them? Should I be trying to be more like them? Should I be trying to be less like them?
From WALTFM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman. This week, Jessie embarks on a quest to answer those questions, and a few more she didn't even know she had. Our story begins right after the break. Do you have a first memory of finding out about the origin of your name?
I don't have a first memory, but I have a series of memories, mostly of my mom telling us to put our seatbelts on and then invoking her sister who had died in a car accident as the reason we needed to shape up and put our seatbelts on right effing now. Like through my entire life, you know, a boyfriend gets in the car, doesn't immediately put a seatbelt on. My mom heard anything. Did you know I had a sister who died in a car accident? Or did you put your seatbelt on? There's a picture of them on my mom that's always been on my mom's like dresser, vanity, wherever she always has it near her, and it's a photo of them sitting on the steps of this little cabin that is in the family, and my Aunt Jessie is sitting like 2 steps above my mom and doing bunny ears behind her head, and my mom is making a face like, I know there's bunny ears behind my head. It felt like for a while I had kind of a stagnant image of her up until like my early teens, and that stagnant image was just like, she died in a car accident, she was funny, and she was kind of mean, and she was my mom's best friend, and they were super close. It felt like a coloring book. I obviously knew that there were things that I didn't know. I didn't think that like this black and white coloring book page was completely filled in for me, but it would be almost like my mom would color in a part of the coloring book that I didn't know existed. It never felt like, okay, here's a story that I'm going to tell you. It was just kind of details that were dropped in. They grew up in the Boston area, so having lobster for dinner was not an uncommon thing. And on lobster night, apparently my Aunt Jessie didn't like lobster, and she at one point hid a lobster shell in her closet that she shared with my mom. So you can imagine that after even like a day, but this was probably several days to several weeks, their room smelled awful because there was a rotting lobster shell in their closet. And then she had kind of the rebellious teenager phase. Jessie and my mom got mad at each other while they were in London for a family wedding. Jessie took the dress my mom was planning on wearing to the wedding, lit it on fire, and threw it out the hotel room window. She stole my grandpa's truck and crashed it. She got into a fist fight at her high school prom.
I don't think those happened, like, they're not connected stories, but they just happened to get together.
I mean, that is probably a couplet in a country song.
Right. And then, some time passes. I have no idea what happened in that time. And she kind of got over this rebellious phase, or at least that's the story that I've heard. And she was going to school to become a nurse, and she was on her way either to a shift as a nurse or to school when she was in the car accident. It felt like there was a period when I was in late middle school and high school that, like, once a year my mom would drop some bomb of knowledge about the car accident specifically that I would be like, I can't believe you just mentioned that casually while you were driving me to soccer practice. That she was driving a T-top convertible and that was the car she was driving when she died. And I knew that they had never been wearing seatbelts, but I didn't know if they were in a convertible, which makes it not wearing seatbelt in a convertible, that it seems like it made way more sense why it was such a deadly crash. Or dropping in that her Uncle Peter, my great Uncle Peter, had to go identify her when she died. That was my Uncle Peter is just a quintessential frail old man. He wasn't obviously at that time, but that just breaks my heart to think of him having to do that. My mom has always said that if you get bad news in the middle of the night, don't call till the next morning. I don't know who it was who called my mom to tell her that her sister had died, but she said it was the worst because she couldn't do anything. She went back to sleep or tried to. My mom has had trouble sleeping my whole life, and I wonder how much of that stems from waiting for a horrible phone call in the middle of the night. Yeah. When my grandparents have died, or if, we get bad news about something, my mom doesn't usually, if it happens 9:30, 10 at night, her time, she's probably not going to tell me until the next day.
Right.
And I think it's a little bit of a, the gift of one more night's sleep without having to think about it.
I don't know why I'm finding that very effective. Is that
I
the
know
phrase
it.
you used, the gift of one more night's sleep?
I find it really meaningful. I think that it's the kind of thing you don't know you want until you have it, you don't know that you don't want to hear the bad news until the next day, until you've gotten the bad news in the middle of the night, and then you can't sleep, and then you're dealing with it in the morning when you haven't slept, and you're it's just one more. Not having slept the night before is just one saying, if you can take that off of someone's plate. You can say, I have one more peaceful night.
I don't know why it's making me think of this, but people hear stories like this one about what happened to your aunt. And I think sometimes their reaction is to say, well, obviously that's very tragic, but it's just a freak accident. Why are you, Jesse, haunted by it? Or why would someone else in your family be haunted by it? And I think this is such an illustration of why it's not just a freak accident. And you can't write it off because there's a way in which she's reliving the accident.
Yeah, I told you before that she would, whip around in her seat and say, my sister died in a car accident, that's why you have your seatbelt right now, to anybody in the car. And it makes me think that, there are certain things in her life that she probably can't do without thinking about her sister, like getting into a car and putting your seatbelt on.
I got the sense that another thing that really haunts Jesse's mom about the car accident is that it happened at a moment of transition. In her mind, just before the crash, her sister was finally getting her act together.
She would push back against people saying that my Aunt Jessie was a saint. And she said, you don't become a saint or an angel just because you die. She was kind of a bitch sometimes. So there was kind of this shift of, she was such a troublemaker, and then out of nowhere she just kind of turned her life around and is becoming a nurse, but there's no in between. There's no sense of why that happened, or if it really was her kind of turning her life around, of being less of a troublemaker and becoming kind of growing up a little bit. It seems like an incomplete picture what I've been told was a big change.
And that's part of what's confusing for Jessie. If she was named after Aunt Jessie to honor her memory, which part is she supposed to honor?
If anything, my mom, I don't remember her saying anything explicitly, but I don't think she really wanted me to emulate her sister.
So Jessie's been left to find her own connections to Aunt Jessie. And recently, she discovered there may be more of them than she realized. What's happening for you life-wise right now?
Ooh, good question. Well, it's been a period of a lot of transitions.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. Ghost family, I mentioned at the top of the show that I met this week's storyteller, Jessie Pasquarelli, at a comedy festival. Now, I know it might not be obvious from the heavy subject matter that we tend to cover here on the show, but writing comedy sketches was a big part of my life for a long time. And as anybody who's ever written comedy sketches knows, on the rare occasions when you write one that's even a little bit funny, usually when you go back to it a few years later, it doesn't hold up. I sometimes look back at the sketches I wrote in those days, and I wonder how I ever convinced myself that they should see the light of day. But one of the rare exceptions is a parody, or more of an homage, really, to the podcast Welcome to Night Vale, called Welcome to Night Baseball. I wrote the sketch with my friend Alan, and it imagines what it would be like if a Baltimore Orioles baseball game was broadcast on a small community radio station in the middle of a remote town where unexplained supernatural events happen all the time. Alan plays a broadcaster named August Magnolia with a very ominous in-tone, and I play a color commentator who gets eaten by an amalgamation of tentacles. If that sounds like a fittingly surreal escape from these very surreal times, you can hear that sketch in our Patreon feed, which you can access for just $5 a month. In addition to bonus episodes like Welcome to Night Baseball, our Patreon subscribers get access to all Family Ghosts episodes ad-free, as well as the warm feeling of knowing that their support keeps the mics hot here at WALT-FM. If you appreciate the work we do, please consider joining them today at patreon.com/familyghosts. And thank you.
Right before the pandemic, my long-term live-in relationship ended. And I moved into an apartment by myself for the first time ever. And I think the last 9 or 10 months have been a lot of self-discovery and redefining what my life is like without this huge part of it. I was planning my life around the existence of this relationship, and since it is not part of my life anymore, it's been a pretty big recalibration.
At the time it came apart, did you have a narrative in your head about where it was headed?
Yes, I think the narrative in my head was, we've been together for a while, we've enmeshed our lives to a large degree. One of the aspects of our relationship that was always a point of, I don't want to say tension, because it didn't feel like it was something we argued about. It was just something that was kind of always in the ether, was our physical location. We were living in Portland, Oregon. So my ex's name is Theo, but I refer to him as Teddy because that's what his parents called him. And Teddy just kind of has itchy feet. That's always how we said it. Like his feet would get itchy and he would just be ready to move on or do something else. And that was kind of his MO for his entire adult life. In college and beyond, he would just kind of get a hankering to live somewhere else for a while and he'd go do it. That's not my MO. I am a homebody. I like being home. I'm not even a huge fan of traveling for travel's sake. So we had done as much as buying a converted school bus to split the year up into 3 parts and, live part of the year in Washington, part of the year in Texas, and part of the year in New Hampshire. When we started thinking about the bus, it seemed like such a good solution to address some of our issues. Teddy had perpetually itchy feet, so this would be a way to travel a lot. But I was really missing the connection to community and to my family. And so we could potentially live close to our friends and also potentially close to both of our sets of parents. And it seemed like a way to compromise his desire to kind of change things up constantly. And also my desire to live in the same place, because our house would be the same, but the location it was would be different.
Yeah, it was like tiny house plus itchy feet.
Right, which seemed like, honestly, I still don't think it's a bad idea. So we found this really lovely couple who were moving out of their bus. They had this bus that had a layout that seemed very close to what we would have done. And it was ready to go. And so I was not in a position to buy the bus, but Teddy bought the bus. People don't talk about buses in the bus world in terms of length. They usually talk about it in terms of windows. Because that's a more, accurate measurement than early. So I actually don't, I guess we probably had like about 17 windows. That was about 32 feet. So it's a big vehicle. It's a really big vehicle. From the outside, it definitely looked like a school bus. And then from the inside, you'd probably think it was a very long, skinny log cabin. It had a little living room with couches that faced each other. We actually built a couch that had a table underneath it, so you could take the table out and basically have like 2 bench seats with a dining table between them. Then we had a little storage area that was right across from a wood stove. And then you walked to the kitchen. It was great. It was like the perfect size. There was plenty of storage, so much space. It had a really deep sink, better than any apartment sink I've ever had. You had a little bathroom that had a shower and a composting toilet. And then the bedroom, which is basically enough room for the bed. And then what we called the garage, which was the big emergency door in the back of the bus. There was storage for hoses, because you need to fill your freshwater tank and all that kind of fun stuff. The first time we actually saw it together, it was when the couple who had converted it, they were living on it. And it was kind of a cloudy, muggy day, which is not uncommon in Portland. And they were parked at a rest stop, maybe 20 minutes south of where we lived in Portland. So we drove to the rest stop, and I remember that the windows were all fogged up because we were all sitting inside the bus with the stove going. And I remember feeling very cozy. The first night we spent on the bus was actually really lovely. We just found a pull-off on like a rural road right next to this big field, and we just slept there for the night, and we watched the sunset, and that was really lovely. We spent a few days camping at this state park in Oregon, and that was probably the best time that we had on the bus. If it could have been like that, I was like, this is great. Like, spending time in the great outdoors, I can set up a hammock and read my book and sleep on a bed instead of, it was all like, it was idyllic.
Yeah. It's like moving the house around and having different backyards, kind of.
Yeah, exactly. The plan was to get down to Austin. So we're in Portland, and we drove south. We decided not to get rid of my car. I have a hatchback. So I would drive with the dogs in the hatchback, and then I would be like the little satellite vehicle that would go to the grocery store or go to, scout ahead and see if there was a place to park.
Wait, so you embark on this several thousand-mile drive from Portland to Texas, and Theo's driving the bus by himself, and you're driving the hatchback by yourself.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was going through your mind when you first set off for Austin and you're driving by yourself in the car with the dogs and Theo's driving the bus? Do you remember any particular thoughts that went through your mind?
I remember feeling excited until we stopped the first time.
Okay.
Because Teddy got out of the bus and he was just driving that bus. I don't know if it would have been miserable for everyone, but it was miserable for him. It was really, really loud. It was really slow and heavy and unwieldy. And there's a reason that school buses drive the same route over and over again and usually don't go more than like 40 or 50 miles an hour. It's because they're not really designed to do that. And so trying to drive it through some like hilly areas of Oregon, where he would be going up a hill and he'd be going less than 10 miles an hour just because the bus was so heavy. And, you know, people backing up behind us and getting mad at us. And it was so loud. He had to wear like construction-sized headphones over his ears with earbuds in while he was driving. And this is a person who, when we didn't have blackout shades, would have a hard time sleeping because like a chink of light would disturb him. Or like if he was playing, he was a guitar player, if the AC was on or like the ice maker was going while he was practicing, he would have to turn it off. He's a very sensitive person, and I just remember feeling like, I don't know if I actually felt this way, but now in retrospect, like even thinking about it is making me feel really tense. Oh, I'm gonna cry. I just felt so guilty.
How so?
I felt like I had pushed for this to happen because I really wanted to be in Austin and I wanted it to happen in a way that we would both be happy. But as soon as we got that bus idea, I just pushed for it so hard, like to the point that when we got a bad inspection on the bus, I got really upset and cried about it. And Teddy, I think that if I hadn't gotten so upset about it, I don't know if he would have gone to a second inspection place and tried to, like if he would have continued trying to make it work. And then he put so much money into it. I just felt so guilty that I felt like it was my fault that he was driving this huge vehicle that he had put a lot of money on, and it was ostensibly because I wanted to live somewhere else. I remember when we got out of the bus, or when Teddy got out of the bus, and I don't know if this was a specific moment or if I'm just making an amalgamation of different times that like I had just been driving and it was fine, and you know I had the dogs with me and I was listening to podcasts and it was like, no, this is like, you know, kind of a long road trip, it's not that bad. And then getting out of the bus and seeing Teddy get out of the bus and he would just be wrecked. He was really anxious and tired, and not knowing if that was like something that was going to happen every time he drove the bus or if this was something he just had to get used to. He also didn't want me to drive the bus, which I understand, but also I felt like it would be better if we could trade off on this really hard responsibility. But he I think because it was his, you know, it was a big purchase that he had made, he didn't feel comfortable. He didn't feel comfortable, I think, having me be responsible for it in either sense. Like that if anything happened, I would be responsible for it. And if anything happened, it wouldn't have been him being responsible for it. It became clear, like within a few days of owning the bus, that we weren't going to be able to make it to Austin.
Like at all?
And at all. But we needed more time to figure things out with the bus. And so we ended up driving north again to Theo's parents' house, who live on the Puget Sound in Washington.
Oh, okay. So you reverse course completely.
Yes.
The idea behind going there was to regroup a little bit?
Yeah, to regroup, to maybe, you know, figure out some stuff with the bus, get things fixed that we needed to. Then it got to be winter, and we kept trying to, it felt like every time we tried to leave Washington, something would happen and the bus would break down. and we'd have to stay in Washington and try and get it fixed. We'd take the bus to the mechanic. We'd have the inevitable, really weird conversation with the mechanic who would say something like, "Why are you living like this? Who would ever make this choice?" And they would fix whatever the thing was. We'd drive it away. We'd get ready to leave. And then as soon as we were trying to leave, something else would break. There was one memorable time where you can't have a vehicle the same color of yellow as a school bus if it's not a school bus. Which makes sense because you don't want people painting any random vehicle the color of a school bus and telling kids it's a school bus. And then they are like, "Oh yeah, I'll get on the bus." But that meant we had to paint the bus. And painting a 30-foot long bus takes a minute. So because we also had to tape everything. And then we accidentally painted some of the panels shut.
What color did you paint the bus?
I painted it white, to which my mom's first reaction was, so like a prison bus.
Oof.
And I was like, well, I didn't have that in my head till now, but yeah.
Now I can
like a
never
prison bus.
unthink that.
Right. Now that's forever what I think when I look at this gigantic bus that seems to be keeping me in Washington and seems to be causing my partner to have so much stress in his life that he's making himself sick. It does seem like a prison bus.
Did you have any thoughts of Aunt Jessie during the bus time? Was there ever anything that came to mind about her in the midst of all this?
Well, there was one time, I don't know if you include this story, you please include this soundbite. I'm really sorry, Mom, that I didn't tell you about this. But also I'm not sorry because you would have been extremely scared and I didn't want to hear you. But there was one time where Teddy and I were doing our bus hatchback caravan where I was we were on a mountain road on one of these little highways. It's 2 lanes, except for every few miles there's a passing lane. And we would always get in the right-hand lane in these passing lanes as quickly as possible to let as many cars as possible pass us, so that because they would often, we would have a huge buildup on these 2-lane roads of cars were trailing behind us in this very slow vehicle. So we would pull over to the passing lane and let everybody pass us, as many people as we could. So we were doing that one time, and we had developed a huge line of cars behind us. And one of the vehicles behind us was, it was one of those gigantic vehicles that's not just an RV, but an RV with a trailer on it, and they were hauling all of their bikes. And it was smaller than a semi, but kind of looked like an RV, and that seemed way bigger than an RV. This rig very clearly wanted to pass us and wanted to use this passing lane to pass us. And the thing about the bus was you couldn't make any sudden movements. You couldn't make any sudden decisions. And, the passing lane was ending. So Teddy started coming back into the left-hand lane to when the passing lane ended. And the trailer didn't want to let him. Instead, they did that weird thing where where you're trying to pass somebody and then they speed up to prevent you from passing. And so then you're maybe in the wrong side, going on the wrong side of the road path, and you can't. And I was right there because I was following Teddy, and I watched it all happen. And I don't know if he even knows how close this came to being a horrible, horrible accident. But it only very narrowly, the rig only so narrowly stopped in time to not hit him as he reemerged. And I was also I'm right here in this tiny little vehicle. I'm if one of them had spun out, I'm in the collision path. My heart was in my throat, and I think I held it together until we actually stopped, and then I just sat in the car and cried because I thought of my aunt.
As Jessie told me this story, I realized my heart was in my throat. I mean, it's like something from a myth. When Aunt Jessie had her fatal crash, she was on the road with her partner. She'd just decided to make this big change in her life. And now, here was Jessie, decades later, Doing the same thing. Once again, the tires squeal. For a terrible moment, it seems like history is about to repeat itself. But this time, the accident doesn't happen. In the blink of the same eye, Aunt Jessie's story ended, but Jessie's goes on. Eventually, Jessie left Puget Sound and flew to Austin for a friend's wedding. One night on the phone, Teddy called and told her that he had decided to sell the bus. Jessie says she felt this wave of relief, and soon enough, Teddy joined her in Austin. But before long, Teddy's feet started to itch again, and this time, they decided to end their relationship. A few days after we talked, Jessie sent me a voice memo.
I'm on a hike, and what I started thinking about when I wanted to start recording was this idea of my Aunt Jessie's life as a series of chapters in a book. In February of 2020, my relationship of 4 years ended. And you could say it ended abruptly, or you could say it was a long, slow decline. My ex and I sometimes talked about chapters in our lives. The Portland chapter, the bus chapter. Now, I think of our relationship as a chapter in my life. I started thinking about this because in talking to people about my Aunt Jessie's life, the impression I'm getting is that she was between chapters. That maybe she was at the beginning of the figuring out what she wanted to do with her life chapter. She was somewhere in the chapter of her relationship with her boyfriend at the time. And I guess what I'm thinking about is that trying to divide your life up into chapters, into neat blocks, is a way of trying to organize your experience. I don't think it's a pointless endeavor. But I do think it's important to remember and to be aware of the fact that depending on how you decide to chop it up, you can tell very different stories.
And so, as Jessie tries to organize her own experiences, she's decided that her Aunt Jessie's story has been chopped up for too long. She's tired of trying to deduce who Aunt Jessie was based on sketches in a coloring book. She wants to know the story the way it would go in a real book, the kind with chapters. Maybe it can help her navigate her way through the kind of transition her aunt never got to finish. Which means she's going to have to ask her waspy family some uncomfortable questions.
That was good. I haven't really talked about her like that in a long time, so that was nice. And now I have to go take a nap. It's the crying. It's the ugly crying. Yeah, so fun.
That's next time on Family Ghosts, when Jessie's story continues. Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingle. Thanks to Jessie Pasquarelli for sharing her story with us. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Louis Scarra. We use incidental music from Blue Dot Sessions and Epidemic Sound. Family Ghosts comes out every other week. And if you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between new episodes, please check out Fisher Family Ghosts. It's a recap podcast for the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, which recently celebrated its 20th anniversary, and which, it won't surprise you to learn, was a source of great inspiration for this very podcast. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under and then talk about the ways the themes, characters, and story influence our own approaches to storytelling, not to mention our perceptions of our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the next chapter of Jesse's story. Thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted. Hello, Ghost Family. Sam here, coming to you with a very special bonus episode today. I have, for the past few months, been working on a super cool, top secret new podcast. That podcast is out today, and on this bonus episode, I'm going to play you a little sample of it. I think you're really going to like it. It is the exact kind of deep, nuanced character study that we love to do here on Family Ghosts. Plus, it is hosted by none other than John Stamos. That's right, Uncle Jesse from Full House, who is not only the gifted actor that you already know and love, he is also friends with a man named Barry Keenan. And back in 1963, Barry Keenan was broke, alone, desperate to save his family from financial ruin. He was addicted to booze and pills. His life was going off the rails. And in a final Hail Mary attempt to set things right, Barry did something really bizarre. So bizarre, it's hard to believe it really happened. He kidnapped Frank Sinatra Jr. And that is the story that John Stamos is going to tell you in this podcast, which is called The Grand Scheme, Snatching Sinatra. John sat down with Barry and got him to tell the complete story. Every detail, every plot twist, every absurd, outlandish character that he conned along the way. As I have been saying to friends over the last few months, it's sort of like the real-life Big Lebowski, which sounds maybe a little grandiose, but I kind of think it's true. And something that I want to say to all of you about this podcast is I was the writer for the show. And something that I worked really hard to do is to not glorify or celebrate the fact that Barry pulled off these crimes. Kidnapping is obviously a very serious crime, and he caused a lot of trauma to a lot of people in the midst of perpetrating this kidnapping. But like we do here on Family Ghosts, the attempt that we have made on Snatching Sinatra is to tell the story of a troubled man living in troubled times, doing the best he can, for better and for worse, to try to find some compassion for a desperate person who made some very, very bad choices. And, of course, to tell an incredibly entertaining story along the way. Working on this project was such a thrill. It was an incredibly rich writing challenge. It was obviously an honor to collaborate with an artist like John Stamos, a wonderful performer, and somebody who really cares about telling a meaningful story. You know, there's a lot of celebrity podcasts where a famous person just sits down with their famous friends and talks about nothing for 45 minutes. And there's nothing wrong with that per se. But, you know, John probably could have made one of those shows if he wanted to, and that's not what he wanted to do. He wanted to tell an important story and to do it in an interesting way. And the opportunity to help him do that was just so cool. And on top of that, it was so wonderful to get to collaborate again with my old friends at Spoke Media, who I partnered with on seasons 2 and 3 of Family Ghosts. You will hear some familiar names in the credits of this show. Jenna Burnett and Jean-Miel Kastner, in particular, were such key parts of the storytelling that we got to do in our 2nd and 3rd seasons, and it was wonderful to work with them again. I'm really proud of what we schemed, Snatching Sinatra, and very excited to share this preview with you right now.
It had been a few hours since the slow-speed chase out of Lake Tahoe. Barry, Joe, and Frank Sinatra Jr. had made it across the state line, and they were driving through blinding snow. The car was skidding all over the road as they tried to navigate these narrow mountain passes. To calm his nerves, Barry turned on the radio.
every radio station I came kept announcing the kidnapping. And then they were playing Frank Sinatra songs, and Junior came up with a comment like, isn't that typical of the media? They're now trying to take advantage of this terrible mistake that you guys made and make it into a show business thing.
And then, just as they're coming up on the lights of this tiny little mountain town,
They just started playing Strangers in the Night.
now look, sure, it was a coincidence, but this scene is so perfect he couldn't write it. Think about it. A troubled and mentally unstable drunk, strung out on his misguided fantasy of redemption, on the run after committing a felony, albeit one he believes to be divinely ordained. His reluctant and slightly dim-witted accomplice, the former James Dean of Uni High, battered, bruised, frozen half to death in the passenger seat, but loyal to the last. And in the back seat, the son of Hollywood royalty, woozy on booze and sleeping pills, sneering at the radio for spinning the story of his kidnapping into yet another story about his father.
I thought, wow, how amazing is that? Here we are, three strangers.
Of course, Junior was also being held against his will here, so he didn't have much agency in the narrative Barry was crafting about this trip. But in Barry's mind, they were just three men, all outcasts in their own way, slipping and sliding down the highway towards an unknown fate. Salvation or downfall. It could go either way. For Barry, there was only one possible way to interpret this moment.
So I thought it was another divine revelation that we were on the right track and so forth.
Barry was counting on some more divine intervention to see this thing through. He still had a few hundred miles to drive in a blizzard in order to make it back to the safe house. And the perfect soundtrack for his plan of operation wasn't the only thing coming through the speakers.
And the radio was saying they're going to start a door-to-door search first thing in the morning.
I'm John Stamos, and you're listening to The Grand Scheme, Snatching Sinatra. Chapter 5, Strangers in the Night. As the hours passed, our strangers in the night weren't making good time on their mad dash back to LA.
We went over these 8,000-foot high mountain passes with no chains on them. And I had to get out on a couple of occasions and let a significant amount of air out of my tires so they would get better traction. And I was fishtailing and everything.
At one point, he slid directly into a snowbank. And you got to figure that life-altering car wreck from just a year or so earlier, the one that got him hooked on Quaaludes, was still fresh in his mind. But at the moment, he had more immediate concerns. For one thing, his gas tank was almost empty. And every gas station they passed had signs up saying that they were closed until Monday morning.
And every little town we go through was the same. And now I got down to about less than a quarter of a tank and knew I was serious. So I finally saw a combination convenience store, gas station, little motel, and what have you, with a house on top of the gas station and convenience store. So I knocked on the door, and the guy, very nice guy, said, well, out of gas, I bet. And I said, yes, sir. And I said, is there any way you could sell me some gas? We have to get to work on Monday and blah, blah, blah. And he said, sure. So he filled up the car with gas, and I saw in his store that he sold liquor. And I said, is there any way I could buy a bottle of whiskey from you and some 7-Up and some milk?
Now remember, Barry and Joe had gambled away all their money in Lake Tahoe. But they'd also taken Junior from his hotel room on the pretense that this was a robbery, which meant Junior had handed over his wallet, which contained a single $100 bill. So to repay this poor guy who Barry just dragged out of bed and into the snow,
I gave him Frank's $100 bill. I said, I can't change this. All the money's locked up. And I said, well, just keep the change.
Now remember, that's a $100 bill in 1963, which means that for a tank of gas, a bottle of whiskey, some 7-Up, and some milk, the gas station owner had pocketed more than $800 in today's money. So Barry figured the guy wouldn't mind if he grabbed just one more thing.
So I'll buy another bottle of booze, and that'll take care of us for our trip home. And he said, okay, fair enough.
The man tucked the 100 in his pocket and he went back to bed, completely unaware that he just aided and abetted a federal crime. Barry passed around the whiskey and 7-Up, and he hit the road.
We kept looking for a radio station that wasn't talking about the kidnapping and playing Frank Sinatra songs. And finally, we hit on Wolfman Jack, who was broadcasting from a mega station in Tijuana. And so we all loved Wolfman Jack. He was very funny. It's way before your time. But anyway, he was a very comedy.
For the record, yes, I do indeed know who Wolfman Jack is or was, but just in case you don't, take a second to imagine the sultry sound of Frank Sinatra's singing voice. Okay, got it? Now imagine the exact opposite.
Have mercy, Saturday night good time. Hello, who is on the telephone? Yeah.
Tell you what, man.
All right, where you calling from?
East Dallas.
All right, I want you to lay your hand on the radio, baby. We're going to play your record now. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
Here it comes, all right.
And for the record, I didn't steal Uncle Jesse's catchphrase, have mercy, from Wolfman Jack. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, Wolfman Jack changed the energy in that car. Joe took a break from dabbing the blood oozing from his head wound and took a few pulls of whiskey. He passed the bottle back to Junior, who was already buzzed from the sleeping pills that Barry had fed him back at the hotel. To hear Barry tell it, they were having a blast.
We were cracking jokes in the car, and we were all drinking.
As much fun as Barry says they were having, I suspect his passengers might have been a little more anxious than he realized. Joe was probably wondering when Barry was going to ask him to climb back in the trunk or run off into the blizzard again. And as cool as Junior was playing things, he must have been at least a little worried that these guys were going to kill him. I mean, whatever they were up to, they sure didn't seem like experts. Whatever each man's motivation, fun, fear, or frostbite, as they white-knuckled it down those snowy mountain passes, on some level, Barry knew that they were in a heap of danger with every hairpin turn. But in his mind, there was a silver lining. At least they weren't strangers anymore.
Then it was like we were three guys on a road trip.
But eventually, the booze ran out and the party died down.
Junior started asking when I was going to let him out. And I said, well, I can't let you out here. You freeze to death. I said, when we get down to Sacramento, we'll let you out near the airport. And then we'll get back on the freeway and get lost in the traffic and so forth. And so he was okay with that.
Of course, they weren't actually going to Sacramento.
So there you have it, a preview of the grand scheme, Snatching Sinatra. If you felt intrigued, and I hope you did, you can find the first 2 episodes live right now in Apple Podcasts or Amazon Music or wherever you listen. You can also binge all 10 episodes of the story, plus 3 bonus episodes, 2 of which I got to co-host by subscribing to Wondery Plus in Apple Podcasts or on the Wondery app. Either way, I hope that you will listen to the rest of this story that I am so grateful to have had a role in telling. Thank you so much for listening, everyone. And I will be back in your headphones on Thursday with a new episode of Family Ghosts. Talk to you then.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
You're listening to WALT. Homegrown. Homemade radio. Hello, Ghost family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. In our last episode, you met my friend, Jessie Pasquarelli. Jessie is named after her Aunt Jessie, who died in a tragic car accident long before Jessie was born. Jessie's story has been making me think a lot about my uncle, Dick, my dad's brother who died very young before I was born. I did an episode about Dick in the first season of Family Ghosts. And talking to Jessie for this series, she used this beautiful image to describe her experience of trying to learn about her Aunt Jessie. She said it's like filling in pages in a coloring book. No one in her family has the definitive story. They just have snippets and anecdotes, dashes of color that gradually start to fill in an abstract portrait of a person that Jessie ultimately can't ever know. It made me think about the end of my story about my uncle, when I received this very precious gift, a collection of paintings that my Uncle Dick made before he died. And I treat these paintings as talismans. They are the most palpable evidence I'll ever have of who he was. Abstract renderings of barns and countrysides and lighthouses, created by his hands. They are the closest I'll ever get to meeting him in person. But they aren't him. They're just something tangible that I can hold up alongside the few stories about his life that survive. I'm lucky he made them. Jessie is less fortunate in that regard. All that's left of her Aunt Jessie are a handful of recollections, and even those have been hard to come by. Jessie's family has often tended to talk about Jessie in the context of the car crash that took her life. And Jessie's always wondered what she might discover if she could convince her mom and her mom's siblings to open up about who Jessie was before that. And this week, that's exactly what you're going to hear.
She could build a fire out of anything, right? She spent a lot of her time, I don't know what, smoking dope and drinking around fires in high school.
Jesse and I were just a little pod.
When we're talking about what happened in our past, all of us took away a different story, a slightly different storyline.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and this is The Namesake, Part 2. Our story continues after the break.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
what's it like to have a yard?
Can lead to an even bigger question like,
am I ready to buy a home?
And that's the type of moment where we'll meet you, prepared to talk about everything you need to know when applying for a mortgage, so you can try to turn those backyard dreams into reality. Paul?
Yes?
Question. Are you a hammock person?
You know, I think I might be.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. NMLS 399797, Equal Housing Lender.
Shopping is hard. I can never find anything in my size.
I don't even know my size.
I buy my clothes the same place I buy my groceries.
There's a better way. Make it easy with Stitch Fix. Just share your size, style, budget, and done. Your personal stylist sends pieces picked just for you.
That was easy.
Stitch Fix. Online personal styling for everyone. Free shipping and returns. No subscription required. Get started today at stitchfix.com.
Over the course of several weeks this past spring, Jessie and I called up her relatives and asked them to talk about her Aunt Jessie. We spent hours on the phone with Jessie's Aunt Lisa.
I'm sure I'm not going to say anything that's going to be earth-shattering. Trust me.
Her Uncle Ian.
I'm in an unbelievable room. I'm staying in basically in the pool house of a rock star's house. So currently, these are Warhols on the background.
And of course, Jessie's mom, Allie.
Can you describe her physically?
She was probably 5'6". She was curvy. She had boobs. All the things that I don't have.
Yeah, it was really interesting shopping for bras with you when I was going through puberty, and you were like, well, you probably only need this. And I was like, no. When you picture her, like, the way she would want to dress, what's like a Jessie uniform that you would
A
picture?
Jessie would be blue jean jackets, flat shirts.
Physically strong, capable. You know, she wasn't like a dancer athlete, but she had very strong right hands because she liked to drink beer. And there was a lot of 12-ounce girls.
I was probably in college at this time, and she was 11 or 12. And I was with my friend Chris Dennison in the kitchen. So she came in one day, and she says, I have a joke. And so the joke was, there are two Frenchmen with a pickup truck, and Jules says, hey, Alwa, see if my blinker is working. And Alwa gets out of the truck, walks around to the back, and Jules clicks on the blinker, and Alwa goes, "We, no, we, no, no." And I'm not telling this joke anywhere near as well as Jesse told it.
We were in a restaurant with a bunch of other family members. And some waiter tried to take her coat or lift her coat off the back of the chair. And Jesse just turned around and looked at him and said, "Where you going with that, sport shoes?" And after that, everybody just called everybody else sport shoes. Because the guy was wearing sneakers. So she looked down and go, "Where you going with that, sport shoes?" And it was such a tough babe kind of comment. And that was very much her.
You know, we went over to a family friend's wedding, and after the wedding, we're at a bar, got drunk. Jesse and I got in a big argument. I don't remember about what, but Jesse got so mad at me, she took the dress that I wore to the wedding, which I absolutely adored. I can't even remember what it was. And she lit it on fire in the hotel bathroom.
When she got drunk, that sometimes is a problem. Mike got drunk too, probably at various points, so I'm not going to point many fingers on that level.
She could be really mean. She knew the thing that would hurt you the most, and she would use it against you.
Obviously, she can't say, well, like, Allie was no angel either. Like, she's not here to say that.
Yeah, she would.
She would say you were the perfect sister. You never did anything mean to her ever.
Yeah, never did a thing.
I mean, the fundamental bottom line on a lot of this is Jesse, like the rest of us, were coming from a unique environment in living in the household of Jack and Betty Valentine. I mean, Jack and Betty were so undone sometimes, having 7 children. And I mean, and Betty used to tie us to our bed at nap hour because she just didn't know what to do with us anymore. And there was very little supervision, very little sort of forethought on, is this the right school for my child? Or, you know, even asking the question, what's the best thing for Jesse? That probably wasn't asked.
You know, we literally were in the same bedroom, not just in the same house, but in the same bedroom together. So it was always just a little more physically more immediate for me. Jesse and I were just a little pod, and then the other people, you know, we were so close in age, but my brother Ian was away at boarding school. Pete was sort of in and out of the house, boarding school, reform school, Army school. Lisa went away, Andy went away. And when I was a junior in high school, I went off to Lawrence Academy.
I went away to school when I was 13. So Jesse was only 6 or 7 then. And so I didn't live at home really in a consistent way from that point on, ever again. You know, if you look at the history of it, my parents would, because this had been done to them, the kids would be 13, and my parents would kick the kids out of the house and send them to boarding school. But they did not send Jessie to boarding school. So she never left home in a weird way. And she became very, very close to my mother. She was the first person to begin to call my parents by their first names. Betty, Jack. Up to then, everybody had been Ma, Dad, Father, Mother, all that kind of stuff. But she began to kind of have this almost peer relationship with them that really changed the dynamic of the family. I think my mother began to, she never had a relationship with any of her children like she had with Jesse.
Jesse was the apple of Jack's eye.
Yeah.
He used to always say, she's the apple of my eye. And yes, they were very close to Jesse. Jesse was very easy to be close to.
I was living on Cape Cod, and I was working in a restaurant. It has to be Christmas time, and I am dead broke. And I'm going to be sitting there by myself on Cape Cod, you know, like on Christmas. And my mother and father were like, oh, gee, that's too bad. And my sister Jessie got in a car in a blizzard and drove to Cape Cod and picked me up and brought me home. Oh, I was pretty good.
when I moved to Los Angeles, which was in 1979, 1980, Jessie was 17 or 18. I didn't really know her very well at this point. We hadn't lived together in a long time. So she came out to LA and we took an epic road trip with me for a month and a half or 2 months. So that's when she and I really bonded as adults. We would camp and she could build a fire out of anything, right? She spent a lot of her time, I don't know what, smoking dope and drinking around fires in high school. She was a townie.
She was a townie for one thing.
She's a townie, and that's maybe a dated expression, but was what was called at the time.
She went to school, the public school. Her friends, were sort of, they were out sort of boozing and cruising.
Her boyfriends all rode motorcycles.
She went to Connecticut Carlisle High School, and she had an accent. She had a Massachusetts accent.
I was in college, and I came home to watch her go to prom, and she had a dress, sleeveless dress, strapless dress, I guess. And her date did not know how to pin a corsage on so close to her butt. And so it was a picture of me, pinning the corsage on her dress for her, which was not the year that she was arrested at the prom. That must have been the next year. Yeah. What a woman. School did not come easily to her. She goes to Franklin Pierce College, which is in southern New Hampshire, and she lasts about a year and a half there. Jessie just couldn't buckle down. And then she came to UMass and she lived with me in my off-campus housing house. And then she went to community college out there. So she still lived in the house with us, but she was going to a community college nearby. And then she started to help in ambulances and do some sort of first aid. And then I'll never forget this. One time we were in this house and it was on somewhat of a busy road in Sunderland, and a bicyclist got hit by a car outside. And I was in the house, and Jessie comes running in, and she goes, "Quick, I need some sanitary napkins." And I'm like, "Okay." Like, how much of an emergency is this? Did you not have a small clue that might be coming? And she goes, "I gotta staunch the bleeding." So she ran in the house and got the sanitary napkins and ran outside, and the guy was bleeding. I think he had a small head wound, which of course bleeds profusely. And I mean, he was okay, but she, was very Johnny on the spot. And then she realized that she wanted to become a nurse. And she went to Northeastern University. And it was so fabulous for her. She was thriving. A's. Absolutely never got A's in her own life. So top of her class. And that's when she was killed.
Do you remember finding out about her death?
Oh,
and
yeah.
How that happened?
I was in New York City. I got the call in the middle of the night. I lay in bed and I thought, this just can't be. And then I thought, oh my heavens, has she gone to heaven? Well, that can't be. She can't have gone to heaven because she's so unhappy up there, because she loves us so much. If you're in heaven, you're supposed to be happy. And I was, I was crushed that wherever she was, that she was alone somewhere, crying and crying for her family.
I had been at work on Cape Cod. I worked at a bar. It was probably, 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, and we got a phone call. I was living with a guy, Renee, at that point. And my mother and father call and say, we have bad news. Your sister, Jessie, has died in a car accident. And it was funny. I went back to sleep. And then got up and drove to Carlisle the next morning, bright and early. And the line of cars in front of my parents' house was, it was their friends, her friends, teachers. I mean, Jessie wasn't a great student, but she was incredibly charming. So then when I get to the house and we all gather, we're all there, and there was not a bed for me or Renee. So we slept on a couch. And I don't think I ever slept more soundly in my life. I was so emotionally drained. But then when my head hit the pillow, I seriously remember this, that I just slept like it was like a reaction.
One of my biggest memories was getting there and Ian calling on the phone, who was right in the middle of his second year at Stanford Business School. And he said, I'm feel so badly about this, but there's nothing I can really do. And I said, oh yes, you can do something. You can come.
So I'm in business school, and so I get a phone call. I think Lisa called me, said, I don't know if I can even say this. Your father needs you. You have to come right away. He needs you. We got on a plane. We got back there, and I remember arriving and looking at the house and thinking, oh my fucking God, I have to go in here now. Really face this.
Ian walked in the door at about 1 a.m. Jack came down the stairs in his bathrobe. And when he saw Ian, he just burst into tears. He really needed everybody around him. It was really, really, really sweet.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
This episode is brought to you by Rakuten. If you're shopping while working, eating, or even listening to this podcast, then you know and love the thrill of the hunt. But are you getting the thrill of the best deals? Rakuten shoppers do. They get the brands they love with the most savings and cash back. And you can get it too. Start getting cash back at your favorite stores like Samsung, Expedia, and Sephora. And even stack sales on top of cash back. It's easy to use, and you get your cash back through PayPal or check. The idea is simple. Stores pay Rakuten for sending them shoppers, and Rakuten shares the money with you as cash back. Download the free Rakuten app and never miss a deal. Or go to Rakuten.com to start getting the most bang for your buck. That's RAKUTEN.
All of those conversations gave Jessie a lot to think about. So one day, she did what she often does when she needs to think. She went for a hike. And just like she did last time, she pulled out her phone and started recording.
A few days ago, I went on a hike in the Greenbelt, and the Greenbelt in Austin, Texas, is a series of trails that runs alongside a creek. But most of the time, you wouldn't know that it's a creek. It looks like a dry riverbed because I would say about 90% of the time, there's no water in the creek. Which means that if you want to, you can also just hike in the creek bed. And I was hiking here, and I saw in the dry creek bed a circle of stones with a bunch of those cairns stacked in the middle. And I thought that was so interesting that people make cairns all the time where they stack the rocks on top of each other. And I stood in the center of the circle and I looked around. And it got me thinking about the way we try to leave marks and how we try so hard to do things or make things that will last after we're gone. Things like art, scientific discoveries, and getting your paper, your name in the local paper, and building cairns or dry creek beds that a few times a year a creek will flow through and knock down. Thinking about my Aunt Jessie this way, she didn't really have time to build a cairn of her own making anyway. The marker to her memory that she made was herself. Everyone we've talked to have said she had a larger than life personality, that she was something I think that's pretty rare, self-aware and self-confident and unapologetically herself. Of course, the people looking back at her are going to think of her in the parlance of what we've been talking about as a finished book, because her life began and it ended. And everything in between are the chapters that we now have to write for her. Eventually, the people who knew her best will be gone, and I'll have the memories of what my mom had told me. And we'll have this podcast, but eventually this podcast will be gone too. Someday, there will not be a person on this earth who remembers. And I don't think that means that it's not worth making a cairn just because the creek is going to wash it away.
I'm just so grateful to you and moved by the voice memo you sent about the cairns. I don't know how you're feeling about it in the aftermath of having those thoughts and setting them down in sound, but I just feel like you captured so much of what this story is about, and candidly, Jesse, so much of what this entire project is about. In a way, nothing we do, no matter when we leave, actually matters, because it will all be washed away. And so there's a way in which what your aunt was robbed of is the illusion of permanence, the illusion of legacy. And there's this idea in these conversations that all of you and her family who have not died at a tragically young age will get to have that permanence. But in a way, she's being given even more of a legacy than she maybe might have had she lived.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean that in a negative way, but I guess I mean it in the sense of there's just been so much in these conversations about how she was like, oh, she was like a townie, and it's not necessarily the kind of life that you would tell a story about. And in a way, it's like her death means that we're telling her story in a way that we wouldn't otherwise.
I've thought about that a lot. One of the types of stories I really like is when people dive down into small things, when they take something that is like seemingly insignificant or seemingly unimportant and blow it up to look at it really closely and draw inferences from it. There's a sacred reading practice called, I've heard different pronunciations, either Lectio or Lectio Divina. And the idea is that you can open up a book and choose a sentence at random from a sacred text and derive meaning from it by following a certain reading practice. And I think in looking at Jesse's life, trying to understand it, it feels a little bit like treating something as sacred, not because she died, but treating it as sacred, like having the opportunity to treat it as sacred because she died. And the process of doing that, I think, is worth it. And I think that if I'm diving down into, like, because I was just thinking, like, what do I mean by it's worth it to do it? My thought is that in diving into the story and looking at it really closely, in treating it as something important that can be divined, that something can be divined from, I don't think you need to be informed by grief in order to have those things happen. But it's these big ripple creating moments that let you maybe examine that phenomenon of how effective we are on the world.
All of us took away a different story, a slightly different storyline of events and outcomes.
She was a good companion. We were both curious about what the road and what lay ahead, where we were going.
She would have rocked as a nurse. You know, smart, funny, empathetic. I mean, all of those things were the sort of also the reasons that she could, when she got mean, she knew just what to say and do to make you hurt the most. All of those qualities, if you turn them around the other way, in my opinion, can also make you a very effective person.
One of the things you realize is that life is lived, you know, on a 10-point scale between, say, 3 and 7, with all the highs and lows of our regular life falling somewhere between 3 and 7. And when somebody dies, especially tragically, it's like -10 on that scale. It's a place you've never been to. It's a place that you can't understand unless you've been there. And it's a place you don't want to ever go to again. I mean, part of the devastation is losing somebody, but the other part of it is witnessing other people's devastation.
My father was a wreck, and he couldn't do the eulogy, right? And so I suddenly said, oh, it's my job. I'm the eldest brother. It's moving me to say this. And I'm going to have to step it up and give the eulogy for my sister. And I did. That was the defining factor of when I became a man. You know, that was where I said, oh, I picked up the ball from my father.
Yeah.
I'm a man.
I was engaged to the guy that I was living with when she died, this guy Renee, and I realized that we were not good together. You know, we weren't good for each other. And then I stopped dating him and met my now husband and realized that, you know, this was the guy for me. I'm not sure I might have just coasted along. I think the tragedy of her death woke me up a little bit.
There was still one other person that Jessie wanted to talk to, someone whose life was arguably even more deeply affected by her Aunt Jessie's death, someone who was right there with Jessie when it happened.
I remember getting in the car, and then I really don't remember anything after that. And don't be afraid to ask anything. Ask me anything.
That's next time on Family Ghosts. Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingley. Thanks to Jessie Pasquarelli for sharing her story with us. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Louis Scarra. We use incidental music from Blue Dot Sessions and Epidemic Sound. Family Ghosts comes out every other week. And if you're looking for something to listen to in the off weeks between new episodes, please check out Fisher Family Ghosts. It's a recap podcast for the HBO dramedy 6 Feet Under, which recently celebrated its 20th anniversary, and which, it won't surprise you to learn, was a source of great inspiration for this very podcast. Every week, my partner Adrian and I watch an episode of 6 Feet Under, and then talk about the ways that themes, characters, and story influence our own approaches to storytelling, not to mention our perceptions of our own families. Find Fisher Family Ghosts wherever you're listening to this. We'll be back in 2 weeks with the next chapter of Jessie's story. Thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab Nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
You're listening to WALT. Homegrown. Homemade radio. Hello, Ghost family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. For the last 2 episodes, you've been hearing the story of my friend Jessie and her attempt to learn more about her Aunt Jessie, who she's named after. Aunt Jessie was killed in a car accident in 1985, before Jessie was born. And while Jessie's always had an amorphous sense of the significance of her aunt's death, her family never talked much about who Aunt Jessie was as a person, at least until the second episode of this series, when they opened up to Jessie about her Aunt Jessie's sense of humor, her rough and tumble teenage years, and their hopes and dreams for the life she might have had. But there was someone else that Jessie wanted to talk to. Someone she hoped might know more about Aunt Jessie's accident than anyone else, because he was in the car with her when it happened.
Dan, thank you so much for doing this. It's funny too, my entire life you've been Danny. So it's funny when you emailed and said, "Hi, this is Dan," and I was like, "Who's Dan?" Oh, right.
You should call me Danny.
Okay.
In my email world, nobody wants to talk to a 60-year-old plumber named Danny, you know, so.
Danny was Aunt Jessie's boyfriend on and off, but he was also much more than that. As you're about to hear, Danny wasn't actually able to add all that much information about Aunt Jessie's death. When it comes to her life, why it mattered, he had a lot to say.
It makes me want to be a good person. I'm just going to let you go with it. I'll answer whatever questions you want. I think it'll be great. This is like a little vacation for me. If you guys want to talk about Jessica for another 3 or 4 hours, I can come.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and this is the finale of our mini-series, The Namesake. Our story continues right after the break.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
What's it like to have a yard?
can lead to an even bigger question like,
Am I ready to buy a home?
and that's the type of moment where we'll meet you, prepared to talk about everything you need to know when applying for a mortgage, so you can try to turn those backyard dreams into reality. Paul,
Yes.
question. Are you a hammock person?
You know, I think I might be.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. NMLS 399797, Equal Housing Lender.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Do you have a point of sale system you can trust, or is it a real POS? You need Shopify for retail. From accepting payments to managing inventory, Shopify POS has everything you need to sell in person. Go to shopify.com/system, all lowercase, to take your retail business to the next level today. That's shopify.com/system.
Welcome back to Family Ghosts. Now, before I play you Jessie's conversation with Danny, I have to tell you something, which is that the audio on Danny's phone line is a little crunchy. I cleaned it up as much as I could, but there are going to be some spots where it's kind of tough to make out what he's saying. I'm sorry about that, but I also want to ask you to do your best to hang with it, because even when you can't quite make out the specifics of what Danny's saying, I think his feelings about Aunt Jessie come through loud and clear.
How did you and Jessie meet?
We met in kindergarten. 5 years old. I'm an old soul. I have a vivid memory of kindergarten. This instructor said, on Valentine's Day, why don't we bring in Valentine's cards for the students? So I interpreted that as, why don't you bring a Valentine card in to who you want to be your Valentine? So every kid came to school on the 14th with a bag full of Valentines for every student. I brought in one, Jesse, and I was embarrassed. And the whole class was making fun of me, calling me, you're not supposed to give it to one person. It's supposed to be for everybody, But so I learned a little lesson there. But that's a true story.
From the moment they were 5 years old, Danny felt like there was something special about Aunt Jessie. And as they got older, those feelings only got stronger.
So, what drew you to Jessie, both either in kindergarten or in high school when you guys kind of reconnected?
Super outgoing, loud, like she could drive a tractor. Little girls were driving standard transmission cars. She knew how to drive it right away. Smoking a cigarette looked really cool because she enjoyed that cigarette like it was a trip to the Bahamas. Like, why wouldn't you want to have a cigarette? Her presence was very, very loud. She went to the junior prom with a friend of mine. I made him take her. He wanted to take her. But I just wanted to go on a double date to the prom because I had a girlfriend. So I already was, Jesse. So it was complicated.
Now, just in case you couldn't hear that last bit, Danny said that he and Jessie were, quote, already hanging out around the time of that junior prom, even though he was technically seeing someone else. So it was, as he said, complicated. But Danny had been in love with Aunt Jessie since they were 5 years old. As he put it,
that ball was already in the works.
That ball was already in the works.
I had a wonderful girlfriend in high school before Jessie, but I wasn't where I was headed. Once I got my driver's license, and then I would come by in the morning in my car and pick her up at the bus stop. So we're in school, and then I'm sitting in the cafeteria with all my friends, and Jessie drives by in my nice car, which I don't let anybody drive. So one of my buddies says, looks like times are changing. And I go, oh yeah, well, what are you going to do?
So when the junior prom rolled around, Danny orchestrated this double date with him, his girlfriend, his buddy, and the girl he wished was his girlfriend, Aunt Jessie. He sent a picture of them from the dance. He says it was a memorable night, partly because he and Aunt Jessie ended up in jail.
Well, 4 hours after that picture, we were in the can. It was like a fight or something that took place that I really didn't have anything to do with, but the shouting and all the shouting and everything was going on, and I was in the middle of it, and pushing and shoving with a bunch of people, and she was trying to protect me and yelling at whoever was yelling at me, and then I was yelling louder, and she was yelling louder, and then the next thing you know, the police was there, and I think it was only me and her that got locked up. My father picked me up midnight, so I went home. My mother goes, well, you blew this night. And I said, yeah, I guess. Like you did it this time, now you ruined your night, you ruined her night. I go, but I can still salvage it. And I said, all right, well, I'm going to fix it. So I went and fixed it. I went to grandmother's house, and I think your grandmother may have just been going to bed, but she said, go ahead up and see her. And I went up, and we got in the car, and we went to a party. And shortly after that, we started going out. She was a spirit, and she got into trouble, and we all got into trouble. And in the grand scheme of things, it was harmless.
As the years passed, Danny and Aunt Jessie got in and out of trouble and in and out of a romantic partnership. But they never stopped hanging out. They smoked more cigarettes and rode around on tractors. And most of all, they just talked for hours at a time. Danny told us about this one time when Aunt Jessie got the flu, and he went over to her house every night for a week just to hang out.
Like 4 hours a night for the week that she was sick, every night.
After high school, Jessie moved away, and Danny stayed in Carlisle, Massachusetts. But their conversations didn't stop. They just evolved.
You know, as an adult, when we got older and we had conversations about real things, and that's a whole nother avenue.
What do you mean conversations about real things?
Eliminating negatives in life and creating positives. And, you know, when you're no longer 21, 22, you know, you start thinking about other options. She had a lot of options. She was engaged to somebody for a period of time, and that engagement was called off, and I don't really, I kind of know why, but I don't know enough about the situation to even comment on it, you know. She used to say, when she called, she would say, my father said I should be calling you today. So we'd get a conversation going and go out.
When they couldn't talk in person or on the phone, they wrote letters to each other. Lots of them.
I think there's almost 70, and I don't even know how I have them. But I read them all. I read one letter and it said, you know, July 6th of 1984. So this is, you know, less than a year before she passed away. Dear Danny, how are you? Question mark. I'm fine. I miss you though. I'm working as a nurse's aide in a nursing home. There's no air conditioning, and it gets hot as hell up here. It's not bad for the patients because they just sit around all day. But when we're working, we sweat our asses off. So how's life? Anything interesting happening? A good party? Anything interesting? I'd like to come down for a couple of days sometime. Well, anyways, I don't have a whole lot to say because I haven't been doing a whole lot. It's been pretty quiet up here. This is a stupid, boring letter. I just realized. But what the fuck? I want to know how you are. Do me a favor, be nice, and write me back. Or call. I miss your dumb face. Okay.
I miss your dumb face. I like that.
I probably called her about 15 minutes after I read the letter. So. And that's probably during that engagement period. So I'm not really how that all worked out. Don't know, none of my business. You know? She was a special person. It was, you know, it's a crazy thing. Her motto was, it's ridiculous, but live fast, die young. And that's a joke. That was a joke.
Mm-hmm.
That was a joke. And that's where we ended up.
Well, I wanted to ask you about the accident, and I know that from what my mom told me, that you might not remember much about the actual accident, but can you tell me anything you do remember about the experience of afterwards?
I remember the beginning of the evening, and we were celebrating I just graduated from a 4-year plumbing apprenticeship. So we were at like a banquet. We stayed that late, 10:30 or something. And I remember getting in the car, and then I really don't remember anything after that. I woke up in the hospital a week later and met your grandmother, and who was very supportive, and my family was supportive, and it's about, you know, somebody survived and somebody didn't. And I remember waking up and being extremely sad, you know.
Yeah. Does anything about the accident or about Jesse, like, how does it show up in your life? Is it something you think about often, or is it?
Think about it once a day.
Yeah.
Once a day, pretty much. You know, it doesn't rule my life, but it's something I enjoy to think about once a day. Not necessarily the action, it's about being 17 and hanging out with her. That was the greatest thing. I think when you have a tragedy, when you're young like that, probably made me a better person. because I have something to dwell on. That the need for immediate gratification dissolved because I had lost, right? So you learn how to take each day as it comes, maybe earlier than you would.
Can you say more about like not needing immediate gratification for things?
You know, when you're 23 years old and 24 and you start making money, you want to do this, you want to buy that, you want to go here, do this, do that, and then all of a sudden you realize, well, maybe that's not that important because, you know, there's stuff happening here that you should be enjoying and they're so simple, you know? And I think that's like probably the biggest takeaway I can tell you. But my only question for you is like, this, we're using the word ghost. So what is, do you dwell on this? Do you have a ghost with this?
Well, I think Sam and I have talked about this a little, and so it's been on my mind a lot recently. I think I've always been a very sensitive person, and you know, it just like my mom would get so sad. Sorry. She would just talk about Jessie, and she obviously loved her so much, and that she missed her so much. And there's something about it that made me never want to make my mom sad like that. So I think there are certain things that I know about Jessie that I've always kind of pushed away from, because from the stories my mom told me, it was very clear that Jessie was not afraid of breaking rules. And I think from a very young age, there's been this connection in my brain that if you act like Jessie, you might end up like Jessie. If I'm too much like her, will I also die in a tragic car accident? But I also am like really proud to be named after her. Jessie seems like a character. Like she was larger than life. She had, like you said, like people were just drawn to her.
Yeah, that's a fact.
So I think it makes me proud to be named after somebody who lived a big life, even though it was a short life.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
This has been my pleasure. I hope it gave you some light to this history.
As we were getting off the line with Danny, he told Jessie he wanted to stay in touch.
But what I will do, Jesse, if it's all right with you, is that from time to time I'll shoot you a text. You know, if I find something that I want to share, you know.
Yeah, I would love that. Thank you.
And that way you can have a little of a ghost.
But he did more than just text.
So Danny emailed me after our interview and asked me if I wanted something that he had of hers. And I said, yes, of course. And so he sent it to me.
Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. In both of the previous episodes of this series, after we had big emotional conversations, Jessie would go for hikes and record her thoughts. And as you've been hearing, Jessie's reflections on her aunt's story are very insightful and eloquent. So after our conversation with Danny, I was hoping that she would send me another one. But instead, she texted me a picture. Okay, so we were talking just a second ago, and you texted me a picture, and I wasn't recording, so I asked if we could hang up and have you call me back when I was recording. So tell me what this picture is that you have sent me.
So it's a little boat. It's in the palm of my hand. Very light wooden blue boat with a yellow interior. So Danny emailed me after our interview and asked me if I wanted something that he had of hers. And I said, yes, of course. And so he sent it to me. it had a letter with it. Jesse, this is such a small item, but I saved this all these years. We used to make little boats and have races in a little stream behind your grandfather's barn. We would run along the stream and direct the boats to the sticks. Jessie would always win. She made the best boats. We were still doing it in her 20s. She wanted me to win once, so she made my boat, and this is it. Happy to share it with you. With a smiley face, Danny.
So what did you feel like? I mean, what feelings came up for you when you got this in the mail and opened it up and touched it and then read the letter?
Oh, it made me so emotional. I find it so sweet to think of. I also love that she's like, well, I'm better at making boats than you. So if you want to win, I should probably make your boat.
What do you think she did that made this boat better? Like, what could have been different about this boat than the other boats? Like,
You know, I've seen the word rough-hewn in literature a million times. I don't think I've ever like owned anything or held anything in my hand I would call rough-hewn. And this feels like that. Like it's smooth on the outside, but it also feels like whittled. It doesn't feel like it's not smooth all the way around.
yeah. I'm now going to say the most Sam thing of all time, so please feel free to tell me to cool it. But it also strikes me the way that you characterize this little boat is almost exactly the way people characterized Jessie. Rough-hewn, not the smoothest, but somehow able to move forward in spite of people's expectations of it. And I mean, that just tracks to me so closely with the way that others in your family talked about her. And it also lines up so beautifully, I think, with the conversation we had with Danny, where he didn't see her that way. He saw her as the best.
Yeah, it does feel like metaphorically resonant with what I know about her.
Mm-hmm.
I feel really lucky that Danny is Danny, which it's interesting to me, like knowing how the rest of my mom's family is, that Jesse was drawn to Danny, who's clearly like very in touch with his emotions and sentimental and nostalgic. I'm really grateful that he exists because it feels like the kind of things I wanted to hear about her.
Yeah.
I heard the most from him. I am risk averse. Without prodding, I'm not going to make risky decisions. Like we talked about the bus, and that was something that without my ex Teddy like follow through, I probably never would have done anything about it. I might have daydreamed about it, but then it took somebody else with like the will to actually make something happen for me to do it.
Yeah.
I think I just get nervous or I get scared, and I just can't. I don't get that impression from the stories we've heard about Jessie. I don't get the impression that she had that approach to life, and that's something that inspires me, that I would like to be more a part of my life. That kind of, well, it may not work, but I'll give it a try. And also, like the idea of a cheerful little boat going down a stream it's a nice image to have with my aunt.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, written, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Dingman. My deepest gratitude to my friend Jesse Pasquarelli for sharing this story with us. Now, this was a pretty serious story, but as I alluded to in the first episode, Jesse is also one of the funniest people I know. And if you ever find yourself in Austin, Texas, you should look up one of her improv comedy shows. She also teaches improv comedy there,
at a wonderful theater and school called The Hideout. Just in case you're in the area and in the market, I'll post a link in the show notes. I'll also post a picture of Aunt Jessie's boat on our Instagram, which you can find at FamGo Show. That's FAMGHO Show. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Louis Scarra. We use incidental music from Blue Dot Sessions and Epidemic Sound. This episode was made possible in part by the Kindred Spirits, our community of supporters on Patreon. For just $5 a month, Kindred Spirits hear all of our episodes ad-free and get exclusive bonus content you won't hear anywhere else. This week, Kindred Spirits are discovering the secret lives of authors like Herman Melville and James Joyce. Are you intrigued? If so, learn more at patreon.com/familyghosts. And if you don't have the means to join the Kindred Spirits, no worries. Please consider supporting the show for free by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It will take 30 seconds of your life and make a big difference in the life of our show. We'll be back with a brand new episode in 2 weeks. Thank you for listening to Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted.
This episode is brought to you by Amazon Go. With more than 600 new items on shelves, Amazon Go makes it easy to handle whatever today has in store. Because where else can you drop off an Amazon return and pick up a freshly baked pizza for dinner? Or grab nitro cold brews for now, plus made-to-order sandwiches for later? Or find must-haves like milk and eggs alongside really wants like froyo and sushi? Stop by your newly renovated Amazon Go in Mill Creek and handle whatever today has in store.
You're listening to WALT, Homemade Radio. Hello, Ghost Family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. If you've been listening to the show since our first season, you probably figured out that my parents are no longer married, and that their divorce and the circumstances surrounding it are a wound that I carry. I know it's hardly the most serious wound that a person can suffer, but that doesn't change the fact that when it all went down, it was extremely painful for me. It reordered my understanding of how the world worked and how relationships were supposed to work. It left me with questions I'm still sorting through to this day. But recently, I met someone with what felt to me like a radical perspective on divorce, gratitude.
All I can say is that I'm glad. I'm glad that my parents didn't kind of just hold on through my whole childhood.
That's Ian Koss. He's a radio reporter and producer, and he has been reflecting on his parents' relationship a lot recently because he's been working on a documentary about divorce. But not just divorce as a general concept. You see, divorce is, well, it's sort of Ian's family ghost.
7 years ago, I asked my partner Kelsey if she would marry me. I did that despite the fact that every living member of my family who had ever been married had also gotten divorced. My parents, all my aunts and uncles on both sides, my only living great uncle, my only living grandparent, not to mention some of my great grandparents, all had been married and all had been divorced, some of them twice.
So how did Ian reach this place of gratitude for his parents' separation? And does his own marriage stand a chance? And what is it exactly that we're even hoping for when we make a lifetime commitment to a person? Those are just a few of the questions that Ian explores in his new podcast, Forever is a Long Time, which just came out a couple weeks ago. And when I heard it, I found it completely engrossing, not to mention harrowing, intense, and very moving. So today on the show, I'm going to play you the first episode of Forever is a Long Time, as well as a conversation I had with Ian about the mind-bending process of reporting on your own family, something that still bewilders me no matter how many times I do it. Sorry about that, family. But as Ian reminded me, no matter how gnarly it gets, it never fails to produce revelations that you never saw coming.
In so many cases, it really seems like the marriage was the mistake and the divorce was the better decision of the two.
From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. After the break, Ian Koss presents Forever is a Long Time, Part 1, Ellen and Tom. We'll be right back.
My name is Ian Koss, and what you're listening to is a collection of songs and conversations about every marriage in my family that ended in divorce, which is most of them. Part 1, my parents, Ellen and Tom. So I guess full disclosure, I'll tell you that I already talked to my dad on this subject.
Yeah.
Hello? Hey there, it's me. But the reason I tell you that, I thought it was funny that, when I broached the topic,
You're sort of doing something on divorce?
you two had totally opposite reactions.
Oh, I'm sure.
This is really an awkward topic for me. Ian.
I'm sure. That doesn't surprise me.
Maybe this is not surprising to you, but
Quite honestly,
his response was,
it's like I'm 60 years old and I really haven't figured this stuff out.
really? You want to talk about what?
Yeah.
And your response was, all right, name the place and time. So
Yeah. Also, I think that, don't forget, he went through a divorce as a kid.
yeah.
And I mean, the ugliest of ugly. And I didn't.
I don't know.
Well, can I ask you some questions and you can just let me know?
I think that he and I both have really different points of view on the whole mess,
Right.
if you will.
I should say before we start that I like to be candid in my answers, and I don't know if I can really do that, which is, I don't know how useful that is.
My parents divorced when I was 8 years old. I was young enough that I don't have a lot of clear memories of what happened, but old enough that I was definitely watching and listening and learning from what was happening. I think that's why I pushed to have this conversation. Even when I knew that parts of it would be ugly, and even when my dad made it pretty clear he did not want to talk about it, I felt like I had a right to know consciously at least, the lessons and examples that I had almost certainly internalized as a little kid. Let me tell you a little bit about my parents, stuff that you won't pick up just by hearing their voices. Today, they live about 10 miles away from each other in two small towns of western Massachusetts. My father, Tom, is a farrier, which is the person who puts shoes on horses. He drives a truck with a forge in the back that's hot enough to melt solid iron. My mother, Ellen, used to work as a paramedic in town. Then she taught 8th grade science, and to this day, I will meet former students of hers who tell me that she is the best teacher they've ever had. I take these things for granted, Like, I think most children take their parents' lives for granted. It's easy to forget that in all likelihood, none of these things would be true if my parents had never met and had two children, my brother and I. You know, in a lot of families, this sort of like, how did your parents meet is a familiar topic of conversation, something that's part of the family lore, but it was never part of our family lore. I don't even think I know how you guys met.
Oh, well,
Tom had been working in Hinsdale, New Hampshire,
and then I rode my bicycle down from there.
and he was out of a job, and
I would say that I was a little bit at loose ends at that point in my life.
actually I knew Eric.
My brother had gotten a job at Friendswold College in Huntington, Long Island.
The creepy dorms were up top, and those were the ones that had been put there back during the Cold War.
I think I might have gotten some kind of job to do some maintenance work on the building.
What it boils down to is that there were these wacky army barracks that looked like they'd been put up in about 10 minutes.
And at that time, your mother returned from Kenya.
And a little bit extra crazy because I'd really gone, I'd been gone for 2 years.
And she had gotten a very bad strain of malaria.
Oh, high fever, vomiting.
I think she was a little delirious in some way.
I still had it.
It's episodic and it comes and goes. And
it isn't pretty.
She came back and she stayed in that house where I was staying.
And the first day I met him, he had turned up in my kitchen, was the way I looked at it.
And she kind of made the first move, as I recall.
And he was eating this just absolutely magnificent sandwich. And he held up half of the sandwich and said, "Are you hungry? Would you like some?"
That's how we met.
Okay, you don't have to go into the carnal details here, but
okay. Well, it was kind of romantic. They had a fireplace there in the room, and it was kind of a nice place.
The thing about Tom and me is that we actually have a ton of stuff in common, despite being so different.
We hung out, we got to know each other, and then
there was this one fateful night. Oh, the rest is history.
She announced to me that she was pregnant.
Up to this point, my parents' narrative of events and their feelings about those events mostly agree. They met, they hung out, and without meaning to, they conceived a child, my older brother, Sebastian. Eventually, of course, their stories do begin to diverge. But it's not just a matter of two people telling stories to make themselves look good. It's two people who, long before they got divorced and long before they got married, were already seeing their relationship through the lens of very different past experiences. The experiences that they had grown up with. I'm curious what, at that time in your life, what was the model in your mind of how marriage was supposed to work? Did as an institution, did it feel valuable or meaningful to you?
Well, so with me, yeah. But it was also something that had been used as a weapon.
My parents are like textbook of what divorced parents should not do. Which is to basically make war on your ex and put salt in the soil, the way the Romans did in Carthage, I mean, it was just a never-ending, nonstop war. And, I think that's a lot of what drew your mother and me together also, is that we both had really troubled relationships with our fathers. I mean, your mother was just furious at her father for being a drunk and for just, pissing away his talents the way that he did. It just, really infuriated her.
And my dad, was really on a really bad downward spiral from the time I was born, say maybe when I was 14 or 15. So my mom, anytime she was stressed, my mom would take me out in the car and drive around and explain to me how I was a mistake and she hadn't planned to have me, and that she had been planning to leave my father, and she would laugh wryly. One of these days you're gonna come home and I'm not gonna be here. It's gonna be just you and your dad, and
So you
not
think
all
if you
of it.
hadn't been
What?
born, your mother would have divorced your father?
Oh yeah, she had kind of put things in motion, and then wham, she got pregnant.
And because at that point, your siblings were practically out of the house. They were well into high school.
Paul was 15, going on 16. Yeah.
And then you came along.
Yeah, and she really felt like that was the time. And so I guess for me, I was the generation where every single one of my friends, their parents got divorced before we were out of high school. And that was new. That was super new. So these that was the first wave. And I remember being partially proud that my family had managed to stay together and partially horrified, because they did such a bad job being married.
Yeah. So I think we were both wounded in some ways.
I'm curious how that conversation went when she told you she was pregnant with my brother.
I don't have a real great memory.
His immediate response was that I could get an abortion.
My father found out about it, and his immediate response was to get rid of it, because he was convinced that your mother was trying to take advantage of me somehow or something.
So that was sort of the first change.
Your mother decided she was going to keep the pregnancy, and she told me, you can either come with me or not, but either way, I'm going to keep this baby. And
my thought was, well, that's fine. If you don't want to do this, I'll go my way and you can go your way. And for whatever reason, that wasn't okay with him.
I don't have any recollection of having the instinct of bolting,
And I kept expecting him to leave.
And she made it very clear to me that there wouldn't be any consequences for me if I did,
I knew it was going to end badly.
And I decided to come with her and to stick around.
So keep going with the story then. You go to Tennessee, Sebastian's born. You wind up back in Massachusetts. I'm born.
Uh-huh.
At what point did...
And you were also unplanned.
Right.
I don't know if your mother ever told you that or not. Oh, for two.
I guess maybe the next thing I'm curious about is, when did the idea of getting married enter the conversation? Because I was at your wedding. I was already born. I was a couple years old. When did the conversation start to, I guess we should get married?
You should probably ask your mother that.
So it was her idea. It was her idea.
Totally her idea.
So we talked about it and decided that for tax purposes, it would be more sensible if we got married.
I was perfectly content to live in sin, but your mother really wanted us to be married.
There was no proposal. There was no, I love you, and none of that stuff. I bought my own ring. Yeah, that's how that happened.
he did that, and then, I don't know, maybe 3, 4 years or even less after that,
I mean, we barely were married for 2 years. It was like 18 months.
she asked for a divorce. So,
I mean, I never understood why Tom stayed with me. I really didn't. I mean, it was always a mystery to me because I don't think he ever loved me. He never said so.
Mm-hmm.
I think that she would tell you that I didn't love her and that I was just sticking around to be with you guys. And there's probably some truth to that.
And there were times I wondered when, like late at night, whether he was coming home. And I'm sure that there were times when he was thinking to himself, shit, if I keep driving, it would be easier that way,
But I never would have ended it because I didn't want to put you and Sebastian through what I went through. Even if the marriage was not ideal.
But I just knew that I was hurting him and he was hurting me. And that despite the fact that we had 2 beautiful children together, we would be better apart.
Yeah.
And I was really sure of it.
When your mother told me she wanted to end the marriage, I was not expecting that.
He went completely bonkers.
I mean, now we're getting into like stuff that's a little uncomfortable.
We agreed that we would not get lawyers.
It's like he said, she said, and
He wanted a lot of stuff.
I mean, divorce is never a pretty thing.
Like, this is a little weird.
We had that bump in the road when she took out a restraining order.
We got into a pretty serious physical altercation.
Your mom and I had a fight about something.
And I called the police.
And I, in the heat of the moment and not being very smart, I put my finger on the button, and said, no, don't call the cops.
And that was bad.
And I got in my truck and I remember stopping. There was a payphone and calling her, and saying, I hope everything's cool and everything. But apparently the cops showed up.
And that's how we ended up with this restraining order.
A restraining order against me.
Mm-hmm.
Which, of course, didn't make me any friends.
That was probably the low point in the whole thing.
I didn't know any of this stuff before about the police coming, the restraining order, and really it just keeps going.
He gave me a scare.
There's the story of the actual divorce proceedings.
I think it took close to a year.
He called me and said, just so you know, I'm not going to sign it.
The day when my mom apparently called all the local paramedics on duty to show up in the courtroom.
She was working this crazy job on the ambulance.
He had his 5 bearded crazy people, and I had probably 15 uniformed men.
There was the question of whether my parents might move away from each other.
For a little while, she was making noises about leaving the area.
Or whether they could date other people.
He said, I want to have some say in who is living with my children.
It's pretty rare that their stories directly contradict, but they don't really match either. They focus on different moments or different details. Details that align with the way they see the world.
Oh, it's so weird, Ian.
I'm not going to psychoanalyze your mom.
All of us have ways that we deal with uncomfortable truths. For my dad, I think that means downplaying, understating, or simply forgetting the parts that don't sit right or that he doesn't want to say out loud. For my mom, I think it's more about dramatizing and embellishing, making the whole thing into such a great story that you can almost forget what it even means. I know these behaviors well because I do them too. They're things I learned from my parents that they probably learned from their parents.
In retrospect, I respect your mother for ending the marriage when she did, because it wasn't easy for anybody involved, you know. But she felt like this is what she had to do to make it right. But at the time, I was pretty devastated, and I think part of it had to do with the fact that you and Sebastian were just about the same ages as Eric and I were when our parents divorced.
But I mean, that was his experience because he went through, you know, multiple stepmothers, and you know, and there was no hints of a family unit, you know.
Both of us tried our best to not repeat the mistakes that my parents made, you know, and that's a very low bar.
I mean, in hindsight, I'm really grateful that you guys split up when you did and went on to choose your own lives and your own homes and your own partners again. And I guess, you know, when I look at, you know, the children of other marriages that held on bitterly, you know, that did stay together for the kids.
Yep.
The end result doesn't actually look better to me. It often looks worse.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
So-
no, because you spend all that time growing up having just terrible behavior models to you. You know, like I lived that with my parents.
But what it makes sort of opposite but mirrored traumas.
Yeah.
And so it's like when it came to that moment of do we stick this out or do we call it quits? It seems in a way you were both trying to avoid what your own parents had done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. No, I think that's very accurate. But because they were opposite, there was no happy medium, and I just had to hope I was right.
Do you remember how Sebastian and I responded to you guys getting divorced? Because I have no memory of this.
Well, that's interesting you should mention that, because that's one of the few scenes that I really can picture. There was a therapist there at the Worthington Health Center. Can you picture that?
Yep.
Up on the hill in Worthington?
Yeah.
We brought you guys there to tell you that we were getting divorced. I remember that these tears just sort of spontaneously popped out of your eyes. And you just like, I don't know. It was unlike you because you're quite stoic in a lot of ways, but you just like cried instantly. And I can still see that now.
My fear is always like, what awful things are you carting around from both of us that are negative behaviors that you don't even know about? Or maybe you do, but you don't realize that they're there, and when you act out on them, will cause harm to your relationship.
Yeah, I think about that too sometimes.
You know? Yeah. I mean, because it's hard not to become your parent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 years ago, I got married. My parents were there, and they both spoke. My dad, reading from prepared notes on yellow legal pad.
2 atoms move to share their electrons on equal terms.
And my mom, riffing her way through an anecdote with totally over-the-top gestures.
Huge doe eyes and blink, blink. And it's like everyone's playing with the puppy.
As always, they're very different selves. It's hard to view your parents' relationship as a mistake when it's the only reason you could possibly exist. But I think I've always known that my parents made mistakes, and that given the chance, I would act differently. Maybe find a way to express myself more fully, or make decisions with more care and compassion. What I really didn't know until now is that they were trying to do the same thing, to avoid the mistakes of their parents, to take the models they'd grown up with and the examples they'd internalized and do better.
Across the clear horizon,
At the time I decided to get married, every living relative who had ever been married had also been divorced. My parents, of course, all my aunts and uncles on both sides, my only living great uncle, my only living grandparent, all had been married and all had been divorced, some twice. To this day, I don't know what made me think I could do better, or even if I knew what better looked like. Is it just ignorance or overconfidence that made me think I could hold this commitment that none of them had? Or is it possible that we can learn from our elders and take a different path? I can't know that yet, but I've been talking
Hello.
Hey, Ian.
to every one of those relatives who was there that day
How are you? Hi, Ian.
Hi, how are you?
about their marriages.
At that moment, all my friends were getting married. I really thought I would be with him for the rest of my life.
And their divorce.
The fuse was lit. I think it takes a lot of courage to change the direction of your life.
I was expecting it to be more fulfilling.
Just like with my parents, there are pieces of these stories I knew already.
There was so much compensating, really on both sides, for the other person not being the person that you really wanted them to be.
But many pieces that I didn't.
I get very cold. I withdraw.
And there are other pieces that I've been carrying around with me this whole time, even if I didn't know it.
Oh, God, marriage really doesn't mean a thing to me.
I didn't want to pass that legacy on to my kids.
They did a lot of stuff to fuck you up, but you also get gifts. You sort of start to feel like you're good and sufficient reasons. Maybe they really weren't so good and sufficient for who you actually become.
These are the conversations I'll be sharing in the rest of the series. It's called Forever is a Long Time. In part 2, I talked to my grandmother about her marriage, the one my father described as a very low bar, the one he was trying desperately not to repeat. I can tell a lie right into your eye. You can look away, hide it with a smile, pass another day, thinking what to say. We can make it work, at least for a while. Would you do me a favor and watch for this behavior? Would you do me a favor and remind me it comes back later? It'll come back later. I still have my house, just enough wealth. But if it's a lie, I want it for myself. And why do I lie? Wide awake at night, wishing I could be anywhere else. Would you do me the favor and watch for this behavior? Would you do me the favor and remind me it comes back later? It'll come back later. Looking at the sun and everything under the sun. For a second it's clear that you are the one. Would you do me the favor? Remember this behavior. Would you do me the favor and remind me it comes back later? It'll come back later.
That was part one of Forever is a Long Time by Ian Koss. Stay tuned after the break for my conversation with Ian about that song you just heard, the forge in the back of his dad's truck, and that unexpected feeling of gratitude for his parents' divorce. Family Ghosts will continue in a moment. The song that you perform, the refrain is,
Will you do me the favor?
Yes.
And watch for this behavior?
Yes.
It comes back later.
It comes back later, right. And I loved the choice to end with songs, and I'm curious what made you feel like that was the way that the kind of exclamation point that you wanted to put on these episodes.
Or is it a question mark?
Yeah, question mark would be a more appropriate form of or an ellipsis maybe.
An ellipsis, yes, I think that's exactly it.
Where did the songs come from? Were they all inspired by the conversations that you had? Were any of them pre-existing? Tell me about that.
It actually began with music. Before I even conceived of the idea of interviewing all my family members and editing it into a podcast, I had a batch of songs I was working on. And songwriting for me is definitely a way of like kind of plumbing the subconscious a little bit, of like taking whims and momentary fantasies and kind of like letting them play out. And I don't know exactly why or what started it, but I did start to amass this body of material that all kind of, it was like I was writing a breakup album, but I wasn't breaking up. But I was thinking about why people break up and how relationships that kind of develop over a long period of time and unwind and fall apart. And so it's, for some reason, that's what set me towards, well, maybe I could pair these with something. And then in the process of doing that, it sort of flipped upside down, and now it feels primarily like a documentary with music woven into it. What that means for the whole is that the songs all predate the interviews. None of the songs are written about the stories in the show.
Okay.
I think of it more of like a cheese and wine pairing or something. It's not a
right.
It's not a musical dissection of the story.
Right. Yeah. Well, the best documentaries do feel like a rich meal, not just narrative broccoli, or educational broccoli.
I felt most comfortable with broaching it with my parents. For the simple reason that the story of their divorce is also the story of my childhood.
Yeah.
And in that way, I felt, I don't know, entitled feels a little too strong, but I felt like it was my story too. And I had a right to ask about it and to know what happened.
You actually say that line in the episode, which I found really striking. You said, I felt like I had a right to know. Do you remember when?
Yeah, I don't know if that comes across as too strong, but
No. I think I fastened onto it because having made now 2 episodes of Family Ghosts, telling very personal stories about my own family, I have been, I guess another thing I sort of tell myself to help myself sleep at night is that same thing that you say explicitly in the show, which is, well, this is my story too, and I have a right to know my story and to tell and interpret my story in the way that I choose. But I'm curious, what was their response when you started reaching out to them to ask about doing these interviews? And then as they have, to whatever extent they've heard the project as it's taken shape, how has that, do you think, informed their reactions to it?
The only resistance I got from any of my family members was from my father, which you hear in the first episode.
Yeah.
And that was really the only time that I ever pushed, I guess, to ask those questions and to hear that story. After that, I was struck again and again as I reached out to family, and everybody was like, sure, let's talk.
Yeah.
And one after another, I mean, the conversations we had just reached a kind of intimacy with them, partly because I was doing all this mid-pandemic. I didn't see these relatives, most of them, for over a year. And yet we had these really intimate conversations about things that we just never talked about.
One of the things I think about frequently with Family Ghosts is people always want to know, how do you get people to talk to you for this? You're asking them to reflect on and speak openly about such sensitive topics. And it's true that is an obstacle sometimes, a sensitivity that I try to maintain in doing the work. But I think something people don't think about maybe is that it cuts both ways, because what you're also doing in asking people about this stuff is giving them an opportunity to express themselves about something that maybe they've never had a chance to do before, or to think about it as part of a story rather than just an intense experience, or to look back on it in conversation with somebody who they know will be compassionate. And that is not exactly a common opportunity. Most people in their lives, outside of maybe a therapist or a spouse or partner, if you're fortunate, don't get the opportunity to sit in reflection in that way.
I did this audio series once that was all stories of addiction. I was working with this theater company, and they would interview people about their lives and experiences and then adapt them into short audio plays. And I remember as part of it, we laid back the stories for the people whose lives they're based on. And one of the women whose story we told, I mean, it was this heart-wrenching story about her mother had essentially kind of like gotten her addicted to pills at a very young age, as a way of kind of like parenting, essentially, managing her, and just had this really gut-wrenching relationship that ultimately ended with them just like severing ties entirely. And what she told us after she heard the story is like, obviously this is a really intense, dark, traumatic period of her life, and hearing it back as art was like really heartwarming for her. It allowed her to see her own story in a new light, that it is this like weight that she carries around, but now it's also a piece of art in the world.
One of the things I think is important about getting that feedback is that it reminds you that in doing this work, you have to draw these narrative lines that you would not draw as a member of a family. And you have to do this odd work of establishing people in your life who are family members or friends or loved ones as characters who will perform certain storytelling functions. And
exactly.
I'm curious to know, well, first I want to ask you about one of my favorite details from actually very early in the episode that folks will have just listened when they hear this, which is the detail about your dad keeping the forge in the back of his truck.
Sure.
I love that detail so much, and I have a thought about, well, I can tell you what it meant to me to hear about it in the context of the full episode, but first tell me why you chose that detail.
Well, the details, some of the details I was trying to draw out about my parents were these facets of their lives that, as I say in there, I take for granted, seem sort of inevitable to their being, but in fact are just like things that happen to happen largely because they fell into this relationship with each other.
Right.
My father was not like a horse person growing up. He had no, driving desire to work with horses. He had been working in construction when I was very young. And my mom, who was teaching horseback riding at the time, pointed him towards, hey, maybe you should learn to become a farrier. It's, it's a similar kind of trade. You work with your hands. You can run your own business, but the work is a little bit more steady because you just have your clientele of horse owners. You just sort of make the rounds, and, trim the hoofs and put on new shoes and do that work. So the fact that he was and is to this day a farrier is just one of these paths that he happened to go down because of the way his relationship with my mother unfolded. I think that's how I arrived at the image of the forge, this very particular aspect of him.
Yeah.
That could have not happened at all, but it did.
That's interesting. Yeah. And it's cool to hear about the fact that the work that he did and still does, it sounds like, is something that he found through his relationship with your mom, which I don't think is explicitly said in the episode, but makes sense based on the way that we come to know them in the story.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, though, Ian, I think it also serves this other really wonderful metaphorical function.
Tell me about it. This is great.
I get a strong sense of your dad as somebody who maybe believes that he can bend situations to his will, in a sense. Like a forge is something that you use to bend metal into a functional shape, right? And it's so striking, the scene where he talks about he and your mom have this physical altercation, and he leaves and he calls her, he tries to get her to not call the cops, and then he leaves and calls the house and tries to kind of make the whole thing go away, and it doesn't work out that way for him. But the idea that he is a person who thinks maybe he can bring to bear that kind of molding or shaping on a situation rhymes really nicely with the forge image.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I deployed it as a deliberate metaphor, but I see that. I see what you're talking about, and not only in his story, but so many of these stories, there is this real feeling on the part of some of my family members that they can bend this situation or bend this person, and it never really happens.
Yeah. Did this process of turning your parents into characters for the story change the way that you think about them in your dealings with them in your own life?
I do think it's changed a little bit, and if anything, it's gone from a kind of failure mindset to a course correction mindset. You know, I think instinctively I've always thought of divorce as a failure. Yeah, as a marriage that failed, that maybe could have been saved if people had acted a little bit more thoughtfully. So one of the questions I was going into these conversations with was like, okay, where did they go wrong, and how could I avoid that mistake for myself, right? Like, how can I not go wrong where they went wrong and not get divorced like they got divorced? And then in hearing the stories of my parents, but also my grandparents and my aunts and my uncles, in so many cases, it really seems like the marriage was the mistake and the divorce was the better decision of the two. Or just that there's sort of a more productive way of looking at divorce, which is somebody taking their lives into their own hands and making a change and taking something that's not working, or that's harmful or toxic, and changing it.
I just love what you're saying about this so much. I mean, the takeaway I'm getting from it is that maybe the lesson of your project is to always be mindful of the choice and agency we have in setting the course of our relationships, and that just because it was a mistake to get married does not mean we have to make the continued mistake of staying together.
Yeah. My dad said at one point, who's to say, if you're married for 10 years and you have 10 really healthy, productive, happy years, and then it's no longer serving you both and you split up, like, who's to say that's a failure?
Yeah. Oh, I find that very affecting.
But I also, I would be lying if I said I don't have any kind of romantic investment in the idea of a lifetime partner. And, when I made my vows to my wife to be together and to grow and change together for a lifetime, I meant those, very seriously.
Yeah.
And so I don't mean to undercut that, but it's also good to allow ourselves to be wrong and to admit that we were wrong, because that's so much of what divorce is it's like a very public acknowledgement that this huge decision, this kind of life-altering decision you made, was not the right decision, and you're going to go a different way. And that does take a lot of courage.
Family Ghosts is hosted, produced, edited, and mixed by me, Sam Damon. All 5 episodes of Forever is a Long Time are available now, wherever you listen to podcasts, and I couldn't recommend them more highly. If you want to hear more of my conversation with Ian about creating the series, you can find a much longer version of it in our Patreon feed, which you can access for just $5 per month at patreon.com/familyghosts. If you're not a member already, I hope you'll consider joining. In addition to bonus episodes like that longer episode with Ian, you also get ad-free versions of all of our stories. But if you don't have the means to join the Patreon, no worries. Thank you for listening, and please consider supporting the show in a different way by leaving us a review in Apple Podcasts. It will take 30 seconds of your life and make a huge difference in the life of Family Ghosts. Our show art is by Teddy Blanks, and our theme song is by Luis Guerra. Special thanks this week to Mark Pagan for putting Ian and me in touch. You can find the full Family Ghosts archive at familyghostspodcast.com and follow us on Twitter and Instagram at FamGoShow. That's FAMGHO show. We'll be back in 2 weeks with an all-new episode of Family Ghosts, where every house is haunted. Thank you for listening, Ghost Family. I'll talk to you then.
At KeyBank, we know a small moment like,
What's it like to have a yard?
can lead to an even bigger question like,
Am I ready to buy a home?
and that's the type of moment where we'll meet you, prepared to talk about everything you need to know when applying for a mortgage, so you can try to turn those backyard dreams into reality. Paul,
Yes.
question. Are you a hammock person?
I think I might be.
For every financial need, we'll meet you in the moment. KeyBank opens doors. NMLS 399797, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to WALT. Homemade radio. Hello, Ghost family. Welcome to Family Ghosts. Back in season 3, we did an episode with a guy named Mac Montandon. Mac's a good friend of mine, and he's a really talented writer. The episode we made with Mac is called The Ambassador, and it tells the story of Mac's attempt to rebuild his relationship with his mom after decades of separation. As we mentioned in that episode, one of the inciting incidents in Mac's separation from his mom was the tragic murder of Mac's brother, Asher, back in 1992, which we made partial reference to in the episode, but didn't go into very deeply because we were mostly telling the story of Mac and his mom. But as I also mentioned in that episode, one of our pieces of source material in that story is an essay Mac wrote about his brother. The essay is an extraordinary piece of memoir, and as part of our process on The Ambassador, I invited Mac into the studio to read it. The essay is called A Hollywood Ending, and it's a Family Ghosts episode unto itself. It takes a different approach to Mac's family story than we did in The Ambassador, which is to say, it's primarily about Asher's murder and the different ways that it reverberated through Mac's family, for him and both of his parents.
Even as events like Asher's murder show me a world in which randomness and cruelty and devastation are part of the soil, for Mom, there must be more. And so she's wandered from Baltimore to Portland, Chicago, India, searching, lost. Most Sufis at that time were awash in white flowing clothing, white paint on their walls. Dad went black t-shirts, black military-style cargo pants, black Nikes. That was his uniform. I took to thinking of him as Johnny Cash, if Johnny Cash were a Navy SEAL.
Today on the show, we're going to feature that essay as a kind of alt or B-side to The Ambassador. Not a B-side in the sense that it's less good or not fit for release, the way B-sides on albums sometimes are. But because it's such a rich illustration that there are a million ways to tell stories like Mac's, and even more ripples when something as tragic as Asher's murder befalls a family. From WALT-FM and PRX, you're listening to Family Ghosts. I'm Sam Dingman, and after the break, a Hollywood ending.
This episode is brought to you by Shopify. Upgrade your business with Shopify, home of the #1 checkout on the planet. Shop Pay boosts conversions up to 50%, meaning fewer carts going abandoned and more sales going cha-ching. So if you're into growing your business, get a commerce platform that's ready to sell wherever your customers are. Visit Shopify.com to upgrade your selling today.
Mardi Gras in June. That was the noise out the window. Like a spray of firecrackers, a tekka 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 midnight burst of joy. It was a new twist in a long night. The evening had begun for us at a movie theater in Santa Monica. For the life of me, I can't recall which so bad it's almost transfixing early 90s screwballer we'd seen. I do remember the film's apparent message. Bodily fluids are hilarious. elastic, spastic faces and groin shots, bodily fluids for days. Evangeline doesn't remember much about it either. Evangeline, Evan, the name of a country music singer, and a life like country songs. Her parents were splitting. She lived with her dad in a dark, dusty apartment. The bathroom cabinets were packed with pills. We made out on top of her unfolded laundry. As we left the movie theater, I was pretty damn psyched. I'd grown up in Baltimore, a million miles east, give or take. Barely 21, I'd been set loose in the land of endless summer, legs. I was ready for what I couldn't really say except it was going to be sweet. Maybe I'd be in a band. Or those method acting classes with the teacher with 3 names would pay off. Big time. If only the other students didn't dredge themselves to tears during our exercises on emotions. So much was possible. My brother Asher had said so. He'd called me after my freshman year at NYU when it was clear I couldn't afford to go back there. Move to LA, Asher said, from Northern Cal. You'll live with Aaron and take acting classes and buy a motorcycle. Aaron, our cousin, taller, cooler, blonde, able to surf, skate, play guitar, the Thurston Moore of Huntington Beach. So I moved. The rest of the plan, such as it was, involved Ash finishing school in Sonoma, then joining Aaron and me. Together we'd take over. The new Coen brothers or some shit. He'd been writing a script with Aaron. There were toxic accidents set to shredding Metallica. It would transcend genre flicks. Now he'd moved on down, 2 weeks earlier, into our cramped, ground floor, 1-bedroom. The plan was happening. Life. Dianu. But there was more. This amazing heart killer liked me for some reason. Evan was a California girl, but better, flaky, opaque, sexually at ease. Hazel green eyes that were kind, not cunning. Hair the color of molasses. A pattering laugh like a sudden storm. That night she wore a sheer black blouse, her dad's 70s leather jacket, deep blue, low-rise velvet pants. Stylistically, she was in her Kelly Lynch of drugstore cowboy phase. And me, trapped in a confused amalgam of John Fonte and the Beastie Boys. A gap-toothed redhead flapping wide whale corduroy coats and vintage Pumas. When my girlie shakes her head, she sure gets funky. Invincible. Sure, kiddo. My brother and Aaron were off somewhere else, working on the script. Evan and I headed back to the apartment. We held hands and walked toward the sun-roofed rabbit I hadn't yet named. I traded for it hastily when my 66 Dart went from gushing oil to stopped. I had to get to work behind the counter at the new Metropolitan Museum gift shop in the Century City Mall. The tape deck worked? Done. To hell with a mechanic check. I was not very good at Los Angeles. The night smelled of birds of paradise and charred taco meat, the smell of LA. It was on the short walk to the rabbit that memories jump cut into clearer focus. I remember a feeling, a wobble in my gut, physical, a hollowing out. Not nausea, closer to the opposite, like I can't get enough air in. And all I can say behind the wheel, I feel weird. And then at the light, looking past the windshield but not seeing much, I feel weird, man. I fought it, denied it. Look at this rad girl. Look at the swollen moon through the sunroof. Moonroof. Shove in the Tom Waits cassette and forget the gut. We'd get to my place and await further evening instructions from friends. A bar, dinner, drinks, we'd see. We'd make some calls. When we got there, just west of Hancock Park and east of a place called the Miracle Mile, a place that is neither a mile nor, I would soon learn, capable of miracles, Evan and I decided to smoke pot. I don't know why. Neither of us were big weed smokers. We were alone and we wanted the night to go on and on. Maybe the pot could coat the peculiar wooziness still swirling my innards, 2 negatives stacked atop one another to reach a positive charge. Maybe. But no, the effect instead was cumulative, and I was left with whittled wits, unhappily stoned. We played a Sonic Youth CD and sat on the bed. Swooning feedback covered us completely, a sheet of spiked velour. I bounced up to fix us some chocolate milk because we were young and thirsty, and she keeps coming closer, saying I can feel it in my bones. Cocoa powder, milk, and then taka 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 went the firecrackers. Strange for the neighborhood, I thought. Strange for anywhere. I ran shaky to the window and poked a finger into the Venetians, peeking, like a cheap detective in middle-class squalor. A cheap dick. What is it? Evan's voice wobbled across the room. I don't know. Nothing. I don't see anything. I ripped back to the couch for more stony groping. Mardi Gras in June. What a lark. Detective Frank Bolin of the LAPD's Mid-Wilshire Homicide Division told the Santa Rosa Press-Democrat that Asher Montandon was shot, quote, in the lung and aorta, end quote, during a, quote, robbery attempt. It was the early morning of June 17, 1992. The paper said my brother and Aaron, quote, were double parked and looking for a parking space when a man ran up and said he was being robbed. Another man ran up and fired a shot through the car's window. Montandon and Aaron managed to drive away, but soon crashed into a parked car. Aaron hailed a cab and took Montandon to Cedars-Sinai Medical Center, where he was pronounced dead. Police have no suspects, but hope to soon release a composite drawing of the gunman. Aaron has told me a slightly different version of the story. He said the first man ran up asking for money. My brother went for his wallet to give. That's when the first man stepped aside and the gunman, waiting behind, emerged. Asher, confused, instinctive, mashed the gas. Bullets exploded the driver's side window. My brother screamed out in pain, I've been hit. The car, in my memory, a turquoise Geo Tracker, tacked right and crashed. Aaron somehow hailed a taxi. I should remember this the next time I want to badmouth a cabbie. My brother stained the pavement crimson, but this cab driver, this stranger, stopped. He helped Aaron carry my brother to the cab's back seat. He would lose money later that night while toweling blood from cushion crevices. It wasn't long after the Mardi Gras noises that the phone rang. How long I can't say. It felt like 15 minutes, maybe fewer. It felt like no time at all. One second I was at the Venetians, the next the phone rang. I remember hearing it through the haze, the whoosh, the Sonic Youth. He was dead before Evan and I arrived at the hospital. We'd been looking to park on South Detroit Street, the street we lived on, a block away. By the time the doctor called Aaron and me into a small, windowless room to tell us he was dead, I'd already realized I would never see my brother again. I didn't want to see him dead. I would never see him again. The Press-Democrat transcribed the language of nothing. Friends are mourning the death of a popular Sonoma State University graduate who was shot and killed a few weeks after he moved to Los Angeles with dreams of becoming a Hollywood scriptwriter. Montandon and his cousin had written a full-length screenplay. He hoped to sell the script to a Hollywood studio. He was one of the people society needs, one of Asher's Sonoma State advisors told the paper. He was ready to go on and make his mark. We would not become the new Coen brothers or some shit. We would be nothing together. Asher and I went to the same high school, 3 grades apart. The Park School of Baltimore was a progressive, private place tucked verdantly into a wealthy suburb of Charm City, not far from rolling horse country, with a once very helpful and liberal scholarship policy. All seniors were required to do a final project during their last semester, an internship at a hospital setting, filing for a law firm. My brother went a different way. Over the spring semester of his senior year in 1986, Asher made a short film designed largely to eviscerate our headmaster, whose real name was Dr. F. Parvin Sharpless. Asher considered him a buffoon, a blowhard, and possibly actually evil. Somehow, overachieving with his casting, my brother convinced a popular history teacher to play Sharpless in the movie. The character's name was, in case there was any doubt what Asher was up to, Dr. Bluntmore. Asher cast me as the lead. He and his cinematographer, a theater school refugee and transfer student named Jeremy, who remains a close friend, shot straight to VHS. They edited by cutting and splicing strips of magnetic tape. They videotaped my character scoring with hot new wave girls and prep school field hockey stars alike. Working out shirtless on a Soloflex, 7 seconds hardcore on the soundtrack. Showering behind frosted glass, in the bathroom, in the Pikesville house Mom shared with her new age friends. They filmed me organizing the scheme that would bring Sharpless/Bluntmore down. It involved several boomboxes and blasted bad classical music. My brother adored me. When he was the judge of our preteen dance contests at a neighbor's house, he often named me the winner. I'm crushed now to admit that when I took over as judge, I often gave him low marks for, quote, bending his knees too much. He also made my life unbearable. One high school night, downtown, our small gang's parents, absent as peanuts adults, we were in a 24-hour greasy spoon on Charles Street after an all-ages punk set. A beehived waitress spilled a glass of water on the checkered floor near our table. I joked about feigning to fall and the lawsuit riches that would rain down on us. Ash was taken with the idea and wouldn't let it drop. He said I had to do it, the pratfall. He said he wouldn't drive me home unless I did. I thought he was joking and looked for a wink in his eyes. It didn't come. He was serious. So serious. Why? Because he thought I could pull it off and successfully sue the dive? Or was it because he knew the waitress's life was hard enough already, and yet here was some asshole, me, smirking about making it worse, and so I must be punished? Or did he just want to stir shit up? I never knew. I still don't. But in that moment, or rather, the many moments of brotherly standoff he engineered, was a glimmer of my brother's wounded, mercurial spirit. Eventually, he would relent and drive me home. But not before amping up our evening's drama, not before blowing up like a rainbow soap bubble what was possible, real, and imagined, not before making me sweat. Everyone at the memorial services said my brother would have wanted us to party, not mourn. They were probably right. From his high school freshman year on, he was ready to party, to drink and drug, and play Led Zeppelin very, very loudly. Have a good time all the time, he'd say frequently, quoting from Spinal Tap with a pirate's smirk. He was obsessed with Woody Allen, Steve Martin stand-up, and Mel Brooks. We played the cassette of A Wild and Crazy Guide to dust before I was old enough to understand the jokes. I watched Dad and Ash to know when to laugh. He could perform the entire script of Blazing Saddles. But he also watched a lot of Fellini, Truffaut, and most dearly, Kurosawa. He had some samurai in him. He was probably the most loyal motherfucker I've ever known. Like most of us, he contained multitudes. He could be somber, sensitive, depressed. In fact, a few years after Asher died, our mother told me that he used to dream, often, of dying young. He wrote her pained letters saying he was quite certain he wouldn't live to see 30. The memorial services were in Los Angeles, back in Baltimore, and in Walnut Creek, California, where our parents, though divorced and no longer living together, had both moved years before the murder. I took the heartbreak tour, and by the time I went east that summer, Evan and I had broken too. I couldn't, or didn't, let her sunbeam goodness crack through the gloom encasing me. In my memory, it was mutual. Just one more regret. Family and friends gathered, drank, went ribald, raunchy, blue. I read an original poem I called Laughing Like Trains, written months before the occasion. Once the memorials were over, and as the days, weeks, years slugged along, it proved impossible not to mourn. We did it in different ways. As a young boy, my dad didn't care much for guns. He grew up in a forest clearing along a dirt road in a tiny Pennsylvania town called Trailwoods in the northeastern corner of the state. There were only 11 other families in the town. About half of the dads in those families hunted for elk and bear meat to feed the kids. Not my grandpa. He was a trout fisherman who rarely caught any trout. My dad remembers standing at the edge of a lake watching his dad fish while the pop, pop, pop of hunting rifles echoed in the forest. During hunting season, my grandmother wouldn't let Dad play in the woods. When he was 7, he went shooting with an uncle, popping helium balloons tied to rocks with a .22 rifle. But shooting didn't thrill him. He did like his BB gun, with which he would stealthily slip into the woods, meaning to nail a squirrel or two. The creatures hid too well, however, and he never bagged one. By the time he entered high school, Dad's family had moved to a middle-class neighborhood in southeastern Massachusetts. Dad had had a considerable growth spurt. He started boxing and played on the football team. His team was made up of guys like him, not naturally athletic, but hungry, starved, desperate to put the opposing quarterback not just down, but out of the game. Their unofficial team motto was, "We're small, but we're slow." They won the state championship his senior year. After graduating, Dad hitchhiked and hopped freight trains across the country. He fell in love with the West Coast and decided to attend Reed College in Portland, studying philosophy. It was around this time that he met a young widow with a 2-year-old boy named Asher. After Dad graduated, they moved to Baltimore and, with the help of my mom's parents, bought a house on a busy street in an otherwise quiet, middle-class suburb. They planted a row of spruces at the edge of the front yard, a prickly, sweet-smelling wall against the world. Dad completed med school and went to work as a psychiatrist. Together, he and Mom became intensely interested in spirituality, mysticism, and Sufism, the Eastern philosophy that is sort of to Islam as Kabbalah is to Judaism. They began attending regular Sufi meetings in Washington, D.C., learning the teachings of the Indian mystic Merwin Shahryar Irani, known as Meher Baba. Boiled down to a bubble, Baba's teaching, devoured by my parents and many other liberal seekers of the 1960s, seems to be a variant of the Golden Rule. Love others as you want to be loved. Which is partly why I found it strange when, in the late 90s, Dad told me he began buying guns and shooting at a range in Alameda, California. The way he tells it, when he turned 50, he made a list of things he wanted to learn. Number 1 was ballroom dancing, which ultimately he didn't seem to have a talent for. Number 2 was French, which he realized he'd never speak fluently, so he quit and turned to number 3, buying a computer and teaching himself computing. That one took, as did number 4. Abandoning his primary amateur interest, physics, he turned to neuroscience, spent years constructing a brain map, and now works with some of the country's most accomplished neuroscientists on various projects. Number 5 was learning to shoot. Though he's never been diagnosed as such, to my mind, Dad displays certain Asperger's tendencies. When he turns to a subject, such literature, ballpoint pens, perfume, reading a book or two isn't enough. He must know everything. When he got interested in Native Americans, he ended up with a hand-painted, to-scale, Sioux-style teepee in the backyard. It's top still shows over the roof on the approach to the house. For years, he slept on a bearskin rug beside his bed. Dad told me he joined the NRA so he could get a subscription to its magazine, American Rifleman, because it had comprehensive information on guns. He stopped paying dues a few years ago when the organization, quote, started being nasty about Obama, but there's still an NRA sticker on the back fender of his white pickup truck. Next to it is one for Amnesty International. A dream catcher hangs from the rearview mirror. Northern California has fairly stringent gun regulations, so it wasn't easy for Dad to find a place to legally buy his first gun. Google led him to a licensed dealer in Richmond, about 30 miles from Walnut Creek, where he bought an M14 that was made by a company based in Baltimore. It's one of the greatest rifles ever made, Dad told me, detailing its use in World War II, the Korean War, and even the early part of Vietnam. He found a range in Alameda and packed the M14 into his pickup. At the range, he met the director, an older guy with a military background named John. Dad marveled at the breadth of John's knowledge on the history of firearms, ballistics, you name it. Dad spent about 15 hours training with John before ever firing a single bullet. Finally, the day comes and I'm nervous, Dad told me. I'm using iron sights at 100 yards, all set up for my first shot. A couple minutes go by and John says, "You're not shooting." I turned to him and I said, "I'm savoring the moment." He just cracked up. At that, Dad's familiar rat-a-tat cackle burst from my cell phone speaker. But he quickly sobered. "You're taking this incredible force and you're using metal and wood to control this amorphous, chaotic force. And you're training it at 200 yards. It's still mind-boggling. The physics are so incredible." More guns followed. A Sacco 42. Now there's a rifle. 2 Glock pistols, a Remington 300 Winchester Magnum, 2 shotguns, and a .22. He turned away from the "don't worry, be happy" Sufi ethos surrounding him in Walnut Creek and hardened himself, at least in appearance, against the world. Most Sufis at that time were awash in white flowing clothing, white paint on their walls. Dad went black. Black t-shirts, black military-style cargo pants, black Nikes. That was his uniform. I took to thinking of him as Johnny Cash, if Johnny Cash were a Navy SEAL. Dad's preferred firearms are rifles, due to his Swiss heritage, he speculates, and an appreciation for the physics involved with long-range shooting. Shotguns I don't like, he said. They're very inelegant, but they are the last word in self-defense weapons. If a guy did burst in and you had a choice between a Glock and a shotgun, you pick up the shotgun. Dad told me that when he first heard about the Holocaust as a young teenager, he was devastated, and the terror of it has stuck with him. He was also quite moved as a young man reading about Russia's forced labor camps and Alexander Solzhenitsyn's The Gulag Archipelago. He thinks often about the lesson he learned from that book's section on those who resisted arrest. You fight back. In 2011, Walnut Creek had a population of 64,390. The city had 1 murder in that year. There were 422 burglaries in 2011, but in the 24 years Dad has lived there, he's never been robbed. One day a couple of years ago, he was working in the backyard when my stepmom came out of the house and said she thought a stranger was in their garage. Dad grabbed his Glock and crept into the garage. No one was there. These things aren't rational, Dad said. I don't really think people will break into the house, but if they do, I want to be ready. I asked Dad why, if a shotgun is the best home defense weapon he owns, he went for the Glock. He thought a minute and then said, "Remember, the shotgun is really, really messy. I rent this house. It would take out not only the person, but a good portion of the wall behind them." My brother didn't have a chance to fight back the night he was killed. There's no way to know if the outcome would have changed if he'd been armed, but my dad remembers the events differently than I do. His version is that Asher was trying to break up a fight, and he never should have gotten in the middle of the quarrel. Dad told me about a time when Asher was living with him in Oakland before Dad moved to Walnut Creek and Asher went to college in Sonoma. Asher picked Dad up at the San Francisco airport one night. When Dad got in the car, my brother was irate. He couldn't believe Dad hadn't told him that he needed money for the toll to go over the Bay Bridge. He had to talk his way past the toll booth operator. Luckily, he was good at talking his way past toll booth operators. Dad couldn't understand how Asher didn't know about the tolls and that he left the house with no money. He was a smart guy, but he didn't have street smarts, Dad said. He thinks that if Asher had taken a course with John at the range, he never would have confronted someone who was holding a gun, though, again, that was not my recollection of how events had unspooled that night. Dad said John stressed the seriousness of firearms. Guns were always a last option. If you were unarmed, you avoided someone armed, and if you trained and practiced, you'd be safer carrying a gun. Dad said he often thinks about how things might have been if only my brother was less naive, better prepared for confrontation, armed. I still think that, he said quietly on the phone, and I think, damn. The line was silent for 5 long seconds. Damn. My mom's been a spiritual seeker all her life, or at any rate, as long as her mom, my grandma, can recall. If it wasn't a bohemian poet guru friend who held all the answers, it was a Santa Fe psychic, or Sufism. How it looks to me, Mom has never felt right in the world. She's never been satisfied that, as her own father was fond of saying, life doesn't give a shit. She gives a shit and wants to know what it all means. Even as events like Asher's murder show me a world in which randomness and cruelty and devastation are part of the soil, for Mom, there must be more. And so she's wandered from Baltimore to Portland, Chicago, India, Walnut Creek, searching, lost. As a very young woman, she fell in love with a dashing University of Chicago philosophy and mysticism student named Alan. He looked like a Jewish Al Pacino and turned Mom onto Sufism. Soon enough, she was pregnant. And then she was driving herself and Alan and their friend Barbara from Chicago to San Francisco to visit Alan's mother. Mom drove through the night until her eyes closed like their future. The Volvo skidded off the road, down a steep hill and into a culvert. Barbara was in the front, next to Mom, and survived with serious injuries. Alan, in the back, was crushed to death by the front seat and was badly cut up. This was just before dawn on December 20th, 1967, outside Truth or Consequences, New Mexico. Asher was born.
Let's just get out of here.
Oh, mister. Me and my friends are lost. Can you help us?
Where did you come from? Huh? Whoa. Whoa, you're freezing. Feel her.
temperature's way too low. She'd have to be. Why? Then. Hey, where are you going? Gonna be here?
At one point in my life, I hated this town and everything it stood for. But now they need me as much as I need them. It started with the children, and after that, it spread pretty quickly to everyone but me.
Why? She's all yours. I don't want her. Corporal, I order you.
No more orders, Colonel! It's your order that led to the shouting of Jalabash!
Yes. I said your life you owe me.
Oh, yes, I owe you. I owe you for this. Look! You shot the enemy that day at Jalabash. You shot your own man! I live among the undead because of you. You destroyed my life. Now, I will destroy yours. Oh, outcasts. I cannot even join these vampires, even if I wanted to, because my blood is poison to them. But yours is not.
I didn't have anything to do with Jalabash. It was the colonel.
I offered you a chance, so now you serve me too.
Kill her. Someone must be sacrificed in any battle. It's a military fact. And in this army, that person is you, Colonel.
Hey, don't let him get away. You can't run! The knife belongs to us!
Who the night do you? Lie on the day. When the sun comes up, you will fry. Here I am. It's still dark out. Gary's mine! It's gonna take a lot more than a lesbian vampire biker whore to ruin my day.
Don't be afraid. It's only me.
Where's the sun?
In Alaska, the sun isn't coming up for another 2 months.
The Colonel should be a little more careful who he picks a fight with. Still, I think he'll get used to being hunted for a change once he gets the fang of it. And if it doesn't work out, he can re-enlist in the Marine Corps. As for me, kiddies, I decided to get even with that bully by showing off some of my surfing prowess. I may not be able to hang 10, but I can sure hang 1. Yeah! Greetings, Hack and Field fans. I hope you're in the mood for a little fiendly competition. It's that time of fear again, the annual All Crypt Die Cathlon. I've been working out like crazy to get ready. This year, I'm really going for the cold, kind of like the woman in tonight's tale. It's a putrid portrait of an up-and-coming young artist that's sure to leave a nasty taste on your palate. I call it... Yeah! 99 44/100% pure harbor. Out of the mess he's in. Literally. It's a little piece of horrid candy I call you murderer.
Humphrey Bogart. John Lithgow? Oh, this one is good. Is it Paula Rossellini? Humphrey Bogart. Hello, Humphrey Bogart. The bogey.
They say when you die, you're supposed to see this intense white light. You're supposed to walk into it like it was the gates of heaven or something. At least that's the way I always heard it. Well, I'm dead. And so far I've seen a lot of things. But some cockamamie white light ain't one of them. That's right, I'm dead. And one thing I can definitely tell you about it, it ain't like I expected it to be. Stick around, you might learn a thing or two. Just a couple of hours ago, I was alive as the rest of you. And then, seemed like destiny had taken a hand. Seems that destiny is taking a hand.
What was that, Mr. Spinelli?
It's destiny that today of all days, you, doll, have come up with a campaign that's going to save this company. What was that slogan again?
Here's looking at you, kid.
I like it, Erica. It's got a familiar ring to it.
Thanks, Mr. Spinelli. Now, the way the campaign will work is this. Let me just make sure everything's...
Thanks, Jimmy.
The first billboard will say, here's looking at you, kid. Spelled E-W-E. Then,
That's pretty good, baby.
here's looking at you, kid. You know, kid, go.
Sure, that's swell, Erica.
And the third one, Pear's looking at you, kid.
That's good, very good. I like it. Geez, is that the time?
It's 9:30.
Call pretty on pretty. It was hard to hear. I think they said it was Oscar.
Oscar, huh? That's strange. Excuse me, everybody. I'll be right with you. Oscar?
No, it's Betty.
Uh,
Surprised to hear my voice. I'm supposed to be dead, aren't I? Aren't I, Lou? Your
I hear-
pal, Oscar, sent a couple of booze over here to kill me. But
I
I
hear-
got bad news.
I hear what
It
you say.
didn't work. You hear me, Lou?
Listen, this won't do any good. You'll never understand me, but I'll try once, then give it up.
Don't bother, Lou. I'm calling the police. You're going to jail. Do you hear me, Lou? To jail.
Lou, are you okay? Lou?
Yeah, everything's all right, Erica. Just a little emergency at home, that's all.
Mr.
Yeah,
Spinelli.
everything's okay.
Mr. Spinelli, are you all
Everything's
right?
fine, Erica. In a part of town where I grew up, you did what you had to do to survive, whether it was legal or not. I robbed, cheated, even killed. I did a lot of hard time before I got wise to what a sucker's game was. Unfortunately, no one was offering second chances. So I busted out of the joint, got a new name and a new face, and put my past behind me. At least I thought I did.
She knows?
Yeah, she knows. What makes you so sure? Somebody sent her those pictures in the mail. She knows all about me. Who I was, what I've done, the whole rap sheet. And there's only one other person in the world who knows the words to that song.
Is that a joke? You think that I'm the one that performed plastic surgery on you. I'm the guy that changed your face.
Yeah, made me look like Bogart.
You know how hard that was? It would have been easier to make you look like Gabby Hayes. How could you think it was me? You're still a wanted man. Every police department in the country wants to get its hands on you. And I'm your accomplice. If you go down, I go down. Why would I spill my guts to anyone, let alone your wife?
Keep your pants on, Oscar. Now, look, I may have been a little too hasty. Okay, you're the doctor. What do we do?
If she's wise to us, there's only one thing we can do. Kill her.
Kill her? Don't be screwy.
I know a few guys. Might cost little money, but they'll take care of it.
You're starting to scare me, Oscar.
And they'll make it look like a break-in or an accident. An unfortunate mishap while you were at the office.
You're talking crazy.
Don't go soft on me, Lou. We did it for each other then. We do it for each other now.
I know that.
Look, I'm not in love with the idea.
I know that too.
But what's our alternative, Lou? The electric chair.
I wish you hadn't said that. That Oscar, he sure had a way with words. He was almost as good with them as he was with a scalpel. He always was the smart one. That's why he stayed in school, got off the streets, never went to the big house. The big house. It was one thing I promised myself the last time I was inside. I ain't never going back. I know what you're thinking. What's the smug complaining about? He did wrong and he got what he deserved. But I tried hard to be Joe above average citizen. I built a successful business, paid my taxes without griping. I even did charity work. Unfortunately, I made one other mistake that brought down the whole house of cards. Betty. I'd married a monster, and no matter what little good I did, she was determined to punish me for saying I do. I had no idea what was waiting for me when I walked through my front door. But whatever it was, I was ready for it. Where were the cops? Where the hell was Betty? And then I saw it. A body lying on the sunroom floor. Betty must have gotten a drop on him.
Oh, no. Oscar. Drop the gun. Oscar, what the hell is going on? I said drop it. All right, relax. I'm dropping it.
Ah. Betty,
Hello, Lou. Good work, sweetheart.
How long has this been going on?
Almost a year. Not that you've noticed. But what the hell is one of the things that I came to love about you? That and your predictability. I told Oscar you were going to be here in 8 minutes. And you made it in 7.5. Pretty good time for a man who's about to kill himself.
Get up. Kill myself. Go on, get up. Now, why would I do that? Over to the couch.
hey, that's a good looking rod you got there, Oscar.
Move it!
But I got a feeling it ain't your finger on the trigger. Listen. I've been set up, and the plan was a beaut. Hell, it was perfect. You could sure make a case that I had every reason to kill myself. They even found an audience for me.
Are you okay?
Was there anyone in that boardroom who didn't think my whole world had just come to an end? Let me tell you, sweetheart, they had me. I'm disappointed, Oscar. It's one thing when your wife double crosses you. You expect that. But your best friend? That hurts. And I thought you had class.
Relax, honey. Don't let him ride you.
You'll be pleased. Your suicide note is rather eloquent. I almost cried when I wrote it.
I'm touched. You know you won't get the life insurance if I kill myself.
I know that's the million we have to do without. Isn't that right, honey?
There's no point in being greedy.
I'm gonna go in the car.
Sit down, Lou. I said sit down. Here. Have a drink.
Great bug juice. What is this? Some sort of a Jim Jones cocktail?
Drink up, Lou.
Sometimes chummy goes soft-headed. I like to see any blonde do that to me. She's got you crazy.
You're wasting your breath, Lou. Come on. It'll be quick. Heck, you're my best friend. I wouldn't make you suffer.
I'm glad friendship counts for something.
I'm waiting, Lou.
And then it hit me. Their plan required a massive dose of poison in my system, not a slug from a 45. You know, Oscar, I don't think you'll do it.
Oh, no?
No, but go ahead and shoot. You'll be doing me a favor.
He's looking at you, kid. Nice move, Lou. You learned that in prison?
Nah, that's a little trick I picked up in Betty's shooting gallery in Coney Island. And if you don't quit stalling, I'll show you some other tricks I learned in Brooklyn.
No! Oh. Oh.
In that first moment, with the whiteness all around me, I felt kind of peaceful. I wondered, am I dazed, paralyzed, or am I...
He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Are you sure? No pulse. No breathing. His pupils are dilated. He's dead, all right.
Well, ain't that a kick in the ass?
If he's dead, how come it looks like he can still see us?
It's creepy.
It was a lot more than creepy.
Let's get him up.
It was screwy.
Come on, get his feet.
None of it made any sense. The white light was gone. My soul, as far as I could tell, hadn't risen from my body.
Wait, put him down.
What the hell was going on? So far, death was full of surprises. I could still see, still hear.
There.
I sure as hell could feel.
What's the matter?
He's got a dent in his head. What did he do? Beat himself to death?
I threw him off the balcony, so he jumped.
You better hit a piece of naked sculpture on the way down. The guy's got a pair of nipples punched in the top of his head. The police aren't that stupid. Why the hell did you hit him with a statue? Well, I'm sorry. I was trying to help her.
So Betty had hit me with the Picasso. I always said it made quite an impression.
The whole plan's screwed up. Our alibi, everything. This is never going to look like a suicide.
Okay. What if he didn't commit suicide? What if he just disappeared? We get rid of the body.
Yeah, you're right. Lou was afraid the cops were onto him, so he ran. He vanished without a trace. If anybody asked him, you don't know. Nobody knows. It's perfect. Come on, let's get his ticket.
Being dead was beginning to scare me. Where the hell was heaven? Maybe my soul had already risen, and I missed it.
Why don't we take him down to the garage? I'll explain it when we get there.
When was St. Peter going to meet me at the pearly gates? Ah, the hell with him. Had to settle my Uncle Roscoe waiting me.
I can't risk it. She might call the police. We'll put him in the closet. Come on. Help me out here. Here. I'll get him. You stole her.
I'm coming.
Maybe this was karma at work. Maybe God had a sense of humor, and this was his idea of justice in the universe. An eternity of being dragged around my apartment and dropped on my head. If that was how death was going to be, I thought, I'm going to kill myself.
Okay. Open up.
It was Erica, all right. Right on cue.
Stairs knocked over a lamp and broke a coffee table. I don't believe we've met. I'm Oscar Charles. I'm a friend of the family.
Is Lou here?
I'm right over here, sweetheart. Hanging in the closet like a side of beef.
He left the office in such a state. We're all very worried about him.
We haven't heard from him.
Actually, we were hoping that you could tell us where he is. When I spoke to him this afternoon, he seemed very upset about something.
Wait a minute, you're Oscar? Well, just before Lou left, he got a phone call from somebody named Oscar.
Oh, that phone call. I was calling Lou to tell him that someone was inquiring about his medical records, some gentleman from the FBI.
FBI?
I think we should tell her.
Tell her what?
Apparently, Lou is not the man we all thought he was. He's a criminal on the run from the police. When I told him the FBI was asking questions about him, he flipped. Why don't you go on back to your office?
Go to your office. That's a good
Contact you.
idea.
Betty and I are going to go to the police.
As soon as we know something, we don't even need
This being dead was starting to give me a real headache.
Louis, you bastard! You're having an affair with her.
Here, we'll put one of these on his head. It'll hide the dents.
You must have had an affair with her. I could see it in her eyes.
Forget about it. You gotta think about getting him out of here.
Oh, Oscar. I don't know what's right any longer. You have to do the thinking for both of us. Kiss me as if it were the last time.
I can't believe I'm listening to this. With that damn hat stuck over my eyes, I couldn't see. But it felt like they had crammed me into my car, and it sounded like they were headed pretty far out of town. I had decided that this wasn't hell. Hell couldn't possibly be this stupid. Anyway, I got to thinking about things like my old pal, Oscar.
Don't go soft on me. We did it for each other then. We do it for each other now.
I know that. At least now I know what he meant by doing it to each other. And speaking of doing it, that got me thinking about Erica. You see, Betty was right about Erica and me.
Oh, Lou. You're the best, you know that? You're warm, sensitive, caring. You're great at that. What would you say if I told you I'll never leave you?
Nobody ever loved me that much. And I did a lot of thinking about Betty.
Oh, Lou, you're a bastard! You're a scum, you know that? You're cheap, insensitive, stupid, and lousy in bed. You say if I told you I'm leaving you!
Nobody ever loved me that much. I wouldn't exactly say I was getting used to being dead, but I was beginning to see a pattern.
Oh, hurry up, get the other shovel. There's a good spot over here.
There's a spot down there, at the bottom of the hill.
All right. Hurry up. We gotta get him in the ground before the sun comes up.
Time was beginning to take forever. It felt like I'd been cooped up in that car for an eternity. I was starting to get cramps. Thanks, pal.
Nuts. Rigor mortis.
And let me tell you, it's no picnic. Every last cell in your body goes rigid, and it hurts like hell. They're taking me out to a piece of property I bought in the hills. I plan on retiring there. I just hadn't planned on doing it so soon.
How think you're gonna make that thing? Help me get him out of the car. He's starting to stiffen up.
That's more than you ever did for me.
Aunt Betty was pretty talented. She could lie, murder, and tell jokes. She was the comic from hell.
Hold it right there. Put your hands where I can see them. Don't you? Ooh.
Well, what do you know? The cavalry comes to the rescue. Maybe God had decided to give me a break after all.
Put your hands back up.
What a relief. Like I said, being dead is certainly full of surprises.
How did you get here?
Followed you. I knew it. Put your hands up. Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, you're breaking up. This is an emergency.
Poor Erica. So beautiful,
Can you hear me now?
so loyal,
God, listen, this is an emergency.
so trusting.
Yes, there's been a murder. Erica.
So dumb.
Yes! Ah, you're not back.
And then something strange happened. Turned out that Betty was a hell of a shot. We're talking something the Warren Commission would have been proud of. That bullet killed Erica, smashed the windshield, tore through my chest, and severed my spine. So, where was I? Oh, yeah, the things you learn when you die. Did I mention about the light yet? Well, I'm still waiting to see that big, bright light. I'm beginning to think that there is no, hey, wait a minute. There's a light.
Out in the car. Bad from the looks of it. Give me a hand here.
Well, well, well. He's looking at you, kids.
Oh, it's like a parable for you.
Yeah, well, this
207.
whole dying thing isn't what it's cracked up to be.
And I'm home for
First,
cold
there's all
baby.
this talk about
What's
the
up,
light.
federal felons?
There is
The
no
cunts
damn
upstairs
light.
still believe they're going to
It's
break
all a
and
bunch
enter,
of
get
crap.
away with all their
Then there's the
crimes,
pain and suffering.
etc. 87.
It never stops.
Spoiler
It just
alert.
gets worse. And in the end, all you really
You
have to
don't.
look forward to is
You go to
I've seen this guy
prison,
someplace before.
or you blew the whistle.
But what the hell? You'll find out soon enough.
Amen.
You know, I kind of feel sorry for Lou. Surely there's got to be an easier way to get an Oscar. I hope my story didn't scare you too much, Mr. Hitchcock. Actually, I'm a very big fan of yours. If you want, you can tell me a story.
Everybody remembers birds because that's the only good story from Hitchcock, dude. He's overrated. Like Eric Clapton. Eric Clapton, also overrated, people. Oh, I'm doing off it's your little water fountain. Oh, what? Something dented in your head for me.
Attention, seniors. So, what'd you do all summer, Dave? You don't want to hear all the details.
It's day 6 of those devastating fires that have taken such a toll across Los Angeles.
There's so many conspiracy theories about this fire. Whale watching. Imagine going whale watching with him. Okay, so the picture that I think of is the Volkswagen, right? There's like a picture of everything's like burning, and then there's just like one blue Volkswagen.
She's doing Epstein's Island over there, dude.
Epstein's Island. You get a kid. You get a kid. You get a kid. Everybody gets a kid.
Oh no.
Hi guys, it's me, Annie Letterman. We're here at Anniewood. We're doing our fire update episode, and it's a fire episode, I might have to say myself. We have the extended uncensored version on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/Annie Letterman. And it's just we're just telling you what happened, some of our conspiracy theories and some of our ideas of what's going on. And you find out if I'm Team Blake or Justin at the end of the show. So stick around for that. I am on the road. I love doing stand-up comedy. It's so fun. You can see me January 31st to February 1st with Josh Powder in Greensboro, North Carolina at the Comedy Zone. Then February 14th through 15th, you can see me in Nebraska in Norfolk. I'm bringing Todd because it's Valentine's Day. February 18th is the next Annie Wood and Friends. I'm going to be in Anchorage, Ohio. I'm in Anchorage, Alaska, March 14th. March 18th is another Annie Wood and Friends. March 27th, we're going to be in Philadelphia, one night only, March 27th. Get tickets. It's going to sell out. We're going to have to add a show, but grab those tickets. Toronto, I'm coming to you at the Comedy Bar. I'm coming March 28th to 29th. I'm going to be in La Jolla, April 4th through 6th, where I think I'm shooting my special, so get your tickets. April 25th and 26th, I'll be in Kansas City. May 29th, I'm going to be in Florida, May 31st and 30th and 31st as well. Okay. I'm better at comedy than I am at reading my dates. Come see me, AnnieLetterman.com/shows. Enjoy this episode.
Welcome to Anniewood.
Hi guys, welcome to Anniewood, episode 107.
115.
115.
Oh
I don't know
my
why I thought I
God.
had it right. Oh, did you see how I came in so cocky?
Your brain is
I was
affected
so
by
confident.
the metals in the air from the fires.
Oh, it's because I won't wear that mask. Now we didn't get to do our fire episode because our fire episode we actually had evacuated because we had no power. So then we posted the Jessie May episode where Jessie May and I just discuss just going on hikes and all the areas that burned down moments later.
Well, it was recorded the day the fires happened.
We were like, I think there's like a fire or there's like something going on, right? And then it was like, ah! Then it was just a crazy week. The fires are still burning. So by the way.
No, what happened was while I was editing that episode that day, the power kept going on and off and on and off, and I was getting so mad because I had to keep restarting my edit, and I was getting so mad, and Annie was in the room.
Wait, let me tell you. Okay, wait. So I was like, this is a perfect night. Okay, so there's no, in my head, there's like maybe a little fire going somewhere. Like, I know there'll be some winds, but there's nothing like happening, right? Like, there's nothing. I'm like, wow, I have just like kind of like a real night off. I'm not too exhausted. This is a great time to just, I have a leftover mind bloom session. So I was like, I'm just going to do a ketamine journey, right? I'm about to be the highest I've ever been on this stuff. I'm like, really, like, you're lying down. You have to have your loved one there to watch you, to come checking in, because you're just really like, you're in another space. You're tripping. The power shuts off. And I'm like, I notice, like, but I'm so like in another universe. But I noticed, and I get kind of freaked out. I'm like, wait, there are the fires and the wind, power's off. I'm like, oh, so like my fight or flight's kicking in, but my nervous system is like in Antarctica floating around. Like I'm like, it was so confusing. And then Todd comes in, and I can hear Todd cursing because the podcast keeps getting shut off. I'm like, oh God, I have to address this. So I like sit up, and I'm just like, barely there. And Todd's like, we got to go see what's going on. So we take this walking stick that we hid from Robbie, so Robbie Hoffman, when she was doing our cleaning. So we still have this walking stick we got in Catalina Island. And Todd is like ushering me around, and I have this like walking stick. It basically was him preparing for when I'm elderly and he's gonna have to walk me around. But I mean, I was not with us, and I'm walking around, like, can barely walk. It was very wrong. Let's just say you don't want to do anything mind altering when you may have to run from fires. You may have to flee from fires.
How long does it take for this to burn off?
It's like an hour-long session where you're really gone, and then you're a little like loopy afterwards.
Oh yeah, that's like
that's
bad. Poorly timed. Yeah,
it was bad.
Well, we took a drive around.
And we drove. I don't even remember the drive.
We took a drive around Santa Monica. You could see the fires and the hills, and
it was crazy. So it was in the middle of Todd's editing. So then we wait a day. The lights are still off. It's like you forget how much you need your power. Your phones are dead. Everything's dead. And then when there's an active fire in the Santa Ana winds, and like a fire could just explode anywhere near you at any point, you want your phone. Like, you want to know the alerts and stuff like that. So it was very, very scary. And and then we went to the Comedy Store because we had no power.
We went to the Comedy Store.
We went to hang out at the Comedy Store because we had no power. And then we're all smoking weed in the back in the sacred ground where all the comics hang out. And the power went off, and we're like, ah! John Potter took like before and after pics of us, like with the power and without the power. It was crazy.
Yeah, while people were still in the Comedy Store too, which is
someone
scary.
was Don Bar's on stage?
I don't know. Yeah, they had to like usher people out, which is scary because
maybe it was an act of God. They cut Don Bar's off. Just kidding. We love Don.
Yeah, but then do you remember what we did that night because we had no power?
What did we do? Oh my God, it was actually so cute. We couldn't watch TV. We're like, what are we supposed to do?
We're like, we usually just watch movies all night. What the hell? This is so boring. And then, for like 2 hours, we were just to each other describing the plot to Legends of the Fall.
We were like, wait. Or like Tristan, like, wait, did Tristan hook up with his wife before Samuel died in war?
We're like, so Tristan comes home, everyone goes, Tristan's here.
We're like the little Native American girls there.
And they're like, oh, but then we were like, oh, this is just about like how big of a piece of Brad Pitt's character was in that movie.
And then we watched it, and then when we did have Power again, we watched it, and it's like, he is such a piece of shit. But also, he's so much hotter than everyone else in the movie that it's like, and Todd made such a good point that, because all the brothers were in love, Samuel is the youngest brother, and all the brothers were in love with Samuel's fiance that he brought around. And Todd's like, that's because they never saw women. Like, you never saw a woman, like a new woman coming. You didn't have magazines.
It was like the 1910s. So it was like, yeah, there's no magazines, there's no TV.
They live on a farm.
They live on a farm. You never
see a
seen
new woman comes in town. But all the brothers like pining over. But then, so there's like a scene, and Todd's it's pitch black. We have a candle lit, and Todd is like explaining. He's like,
where Tristan rides in, and then he sees his little brother's wife, and he's staring at her. He's like licking his lips, and then the older brother's like, and they're like, oh, it looks like Tristan's in love, smitten by this lady, and they pour water on his head.
to cool him off because he's so boned up with his younger brother's fiance. And everyone's just like fine with it. Oh, Tristan.
And then we're like, yeah, Tristan comes back, and his dad's got this illness where he's got to write stuff on a chalkboard that's around his neck.
But then also I was thinking from her point of view, like she doesn't see, you're going to meet your and the guy who plays Samuel is the kid from E.T.
Oh yeah.
And who, by the way, his audition for E.T. is one of the most like moving things I've ever seen with
Well,
Steven Spielberg.
Not that good anymore.
I know he played a dad in one of the like movies I was watching, one of the like teen romance movies I was watching.
Oh my god!
It's like that's where he's at. He was the E.T. boy, and I was playing a dad in like a E movie. But anyway, so but imagine she rides in and she's like, "Oh, I found a fiance. He's pretty cute, And Brad Pitt like comes in on a horse. He's got like blonde highlights. There's not even hair dye yet. She's like, I haven't even seen blonde hair.
Like, oh my god, Tristan's here. Tristan. He like just broke a horse, like a wild horse that couldn't be tamed. He like jumped on and broke. He's like, easy, buddy.
His shirt's like unbuttoned. You can see his pecs. It's like, oh my god, he has no hair on his chest. Oh, so good. But we explained that. What was the other movie we started telling each other?
I don't know. There was like
we did a double feature.
Yeah, like The Watchmen, and then
we did The Watchmen after that. Oh my god, it was so fun.
But that's what we do when there's no power. We can't watch movies. We just explain the movies that we've already seen. The movie. And we did get a lot wrong. We're like, oh wait, no. So that happened after Tristan got home. So I recommend you guys trying that with your loved one.
Just turn the lights off.
One night, just have the lights, TV off, and just talk about a movie.
Just chat through a movie. It was like we were doing a table read for it.
And it's like the longest movie of all time. It's like a 3.5 hour movie.
Like he ate the heart of the bear, right? Like when did he do that?
Yeah.
I was getting it like messed up with the Revenant, or whatever it's called.
No, he cut out his brother's heart.
That's right, but I forgot. And then my son was like, "Oh my god, it's the brother's heart."
I was like, "Look, baby, cut out his brother's heart." Oh,
and he cut out his other brother's heart.
He was going, "Oh, why?" The Brad Pitt cry. Oh, why?
He had two of those.
No, he said this. I remembered it clearly. He said, "God damn you, God! God damn you, God!"
It's funny to say God twice.
God damn you, God. He was damning God,
so good.
telling God to damn himself.
Brad Pitt was hot. He does have some pits in his face, though.
It makes it cool. A little off topic, but kind of not off topic. One of my new Instagram suggestions is like this little boy and his like big fat dad, and they just do these weird things in every
like
video.
Boom,
it's my new favorite father and son. Let's just say that. But every video is this little boy, and he's like, "It's Ice Cream Friday," and then his dad's like, "That's right, it's Ice Cream Friday. Once Willie has finished his goals and responsibilities for the week, then I get him ice cream at the end of the week." And he's like, "That's right, I finished my goals and responsibilities." And I just thought that's funny. Goals and responsibilities of the week.
My question: the dad's fat?
He's a big fat guy.
You're not supposed to reward your kids with sweets.
He goes, "I'm Willie, and that's Worth." And the dad goes, "Hi guys."
The dad's name's Worth.
Worth.
Imagine naming your kid Worth. I hope you have some.
What is it, like short for Worthington?
Maybe Wentworth.
But do you like that? Goals and responsibilities of
I
the
love
week?
goals and responsibilities. I like to reward myself first before I get my goals done.
I've just never heard of doing your goals of the week. That's pretty
Well,
good.
I actually read a book that changed my whole outlook on life. It helped me quit drinking. It helped me start stand-up. It was called Goals by Brian Tracy. And Brian Tracy's like a motivational speaker. I don't know what you would call him, but he tours. I don't know if he's still alive. He was 100 years old when I first started listening to the book, but I had a therapist that gave me the DVDs, or the CDs.
Oh.
So I had a CD player in my car, and I'd like listen to it over and over again. But so he tells you to, every morning, you need to write down your goals, 10 goals in positive present tense. And then you give it a date of when it's going to come true. And then you do 3 things in positive present tense that you can do towards that goal. You're supposed to do that morning and night. Obviously, I have ADD. Got up to 7 once. No, but I used to have all these goals and stuff. I used to have all these goals written. But it was very helpful. Maybe we should start doing that again.
Well, he said he's like, And a goal and responsibility could just be, getting up and getting ready for school in the morning without me having to tell Willie 3 times to do it. So maybe a responsibility or a goal for you is having to do something without having to tell yourself 3 times to do it. You just do it first time. You want something?
Do you see him trying to make it like it's a thing he's like just
I
bringing
mean,
up and
I'm
not
just
an
like,
intervention?
holy shit. I was like, yo, Worth and Willie got it going on.
Word.
Holy
But
shit.
wait, I'm Willie and you're Worth. You're my dad.
I'm Worth, you're Willie.
I'm Willie. I'm the little boy.
And he dresses him up in a little suit too.
This reminded me of, I'd like to see that. I'd actually really like to see that.
I'll send it to the email.
Now, okay, so I was thinking with this whole fire situation, so we fled the scene of the crime. We just left. We didn't have power for so long. We were like, we got to get out of here. And then Resorts World gave us a room, which was like amazing. So we're like, let's just go to Vegas. That's how we cure our anxiety as
That's right.
we gamble and have fun with our friends.
Did you guys look on the way there? How did you connect with the World Resorts? The Resort World
My
thing?
friend was staying there already, and then they hit me up. But you can usually go if you have followers. Doesn't really apply to you, my friend. No. No, they do but they were really nice because of the fire. They were so sweet. It was so nice, and it was never a place that we've stayed at before. It wasn't like one of our spots. So now it's going to be one of our spots. We loved it, and we're sitting there. And so what happened when this fire? There was so much uncertainty. So we're driving to Vegas, and we're on the highway, and we see the one that was near the Hollywood sign, the Sunset Fire. That was so scary to me because I was like, if the Comedy Store burns down, I can't live here. I cannot live here, which is also kind of sad to stay somewhere for a place.
Yeah, like when you say that, it makes me realize that's what I'm doing here too.
Yeah.
That's like what I think I'm here for, isn't that wild?
But if what we do needs a stage, you want to be near the stage you like the most and stuff like that. But so then we're like, we watch it to the point where all of the cars, we all just stopped on the highway and looked. We watched it start. It was crazy. It was so crazy. But then we get there. And so then we're thinking like, oh my God, we're leaving in such an uncertain time. We don't know what fire is going where, what direction. And so we were like, do we have to move? So we're in the food court of the Resorts World, contemplating our future and if we have to move. And I'm like crying. I look like shit. I'm like, in pajamas. I've been wearing the same clothes for like 3 days. So we're there and I'm like, I look like shit. I'm like, I'm so sad. I'm like, oh my God, do we have to move to New York? Do we have to leave our beautiful city? I love our home. We just didn't know how bad it was going to be. And I look up. I mean, Todd's back was to them, so he must have just been like, what the hell is going on? I'm crying, and then all of a sudden, I'm the most ecstatic I've ever been. I'm like, oh my God. And I run over, and our favorite YouTube channel is Vegas Matt, where we watch this guy, Matt, and his son, EJ, and his friends, WBG and W2 Jesus, gamble. And they gamble high amounts. It's so fun to watch them. We just love them. They bring us so much joy. And I saw it was EJ and WBG.
And we became friends with them.
And we ran up to them. Todd was wearing his Vegas Matt hat. Thank God.
Right. And we became friends with them. We got Tim Dillon to become friends with them.
Yeah, we brought Tim over. We went to I was in one of their videos. Check that out. Called A Very Funny Day at the Casino. It was so fun. The texts have been flowing. This continued. And then, we had a blast with them. We just had actually like a pretty good time. We'd be crying. We'd wake up crying. This is what Todd tells people. We'd wake up like so upset and like, oh my God, what's going on? What are we going to do with our lives? And then we'd be like, ding, 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 ding.
And we'd be like, monkey.
More money.
I just got my voice back like yesterday from that Vegas trip. 6 days in Vegas we were in.
He lost his voice. I lost my phone. Someone stole my phone our last night there, but we were having fun.
It was fun. She got her phone stolen.
Oh God, we were laughing so hard. It was so fun. We were targets. We deserved to be stolen from. They're like, they're not paying attention.
Screaming in the wind.
Screaming. We played this one slot machine that when you would get the feature bonus, you would go fortune feature. So we kept going fortune feedster. I saw her the other day and told her.
Can we tell the Nate story?
Yeah, I think so.
Right?
I'm sure we can. Nate Bargatze was in town at the Wynn, and he had his own table in the High Rollers, and we went in, we rolled up,
I roll up. I just got done taking a big dump upstairs, so I came in late. And I get there and he's betting. Ow, he's Vegas Matt style and betting just
He's listening.
betting thousands.
He's doing good. He was top 2 in comments.
And he was, he was going on a little losing streak for a little bit. He's playing Baccarat, a game I'm very familiar
And
with.
look, I love Nate. I've been friends with Nate so long. I'm not. He points to me and he goes, "Should we do banker or player?" I go, "I'm not. I won't be responsible for the program."
Okay, it is 8:38 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, January 23rd, 2025. I'm ending this live stream and a new one should initiate in 90 seconds or less.